said, the French did incredibly well in that youth competition. I think they were second overall coming off the beach. So it's not just one-way traffic for the Australians and the Kiwis. We'll take a look at some of the events going on today. We'll kick things off this morning with the Ocean Man and the Ocean Woman events. So we call it the Iron Man, the Iron Woman in Australia. It's the Ocean Man, Ocean Woman here. Surf race action after that. Beach relay as well. We've got a couple of relays in the afternoon, the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman relay as well. That's a really good one, and one of the events where anyone could really jump up and get that. And in these conditions, it's certainly going to cause a little bit of havoc. Big wade off that bank with the low tide at the moment, and there's enough little surf in there to shake things up, but it's not unmanageable for some of these countries. I saw a few of the guys and girls this morning, maybe the Canadians, and a few of those others who aren't traditionally used to big waves out there, looking a little bit of trepidation out there, but it's small enough to be manageable, but big enough to shake things up.
Absolutely. We saw on the board rescue in the youth, Spain, actually, they took out that board rescue and did incredibly well. So you are right, they're managing it very well. It's little swells, little chop, but there's also a lot of potholes out there as well. So we saw some of, the Australians went down, the New Zealanders went down. So there's plenty of opportunity to make those metres up, and also depends on your draw as well. I found yesterday that the northern side had a bit more of a bank and the southern side was a bit more of a hole, but we'll definitely see that in very, very shortly.
And I think the northern side today, like you said, there's a bank there, that northerly's blowing. I think you want to be on the northern end, that is for sure. We can see the men lining up. The Ocean Man 2 semi-finals will go today, and they're looking to get themselves a spot in the final this afternoon. The finals package from 1 till 3 available here on the live stream and will be screened across Australia on SBS as well. So make sure you check the action this afternoon. The first event of the day off and away. The men are straight into it at the moment. Swim up first. We'll give you a run through of the start list in just a few moments' time, and we can run through right now and excuse some of the pronunciations from me as well. From Singapore, Dennis Senchau-Jat. The Italian there, Di Tullio. Noah Lombard from South Africa, Senlich from Switzerland, Lasakin from Sweden, Senic from Austria, Tommy O'Neill from the US of A. Very good athlete. Watch for him to go round. We go down Pekar from the Czech team there, Hong Kong, Chai Wan Kwan, Rakatsky from Argentina, Dalsgaard from Denmark, Sanchez from Spain, Azawa from Japan, Wulkov of Germany, Dean from Canada. Watch the Canadians go there. Kukov of the Netherlands, Bobby Whittaker, Robbie Knuckles, watch for him. He is a very, very good Ironman. Spent some time out here in Australia. He is from the Great Britain and Northern Ireland team. The defending world champion, Corey Taylor of New Zealand, Van Latham of Belgium, Tissa Mail from France, and Corey Fletcher of Australia. This one is a very, very good semi-final. I would say your top three in this event, Corey Taylor, Corey Fletcher, Bobby Knuckles. These guys are going to be there at the pointy end this afternoon, aren't they?
They certainly are. As you can see at the moment, we saw a lot of the athletes really, really working that bank. And remember, this is an M-shaped style as well. So that's why we see they haven't missed a second cam. The athletes are actually coming back in, which this is the most difficult type of Ocean Man that you can actually do, because when they come back in, they have to try and use their skills, get a wave in, reset, come around that turning can, and go back out again. So it's essentially four legs for each leg. So it's quite complicated. We will see a lot of skills based here, and of course fitness.
Yeah, that is exactly right. We can see out in front Corey Fletcher getting it done at the moment. Azawa from Japan in second. Corey Taylor in third. Robert Whittaker maybe just gets down that one as well. So 1, 2, 3 on that lead wave. Great skills from the Australian out in front. No, sorry, it's the South African Noah Lombard there. He's done a great job as well as he stands up, and very, very good skills from these four gentlemen out in front at the moment. No Whittaker. I would have expected a little bit more from him early on this one, but he'll lead into it. They'll go in on the swim, turn around, and back out there. Good start from Corey Fletcher. Very, very strong. Our man in the sand, Ty Dowker, is down on the beach. What a start from the Australians, Ty. What are you seeing from the sand?
Yeah, really interesting down here at the moment, guys, because you've got these strong northeast winds. So what it's done is push the competitors a little bit to the south as they now come around this, the M shape. And the other thing too, we noticed this yesterday with that of the youth, is this shore break. A bit of a punch on the shore break, but then it filters out with a bit of a drawback in that swell as well. So you see the competitors now are sort of crossing each other's path as they're being pushed to the south, but really testing conditions. And I expect this wind to pick up throughout the day as well. So it's all about qualifying here, semi-final 1. But I tell you what, the boys have turned up and it is on.
Yeah, you're exactly right there, Ty. They're really going to work. Courtney, you've done more of these than, well, just about anybody on the beach. What's it like trying to manage that semi-final, especially first event of the day? You've got to get yourself through to the final, but you don't want to burn too many matches out there, do you?
Yeah, we spoke about this actually yesterday for the youth, just being that you're up first, you haven't seen a race in front of you, so it's really important to get a really good warm-up and really try and feel that sand, feel that water, because as we look out, there is a lot of water movement always at Curragh, but especially today because of that, we've got that north-northwesterly that's really coming. It was just heard from Ty. It's really, you can see the competitors were going in and out and almost crashing into each other. So a lot of water movement. We've just seen it go off screen now, but where that brown water is, that's going to be really, really tricky for the ski. So at the moment, as you said, Josh, semi-final, you've really got to try and calm your nerves and focus on yourself. Don't try and be out there and try and count the numbers and be like, okay, I'm fourth, I'm in a good spot. Just got to really go through the processes. It's a long way. It is an endurance event, and you've really got to make sure you moment by moment, wave by wave, because you never know. We saw yesterday in the youth again, a couple of people really got caught out and you could just see they lost that track of time.
I think it's about course management, skills, and just no mistakes. The guys who are good enough, they know if they don't make any mistakes, they'll get through. And the guys right on the edge, they're obviously putting in everything they've got. And mistakes are the difference between your top 10 getting through and your 11, 12, 13 and missing out. And when it comes down to that overall point score, because that's what we're racing for here, it's not about the individual win. It's not about winning each event. It's about as many points as you possibly can for your team. That is going to prove the difference. If you can get into the final, you get yourself a couple more points there. You could jump your team up 1, 2, 3 spots. And the man who got it done in 2022 in Italy, Corey Taylor, is getting it done out here as well. I got a little tip last night when I got into town that he's just carrying a few injuries at the moment, calf strains, and he hasn't really been doing a whole lot of running over the last couple of months. So for a man who's traditionally very quick across the sand, very good in this format, he's been in this Kiwi team for, I would say, on 10, 12 years now, and one of their absolute best, and getting to the point of being probably one of their best of all time. Him to come in with injuries, the low tide, that's really going to hurt him when he gets towards the final, and you can see him just at the moment, safety first, walking his way up.
Yeah, you can really see that. Absolutely spot on. Good tip there, and that's an example of what was going on there. You can just see conserving. It is the semi-final. He's got a nice little lead out in front. There is a lot of potholes out there. So if you see the athletes looking like they're going slow, it's not because of that. It's because those potholes are deadly and they don't want to take, as you said, their calf, foot, all those things. We'll see them definitely go faster in the finals. But for Corey out there, he's just trying to get through. As you said, it's all about getting these points for their team. So he's got his goggles around his neck there. So the order is swim, board, ski. So he'll just want to get through this, and I think for Corey at the moment, probably being on his ski is going to be the most comfortable. Yeah,
that's exactly right. You can see it definitely safety first. Up alongside Azawa from Japan there. A great start from our Japanese competitor there. Very good across the sand. Corey Fletcher from Australia goes in third place. Lombard and O'Neill from South Africa and the US of A aren't too far behind either. So we've got a group of about 6. That's Bobby Knuckles there. Robert Whittaker coming up to join that group of 6 out in front, and then this is where things start to get interesting. Just behind them, you're all trying to qualify for that final and get through. We can see the men starting to work their way through. That's a Spanish competitor, Sanchez, there starting to pick up his board and get in on the action, and our Belgian friend there in the Martin van Latham onto the board. So the boys are doing their best work. About halfway through this one now. Semi-final number 1 of the Ocean Men. Very, very tough action out there, and you can see the difference already that Corey Taylor and Azawa, our Japanese competitor, have made on the rest of the field. That is a good 50 to 60 metre gap.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And you can just see running into that transition there. The competitors are starting to look fatigued because of this M shape course. I can't say it enough. It is so difficult. It is, you're really stepping into skills, heart rate is up, but is also endurance, because you're going back and forth in between the sets and the waves. And also, to top it off, not only is it an M shape, but it's also a bank. So so for Corey Taylor, this probably isn't his ideal kind of format with the longer running, but he definitely won't let that stop him. As we just speak about Corey, he's just on a beautiful runner right there and doing so well that without let him stop him. But just having that bank, it's really going to come down to that fitness and how fit the competitors are at the end of August.
Yeah, and I think Corey Taylor, of all people, he's going to work hard in the water, and you can see how much he's made a massive break on those runners. That's literally 2 runners there, and he's blown this race wide open. He's going to work in the water. He's going to conserve on the land. He knows his calves aren't 100%, so he's going to really try and make the most of the parts that don't injure him there, and great skills on the way home. And it's a little you got 2 types of Ironman and Ocean Man formats there. You've got the traditional out around the cans back in, or your M shape here. M shape at the World Championships, we love to see it. This is what it's all about, and it's just a little different. It goes from being about pure fitness to being about skills and your ability to negotiate the break. And skills pay the bills in this sport. Mistakes can be super costly, and when you times that by going through the break 3, 4, 5, 6 times on each leg, that makes it very, very important to get everything right.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Josh, and especially the ski as well, as we can just see Corey Taylor on screen. Just taking nice and easily. He has a really big lead, so he can really just chill out, let his body rest a little bit. But yeah, definitely when you spoke about skills pay the bills, certainly with that northerly, and they're going to have to really get their ski and run a fair bit as well. So we'll definitely see those competitors. And I just had a thought then actually skis last too. So carrying that ski for that last leg, it's going to come down to a lot of strength, and yet focusing on every single wave and making sure it's mistake-free. So it's up. Do you know, actually, the other event I really love is that Ocean Relay.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. They do the same course. Obviously, we have 4 competitors. We have the run, the board, ski and the swim. We have it mixed, 2 girls, 2 boys. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's one of the best events, and it's one of these sports, we talk about equality in sports around the world. There's not many, and we're starting to see it in maybe athletics and swimming, not many sports where men and women actually race against each other in a fair environment. And surf sports is one of those things that we've done it for a long time. We've had mixed double ski paddling in the past, and now we've got mixed Taplin relay, Ocean Man, Ocean Woman relay out there. And this is going to be one of the best events, and I think it'll continue to grow and grow and grow. It'll be really good. Ty Dowker is down on the beach. The handlers, they're starting to get the skis on the line and get them set for this final leg. Corey Taylor is absolutely blowing it apart.
He's been here before. He knows about going through the business. So it's top 12 that go through. But to me, the third leg is going to be the interesting leg. And if we just veer over here, you can see the craft that he's set up. Let's come over here to Corey Taylor's craft right here at the moment. And it's the actual length of the craft. So they'll try and angle the craft into the wind a little bit. Now, what's going to be challenging, you've got northeast winds that's coming from this direction that's going to hit the craft on the side, and it's going to make it very difficult to negotiate not only the wind as they're going out towards the ocean, but then front onto the swell as well. So I think all the drama is going to unfold in this next leg. We've also got to add into that, up there in the booth, guys, is fatigue. The third leg coming out. But more importantly, what about Akaza? What about from Japanese? He's sitting second at the moment, and the crowd here is starting to build and get electric. It's open Ocean Day 1, and it's up and about.
Thanks, Ty. Yeah, spot on there. It's going to come down to this last leg. A little runner for, I think, Corey Fletcher on the far side there. If anyone can find a wave, it is him. He's gone a long way to the right. Corey Taylor in the centre there, taking it very easy. And, well, this is the quality of a defending world champion. He's going past a couple of the other competitors who are still making their way in on that first board leg, and he's almost done. Bigger surf than we've seen all week down here at Kurrawa. I love this place. I think it's the ultimate location for a surf carnival, and it's the best location for the World Championships. We couldn't ask for much more. Small conditions by Australian standards, perfect conditions for a World Championships there, enough to test everybody. But the beach looks fantastic. Everyone's down here. The local community gets involved. They love it. It is almost perfect, and bring us back here every single year because I love this venue.
Oh, It is absolutely beautiful. And we just saw in the background the drone shot. We saw the Boaties. They've got a few finals today, so they're a little bit south of Kurrawa. And you look at the back, you can just see a little bit there, all the buildings, all the competitors, all the teams, officials, coaches, everyone stays on the beach there.
Yeah.
So they wake up, see the sun come up. It's perfect. There's endless amounts of accommodation. The beach, the sand, and even where the beachies were competing the youth yesterday, it's just perfect.
And with Brisbane 2032 coming up, obviously the Olympic bid for surf sports in there, and this is one of the events that the bid's been made with, along with the Ocean Relay later on. This has got to be the venue. You like to think that an Olympic Games right here, if we get a shot at it, we will put our best foot forward and it'll be absolutely fantastic. Corey Fletcher grabs his ski and heads on in, still in 4th place at the moment, taking it very, very easy. He knows he's good enough to get himself through to this final, and it's the Japanese man, Akawa, there. And I think Tommy O'Neill's worked his way up from the US as well. They're doing a fantastic job, the Americans. He has done a great job sitting in 3rd. Fletcher in 4th at the moment. Corey Taylor out in front. It's been difficult so far this week to get a gauge on how each of these nations are going to go in a couple of these events. This is our first thing. Kiwis, they look fit. They look fired up. They had a couple of DQs in the pool yesterday. I think they would have liked to have been a few more points in front of the Australians. I think they're only 1 point in front of the Australians. We'll get a confirmation on that. And they're a few behind the Italians who are leading at the moment. But they would have been like to have been a few more in there, but they've got a really, really good Kiwi team. Corey Taylor, Joey Collins, Olivia Corrin, 3 of the absolute best in the sport leading them.
Yeah, that's it. Wow, when you hear those names, that is certainly a lineup and a half. And we know there's a big rivalry there, New Zealand versus Australia. It's been like that every single World Championship, so we'll definitely see that go down. But a place that we found that was tying ISO was really tactical was the beach flags.
Yeah,
so we had a look, and actually New Zealand, they actually only put one competitor in. I think it might have been either men or the female, because they wanted to make up their athletes in other places. So it was really, really interesting. So we'll see what New Zealand and Australia are going to do in the beach flags. I mean, we won't put, obviously Corey Taylor won't be having that spot because of his car, but he's very, very fast. Corey Fletcher, love to see him in that beach flags. We know he's been a state champion that when he was younger. So I think that's going to be maybe a very tactical area that these two teams are going to try and make up those extra points.
And one of those events where some of the nations that we don't normally see in Australian surf sports really come to the fore. The Egyptians, they absolutely fly on the sand. They won both the beach relays at the last World Championships. They come to win beach events, and nobody's been better than them in the last couple of years here at the World Champs. So I'm excited to see what they can produce. And running is one of those things where it is the true global sport. Anyone can do it anywhere. You don't need a beach. You can find some sand, and it's relatively similar. So that's where it gets super competitive, and I cannot wait to see these beach sprint finals and the beach flag finals later in the day, because the mix of nations is something special. We saw the Japanese men do well at the Australian Championships on the Sunshine Coast, taking out the beach flags, and I think they had 3 in the top 6 overall there. So they're very, very good at what they do. And when we get to those beach sprint, beach flags, beach relay finals, that is where things get ultra competitive and where it becomes a truly global sport. And like you said, it becomes tactical for those nations trying to win the overall point score, but it becomes the time to shine for a couple of these countries.
Can you imagine being in Egypt and running around the pyramids?
Plenty of sand out there.
It'd be fantastic. It'd be the best beach training in the world. It'd be remarkable.
And we had the World Championships in Egypt not too long ago. Yeah, there, and one of the most beautiful bodies of water in there, the Mediterranean, and we're headed back there for the next World Championships, Morocco. So if you're watching today, you think, no, this is for me. Morocco in 2026 is the next World Championships. I would love to be there, that is for sure. It is one of those places on the bucket list you always would like to go.
I know why you want to go.
There's a little bit of surfing, little adventure out there. I was going to say, is it the Dead Sea? Is that for your skin? I know that's why you want to go. I just want to go to the Mediterranean and have a blast. You want to get the glow. There. That is for sure. And I look forward to it without a shadow of a doubt. It'll be very, very good. Our leaders make their way out for the final time on the men's Ocean Man ski leg there, the final leg, swim, aboard, ski, the order all weekend for these competitors. It's a set order. We don't draw it anymore, but it's good to see Corey Taylor. I think he sort of tried to blow the cobwebs out of this one this morning and really have a crack and try and sort of break this race up, get the heart rate up and make himself feel really good. And if you have a good race to start, you get confident early on, and the defending World Ocean Man champion is certainly showing why out here in semi-final number 1.
Look, I think he's doing the right thing being out in front like that. It is a very good warm-up.
Yeah.
When you wake up, they've been racing, as you said, Josh, earlier, that they have been racing in the pool for the last couple of days. A lot of lactic acid, they need recovery. Even if they've only done a couple of races, it's still racing, it's still going flat out. You're still at the pool, you're still at the sun. So for Corey being out here in front, I think he's doing the right thing. He's letting a bit of the cobwebs, get out of his body so he can make sure that he is ready to go for that final. So what he's doing good, and he's also setting himself up. He's going, hey guys, I'm here, I want to win this, and I think that's a really good. He's not intimidating the other athletes, but he's kind of showing them that I'm fit.
Yeah. Just
because, you might have heard that my calf's not been good, but I'm still damn good.
I don't know how many people know about his calves, but
okay, everyone does now.
We've blown it out of the water now. Robbie Whittaker coming up alongside him. Not someone we've spoken about a whole lot so far. 5th place at the last World Championships in this event, racing for Great Britain, but he spent a lot of time out here at Oz. We call him Bobby Knuckles because it's the nickname of a famous Australian MMA fighter by the same name, Robert Whittaker, great MMA fighter, and Bobby Knuckles there has done a great job. He's spent a lot of time out here, summer surf events, doing the Aussie titles, that sort of thing. He's a fan favourite as well, that is for sure. And 5th place last time at the World Championships, he will be in the mix again, and somebody who could really sort of mess things up for the Kiwis and the Australians who are trying to, and the Italians who are trying to get that top of the point score. He can take a lot of points off them because he will finish very high up in a lot of events out here.
Oh, absolutely. It's not just a given that you're going to have New Zealand and Australia. We've seen that. It's incredible. It's incredible. We say Bobby. Is it Bobby?
Yeah, Robert.
Robert, Bobby. We're going to be Bobby.
Yeah.
But Great Britain, France, Japan, they've all been in there and getting, and very, very good. And their skills have come a long, long way. I heard some of the South Africans saying they love the wind. They get it every single day. They have wind whenever they race. So they felt really confident, and then we saw them pick up a few medals yesterday out in front. So it's not a given. Just because we're here on Australian soil doesn't mean Australians and New Zealanders are going to come through the top. So they're going to have to work incredibly hard, but it's all about the process. And we just see Corey Fletcher just taking it nice and easy, also setting himself up. He'll have a really, really big program, as we said before, ocean and beach today. So it's a big couple of days, and it's really going to be testing that fitness out. But we've got Ty probably wouldn't be too far away from giving us an interview with your favourite man on the
Bobby
sand.
Knuckles.
Yeah, Rob Whittaker down here, guys, and obviously, mate, great support as well. I know over here they're going crazy. There they are, getting up and about. And this is what it's all about. Obviously, it's individual racing in the Ocean Man event here, but it's about the team as well. But first event on the ocean here, mate, must be good to get a good one away.
Yeah, keen to get one under my belt and just get warmed up into the ocean because the conditions out there are pretty tricky, pretty different to back home, but good fun to be racing.
I spoke about conditions back home as well. You've had some great success over there as well in the Euro Series, and obviously the British and the French as well, but also had a bit of experience here in Australia in the last 12 to 18 months as well. Yeah,
definitely. Had a good season back home off the back of coming out here for 6-7 months training with Northcliffe and doing the Aussie Champs and that kind of thing. So, feeling good, and like I say, lucky to have been sort of experienced these conditions for 6 months because it's definitely an advantage come here on race day.
So it's a little bit of club championships, is it, with you and CT there representing New Zealand and Great Britain from both from the Northcliffe Club. Great experience, but obviously yesterday we had two great days in the pool, but very unfortunate for a club mate there from Great Britain with Tommy Treblecock as well, suffering an injury yesterday. Yeah,
real shame, just on the finish, touching the wall too hard, going too hard for the team, but our sort of gun surf swimmers out for the rest of the comp, which has been a bit unfortunate. So we've all had to sort of sub in. I did a few pool events yesterday and Piran, our ski paddlers down here doing the Ironman, so we're all sort of banding together, hoping to do the best for him, so hopefully wish him well for recovery.
Yeah, we do wish him well, but more importantly the team of Great Britain, you're up and about, great vibe, great team support behind you for these next 2 days.
Yeah, definitely. We all got down here a nice week and a half early, and so we're all feeling good. We've had a bit of time to get used to the conditions, and hopefully we can get behind each other and put out some good results.
Well, this afternoon we have the Ocean Man final. Best of luck, and best of luck to Great Britain the next 2 days.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
What a man there. Robert Whittaker wins semi-final number 1 of the Ocean Man. Corey Taylor from New Zealand in second. Corey Fletcher of Australia in third. We didn't talk about him much, but Tizamail from France in fourth place. Azawa from Japan, Noah Lombard from South Africa, Wulkov of Germany, Loki of Italy in 8th, Tommy O'Neill faded a little bit to finish in 9th place across the line there. Of course, if you want to catch all the heat action, all the results, every place from every race, head to liveheats.com, search the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships there, and you can catch every result from every area as well. The boat action, the Masters, it's all happening. National teams, obviously, the last couple of days and this weekend. We'll head into inter-club action throughout the next week, both youth and, of course, the open stuff there. I'm looking forward to that one. That is really where it's at. Dalsgaard from Denmark across the line in 10th. Judine, the Canadian. Go the Canadians. I have a couple of Canadian children and a Canadian wife, so they're a team that's very close to my heart there, and I'll be supporting them all weekend long, that is for sure. He finishes in 11th place, and I think he might have just missed out on the final there. So heat number 1 off and away of the Ocean Man. We've got 2 semi-finals. Then we'll be into the Ocean Woman action as well. Not too far after that, the surf races for both women and men, the beach relays, and then the Ocean Man relays. So not a lot of events this morning, but big events as well. These ones where you'd like to think they're the best athletes. If you're doing the Ocean Man, Ocean Woman, you're probably the best athletes in your team. And then you go those Ocean Man, Ocean Woman relays, and that's your guns. You bring everybody, your best swimmer, your best board paddler, your best ski paddler, your best runner, 4-man teams, 4-woman teams out there. That is for sure. And we take a look at the highlights. It was Corey Fletcher who led early. Azawa from Japan really swam well as well. Faded a little bit, but not too bad. And then Robert Whittaker built into that one very, very nicely. Ty Dowker's found somebody else down on the beach as well. And I don't know if Ty's on his knees or what, but there is a big, big boy with him.
Mate, it is unbelievable down here. He's an absolute man, and Ronnie Rongard from Denmark. But what about this? Not only is he representing Denmark, but he's also competed in the Masters in the pool events as well and picked up 3 gold medals. He's a man mountain, but mate, what a great moment being here representing Denmark on the big stage of the world titles.
Yeah, it's really great. I'm also representing Manly actually, so we moved to Manly just 3 years ago. So starting to get more and more into the surf. It was a bit challenging, the conditions today. A good sweep, but took it easy on the swim and the board, and then the ski I managed to get up a few paces, so that was good.
Managed to get out and get in the ski. We probably said of the 3 disciplines, probably the ski's the most challenging today.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's sometimes when you see the set come through, there's some decent size even for Australia. it's for the Australians it's probably not nothing, but for all the Europeans this is much bigger than what we're used to in most of Europe. So it's definitely challenging for the most of the field, I think.
Well, it's a World Championships, guys, and there are so many great stories on the beach, all the way from Denmark. Masters competitor as well, resides in Manly, up and about. And what about the size of him? He's a man mountain. Back to you guys.
Oh, I think he's the Great Dane. Down there, the big fella. Ronnie Dalsgaard there. He is, I think, through to the final. So great performance from him there. So the Italians, the Danes, US, Germany, Italy, South Africa, Japan, France, Oz, NZ and GB all have won into the Ocean Man final later this afternoon. This is semi-final number 2 coming up now. Plenty of big guns in this one and some of the most experienced national team racers from these ones. This one is going to be very, very good. A mix of youth and experience. Brian Murphy from the United States, I think it's his 6th World Championships representing the US. He's a Huntington Beach lifeguard. He's come out here. He was in the Kellogg Nutrigrain Ironman series not too long ago. That's him closest to screen there, just having a laugh. The most experienced US athlete. He has done it at every level, in every event, on every continent around the world. And it'll be interesting to see how he goes here. He said he had the family out with him and he was enjoying his time out here. He'd spent a bit of time training in Australia. So watch for the man, Brian Murphy, the original... Well, I'm not going to say Mitch Buchanan from Baywatch, but he's as close as you get, that is for sure there. So watch for the US competitor. Another one from Spain, Carlos Alonso Ruiz, who spent a lot of time out here in Australia as well racing. He's done a fantastic job in the past and been part of this Spanish team for a long, long time. So a good mix of youth and experience in semi-final number 2. A few nerves on the face. That's Cyril Senfen from Switzerland there, rocking a great mo and a couple of nice tough stickers there, so we like to see it. Our Argentinian friend down at the bottom, and already a few of the men who are out. So our Senegalese Ironman Nadoy Sao, he is out. Our Norwegian Voxoy, he's out as well, and Tish from Germany will not start either. So Senegalese, the Norwegian, and the German not putting their foot on the line, so it makes life a little bit easier for these gentlemen. That is the man who I think is the red-hot favourite for this one, Joe Collins. He is, if not the best Ironman in the world on his day, he definitely is, and he's going to have a really, really good time. The Irish competitor there as well, fired up and ready to go. My team, the Canadians out there, that's Jacob Meese. Good-looking cap as well. Love their work. So it's good to see the different colours. The boys look a little bit nervous on the line, but they're fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, they certainly are. They can see some of them licking the goggles just to make sure they're nice and clear, because out there the sun is actually shining really bright. It looks really sprinkly and sparkly for all of us looking on, but for competitors to see Brian, he was just having a good look where the can was. It's actually very, very tricky to see. So they'll clean their goggles or not wear goggles. But one thing about Brian, I trained with him a long, long time ago when I just moved to the Gold Coast. He was actually here, and he can talk underwater.
Oh, yeah.
And they are off for a start. So here they go. So you see a couple of the competitors running down to that north. As we said, it's a little bit of a shallower bank, and they're just trying to watch those potholes and just set themselves up as well for that sweep. So that northerly sweep is very, very strong, as we saw before. You can see the flags really, really blowing quite aggressively. But I agree with you. Joe Collins, you saw him last year. It wasn't his breakout season, definitely not. He's been very, very good for many years. But he just got pipped multiple times by Ali Day, and he had it in him. It was just kind of little mistakes that unfortunately happened that really just cost him to get that second place, which is absolutely no mean feat. But he is a racer and he wants to win. So I'm really excited to watch him race this year.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. Very close. The two men who went all the way to that left-hand side, that was Zach Morris of Australia and Carlos Alonso Ruiz of Spain. He's the man on the far right-hand side. He might have gone a little bit too far there, so we'll wait and see. He'll sort of work into this one in terms of the board and ski, that is for sure. Out in front, Australia and New Zealand. But I'll run you through the start list here. Brian Murphy from the USA, he was in one. Chua Hao En from Singapore. Christian Davidson from Lifesaving South Africa. Ryan Cotter of Ireland, he's in the mix as well. That Irish cap looks like the Irish flag. Senfin from Switzerland, Richter from the Czech Republic, Ruiz from Spain, Meese from Canada, Matitz from Austria, Morris and Collins, Australia and New Zealand. Van Hoften of the Netherlands, Kuisters from Belgium, Phillips from GB. We just heard he's a ski paddler, not traditionally an Ironman or an Ocean Man competitor. He's making it up. That's what you do. Lebrun No from France, Gansberg from Sweden, Sanchez Belazia from Argentina. That is the field. We've got 3 do not starts and 1 man out in front on a wave, and that is who we spoke about. You were spot on, Courtney Hancock. It was just the bridesmaid, never the bride for Joey Collins. He came so close so many times, and it'd be one mistake or one freak effort that had put him back into second place. And if there's no Ali Day, he wins almost everything all summer long, but he's just had to deal with it so far, and I think he's getting better year on year. He had an absolute breakout year his first season at the top level, came back the second year, and it wasn't what he wanted. Second year syndrome. He sort of fell off a little bit, but last year, his third year at the top, he was back to his best, and I think we're going to see more of the same. Very good across the sand, quick off the beach, got great skills. I think this really suits him and the man out in front at the moment, with the man we can see on the right-hand side of the screen, Zach Morris. He's got speed to burn, and when you've got a bank like this and speed to burn, he's going to set every single race up almost perfectly.
Yeah, certainly look out for Zach. You're spot on. He really sets his races up very, very well. He's so fast, and we saw him last year. He won the Queensland Ironman title. He took out the Australian board title as well. So he's really setting his resume up very, very well. And also one thing I noticed about Zach going, off last season, he led. He was out in front multiple times. So the fact that he's done that, he's really got that confidence of being a leader. You find some athletes don't actually like leading, but he does. So the more and more he keeps putting himself in front, I guess that's going to be not great for other athletes, because he'll get himself in front, he'll get that wave, and he'll just keep extending out. So very, very quick across not only the sand, but also the water as well. And his training partner right behind him there, Joe Collins.
Yeah, the other interesting thing for the Australians and the Kiwis, basically all train together, or a lot of them train at these big clubs there. Your Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, your Surfers Paradise, your Northcliffe, from down in New South Wales, your Newports, your Manleys. There's some really big clubs that when you get to this representative level, a lot of them come from those programs. So in the last one, we had Corey Taylor and Robert Whittaker, training partners for a long, long time, crossing the line together, 2 different caps, 2 different countries, but that's what it's all about. And here's the same. Zachy Morris, Joey Collins, both part of that Northcliffe program just down the road here. And it'll be interesting to see 2 different tactics. They've got the same coach, but it looks like Zach Morris has decided he's really going to blow this one out early. Joey Collins maybe building into it a little bit more. And it's about how much you've done over the last couple of days, how you feel this morning, whether you think you need a blowout, but you've got to be fired up and ready to go somewhere around 1 o'clock this afternoon, because that is where those points are handed out. They're not racing for individual titles. You win this one this afternoon, you're not the world champion. You've just got maximum points for your nation.
Absolutely, and we just, as we said that, we've just got a competitor joining. It could be France just going off the caps there, but we'll have a look in a second. And Zach Morris, beautiful body surfing out there in front there. Joe Collins just tapping onto that front wave, and we'll see who the third competitor is at the moment. But they're just taking it easy. They've got those potholes, having a little chat. They're very close mates, as you said before, Josh. They train together, so they want to get through, and they would have had a really big 2 days in the pool. They're both very good pool swimmers as well, especially Zach. He's very quick, very speedy, so he would have been a very great asset for the Australian team to have him in the pool as well. So they both look really good. They look really fit as well. I mean, it's the last day of winter today, so I guess considering all these athletes after their titles back in April, you know, this is not our summer, so they've really had to push themselves to get fitter a lot earlier than what they have every other year.
Yeah, most of the athletes coming off that Australian Championships would have had a break. They would have sort of taken 6 weeks off, 4 weeks off, come back a little bit earlier than they would have. The beauty for the internationals is that they get to go, well, straight through their season and come straight to the Australian Championship. So 3rd place there, it is the Frenchman, No LeBron there. And then in 4th place, that is our South African competitor there, Christian Davidson. So he's done a great job as well. Strong swims from both those men. They've set themselves up here. And from there on out, I think it's about just managing the expectations and managing themselves around and through that final. Senfen there from the Swiss team. He's going around, and Van Hoften from the Netherlands makes his way onto the board. So you set your race up early, you take the pressure off ever so slightly, you work your way through, and that's the key to that racing. That's Senfen there from Switzerland. Landlocked nation, but they get out here, and let's see how he goes in these waves. I don't know where he does his training out of, and there's a couple of beautiful lakes there in Switzerland, so a lot of his work probably in there. We'll see how he manages this swell and tricky conditions. We spoke to a couple of the guys on the beach before, and the nature of that northerly coming through, the cross chop and all that just makes things a little bit harder.
Yeah, it definitely does. It really, I guess your body feels a bit more fatigued than what you would if it was kind of a bit more flatter and everything like that. So we'll have some sore bodies. Fatigue will hit a little bit earlier. It is a big day, so the management in between of food, hydration, recovery, big nights to sleep, which would actually be really tricky as well because you're in a team environment. So it's very exciting. So it's they've got a lot to manage this week. But I have to just comment that Zach Morris is on a pink board. I'm very impressed. I have been waiting for many, many years for a male ocean Ironman to be on a pink board. And I think, do we have the moment right now?
I think he's loving it.
I didn't see his ski. So Zach, you got to lift. You've got to make sure the ski matches.
He's a sensitive new age guy. We saw Koisters come round from Belgium, and he gave a little cheer as he got round. I don't know, but I think it was more like, oh, thank God I survived that one there, because it's a long swim and probably a longer race than some of these Ocean Man competitors have ever done before. And it starts to play into those endurance athletes who've really done the work, because it ends up being a good 20 minutes of racing, and that's what we love to see. In and out of the break, plenty of lead changes, and first and second, they've cracked one. Third and fourth pushing on the way home as well. Very, very strong. And the French have surprised me over the last couple of days. They've got a great culture of surf sports in France. They have a great European Championships there, great, and for a long time they've been super competitive, but I'd forgotten just how good they were when it came to the surf stuff. We know they've had a rich history in the pool. We know they're very, very good, but the French in the surf have been fantastic so far across the Masters competition, the youth competition, and even this morning, very, very good. Picking up a third in that first semi-final. They're sitting in third again here. They're really pushing to be on that podium in the overall national teams competition, aren't they?
Do you think that potentially having the Olympics, they're feeling a little bit of, not national a little pride. Inspiration, and that sniff of, potentially being a part of the Olympics. I think it definitely gives you a lift, and I certainly know for myself watching just watching the Olympics over the last few weeks and now going to the Paralympics, it makes you feel incredibly inspired, and everyone's, sport brings happiness. So everyone's talking about sport, everyone's happy. We know we're not talking about, there's obviously things happening in the world when you turn on the news that aren't so happy, but when the Olympics is on, it's just this great buzz. So I feel having our World Championships over these next 10 days, having this off the back of that, it is the perfect time, and I feel like this is such great energy.
And if the IOC's watching the live stream at home, I'm sure they are, but I don't think there's a sport that epitomises the Olympic spirit of, look, it's about global humanity and the life-saving aspect of our sport. It just ties into it so perfectly out there, because it's more than just a sport, it's a movement. And we have some of the best athletes in the world. I think 20 of the Australian team were at the Olympic Games were from a surf sports background, and then you've got thousands of other athletes who are involved in one way or another. Fabry, the Iron Woman from France, she's been to the Olympic Games. Taylor Spivey got a silver medal in triathlon for the Americans. She's been at the World Championships before. Lisa Carrington, possibly the greatest kayaker of all time, she's come from surf sports as well. This sport is, it's that global humanity and that spirit we have. And people say, it's just an Australian or New Zealand sport. It's not. We've got something like 60 nations competing here, landlocked nations from Africa, landlocked nations from Europe coming and getting it done. And it's not just your Ocean Man events, even though that is the pinnacle of it. If you're watching at home and you're wondering how and why, that's how and why. It's a life-saving movement, and that's what the Olympics are about. And coming off the back of Paris, we're going to showcase what we've got. We're going to put our name up and a hand up and say we want to be involved in that as well. If you can do breakdancing, if you can do flag football, we've got something better, and get us involved, because we will show you what we've got on the global stage every 4 years. And that's the sales pitch they're putting ahead with. I don't think we're not in LA in 2028, but Brisbane 2032. There is not a better set of circumstances for us to make our jump into the games and then prove ourselves when we get there.
Oh, well said, Josh. Yes, that was. I've got my spine's tingling after you were saying everything that you did just then. It's so true, and it would be phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, especially as you said, Brisbane 2032, and. Yeah. And just also for our sport, the young guns coming through, the youth, just to look forward to potentially, getting a spot and calling themselves an Olympian, it'd be fantastic. And as we see, talking about stars, they are not future stars, they are stars right now, and that is Zach Morris and Joe Collins just going out. There's one thing I want to mention about this M-shaped course that just makes it even more difficult again. They have to go around all cans. So when they're going out for their first leg, all cans on the north, so they can't chop in if they want to get a nice runner and cut through. They've got to make sure they go all around, as well as a mirror image on the other side to the south. So it's really, we're talking about being really aware and being focused, even though they aren't going as fast as their final right now. They still have to make sure they're focusing, concentrating, and as we just see, look at that. That is the power of Kurrawa. We've seen the best of the best get absolutely smashed here. I've seen many boards and skis being snapped in half here, and that's just showcasing how tough it is.
LeBrun there making his way in for France there. He'll have no dramas through those waves, that's for sure. Joey Collins sneaks away from Zach Morris there. That one wave that came through cleaned up one of the competitors in the background. I think that was the Czech paddler there, Richter. He got absolutely hammered on the way going out on the board. But Joey Collins snuck through. Zach Morris got hit going through transition. That's Phillips from Great Britain. He'll be happy to get onto the ski at the moment. A noted ski paddler, not the best Ironman or Ironman competitor, but he's had to jump in because of the injuries in his team. That's him making his way down there. He looks like a ski paddler. Have a look at the shoulders on him. Very, very strong lad, and I think he'll work his way through this one very, very well. He's done a great job so far to manage that one. On to the final leg. Swim, board, ski, run is the order all weekend long for the Ocean Man, Ocean Woman, and Ocean Man and Ocean Woman relays as well. That's Carlos Alonso there, Ruiz making his way in onto the ski. He knows he's sitting comfortable at the moment, just conserving a little bit of energy. We can see the rest of the field still making their way in on the board, and they've done a good job so far. The swell, super tricky out there. I went out and had a swim this morning. It's coming from all over the place. It's not breaking consistently. If you get a run, you'll sneak all the way through. If you get hammered, it just continues to belt you. And you can see the disappointment from the young lad. I think that's our Argentinian friend there, Sanchez Balazzi out there. He has really had a tough day out there. Hugs all round. He's done a great job representing the Argentinians so far. And no disrespect out there because it is very, very tough.
Oh, it is. And you can see the emotion. And it's just, it's really heartbreaking because today out here, and it doesn't look as tough on TV as when you actually get down there on the beach.
Difficult.
Yeah, get down there in the water. We can just see the flags, how aggressive they're blowing there. And it is the wind, the water movement, and the swell out there. There's a lot of the competitors that have come over here, and they generally will come out to their beach and it'll be dead flat.
Yeah.
So for them to get out here and to even put themselves on the line and have a crack is really inspiring. And it's absolutely incredible. So congratulations, to Argentina there. It's okay. It's really, really tough. And just to be here and have a go and try, that's what it's all about.
I don't know about you, Courtney, but I've not finished a lot of iron races in the past when I've been absolutely smacked. So it's not something that you like to see, but it's something that happens to everyone, and you learn and get better and go again. Van Hoften, Mies and Senfant from Switzerland, Canada and the Netherlands were making their way onto the ski. They're sitting really tight on that bubble there to qualify through to the final, so they're going to really have to get a wriggle on if they want to get themselves through to the final. Tight racing for those final spots. We can see them just at the bottom of the screen there as our leaders start to go past. That is really the cutoff zone at the moment. The Canadians, the Swiss, the Netherlands are sitting in there as well, so that's your top 10 starting to battle it out. I think all those men are comfortable, but only just.
Yeah, they're going to have to really get moving here because, as we know with the ski, a lot can happen out there. With that water movement, it's very easy also to nosedive and pop your ski into that sand because it is very shallow there. So we're really coming to as you can see, some of the competitors are on their first, and then we see we've got Joe Collins and Zach Morris are actually on their second. So they're almost finished, done and dusted. They'll get in quite easily. And then we've also got, I'm loving the split screen. It's fantastic. Yeah. The technology got here with the drone. And as we just see on screen there, we've got another competitor from France going out there as well. He's looking very, very strong, looking really good. And by the time they get to this stage of the Ocean Man, fatigue is really stepping in. And this is where mistakes come in more so than the start of the race. So if you're seeing a competitor, maybe going sideways or doing that kind of thing, it's because of that fatigue. And in our sport, you have to be so fit to be here. So much running, so much ski paddling, board, swim, gym, throwing Pilates, throwing yoga. There's plenty of things you can do. So fittest athletes in the world right here on screen.
Yeah, that was Lebrun there from the French team working his way. The race is on to get, you don't get anything out of getting the win apart from just a little shot of confidence and send a message to the other nations that I can get it done. And Joey Collins is on fire. So far, of these two semi-finals, I'd say the Kiwi men have looked the best. The Australians and the French, they're not far behind. The British boys are doing a fantastic job, but here comes Zachy Morris as well. You can see those swells running from the bottom of the screen to top. That's kind of your northeast direction to your southwest direction. That wind is forcing it to run a little bit across the beach there. Great skills from Morris. Cuts off the back of that one. He's going to paddle over the top of that one. Clint Robinson style there. Joey Collins, a little smile on the face, and here comes Zachy Morris, pink ski as well, Court. I know you're a big fan. Love their work there. No dramas for Australia, no dramas for New Zealand. They'll hand off their gear to the handlers there, trot it up and around, book themselves a spot in the Ocean Man final this afternoon. It's the Lifesaving World Championships for 2024, event number 1 of the beach national teams off and away. We've booked our men into the final, and that one's going to be an absolute cracker this afternoon.
Oh, that one's going to be tough, isn't it? I was just thinking exactly the same thing, just watching them both come through there. It's going to be, and it's really tricky actually too. You see Kev Morrison, he's the coach of the New Zealand team, obviously handling for Joe Collins. Also, when he's on Australian shores, he is also Zach Morris's coach there, but Zane Hemmel, he is the coach of the Australian team, who is coach of Surfers Paradise. So he'll be looking after Zach. Kev will be looking after Joe out there. So it's going to be a really, really hot, and everyone, not only are they racing for themselves to get that crown, the most important, everyone is thinking about those points for their team. They're racing for their country.
I think that for them is more important. They would rather see them and their countrymen go first and second than getting the win themselves.
Absolutely.
It's all about points here. There's no sort of real prize for winning that Ocean Man title. You get a gold medal, but the points are more valuable than gold here because you want your nation to be crowned the world champion. LeBrun in third place there. He's done a fantastic job, and well, I haven't heard much about him. I haven't seen much of his racing, but that was very impressive there to be not too far behind Joey Collins, and to be honest, to be ahead of a couple of guys I rate pretty highly, the likes of Brian Murphy. I think we've got a star of the future here and a man on the rise, and looks the part, big, strong, long arms there, and he's come out, and the French boys and girls have come to party. That is for sure. They've been very, very good so far. Here's Brian Murphy, safety first for the experienced man, throws the leg over and just cruises down. Phillips from Great Britain wasn't supposed to do this event, but the injury to Cockburn in the pool has forced his hand, and that's what you do as part of the national team's event. You just fill in where you can. You do the best that you can for your nation. It's not about individual glory, it's about the most points, and the British will come over the next couple of days. They will fire up and they'll start to climb that ladder, and they'll be super competitive. So here comes Brian Murphy as well, Mr. Huntington Beach, Mr. USA Surf Sports, and one of the nicest guys anywhere on the sand, and he's got himself through to the final as well.
Yeah, he'll be super happy about that. We know he's got so much great passion, Brian. He came over here into the series. He was just absolutely loving it, and he'd be definitely a hero, not only here but back home as well. So representing the USA, very, very strong. And we're counting out the numbers now. We might have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5 coming through. So they'll be starting to figure out, am I through? Here we have our South African.
Yeah, South African, or maybe our Irish competitor as well. As Brian said to me this morning, he said the Americans didn't have the day they wanted in the pool yesterday. He said they had a lot of sort of 18th place or 17th place, just missing finals, just missing points, and that's not what they wanted, but they were fired up, and this is where they really come to shine. So it'll be good to see. That is our South African competitor, Davidson there, Christian Davidson from South Africa, crosses the line. Great job there, and not far behind him was Ruiz from Spain. So that's 6 and 7. Here come a couple more of those boys starting to work their way back in. Nice little wave, leans back, he's going sideways, got a paddle. That's Carlos Alonso Ruiz from Spain, working his way up and around. Another one of the very experienced lads we spoke about at the start of this one, and he'll get himself through to the final. He's done everything that was required. Senfen from Switzerland there, great paddle from him as well. He was right on the edge heading into that final leg. He's got himself through to the final. He'll be up in 8th place and around. A fantastic performance there. Good job by all these competitors to get themselves through. That is the Ocean Man semi-finals run and done. We've got ourselves a final set for this afternoon, and you'll see all the action right here on the live stream. And if you're watching from Australia, SBS as well. Live on TV this afternoon. We love to see it.
Yeah, that is going to be super exciting. I love we can catch all the action even if you can't get here. It doesn't matter because you can certainly look, listen and feel. But we've also, as you said, the man on the sand tie. He's with one of our favourites, Brian Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Courtney. What about this? It's all about stories, and I'll throw a few numbers to you. 40 years of age, 2 children. His last 41. His last USA team was 10 years ago in 2014. But Brian Murphy, mate, you've done it all in surf sports in USA, but welcome back to the big stage.
It's so good to be here. I definitely feel like home here, and it's great to see all the familiar faces. And unfortunately, most of them are all coaching now. But no, it's good. I think having my kids here, my family here has been awesome. And like you said, I haven't done this in 10 years, but no, I feel great.
Mate, you feel great, you look great. You're an LA County lifeguard as well, and the importance of your surf skills for one being a lifeguard in LA County. You're part of that team as well, but super important is it to stay fit for the job you do back at home.
Absolutely. I can think of a handful of rescues where someone might not be alive if it hadn't been for all the training that I've done here. It's just an incredible opportunity to train here at the highest level in the toughest conditions in the world, and then take it home to LA County and share that with the team back home. It's been 20 plus years of me doing that, and I'm so grateful and thankful for my time down here.
I think you've won double figures in national board race champions. You've won iron champions as well. What do you love about surf sports and lifesaving in general?
The people. It's all about the people. Everything you do in life, it's all about the people. It doesn't matter where you work. It doesn't matter what you do, it's who you're with. And I think that's the most important thing in life, because those are the things you're going to carry forever. You know, you can stay at a hotel, great, but when you're here staying with friends that feel like family, that's everything.
Mate, you're 40 years of age in the Ocean Man final this afternoon. It's all about connectiveness. He's a great human, all the way from the US. Best of luck, mate. Rip in.
Thanks, guys.
One of the good men of surf sports around the world, that is for sure. Brian Murphy, unbelievable. What a career. He's an actor as well. He's a great man, and there wouldn't be a more popular and more positive man on the beach. He is having a blast wherever he is and whatever he is doing. Conditions really picking up down there, making things difficult, aren't they, Court? They were tough semi-finals for the men, weren't they? And the ladies aren't too far away.
They were super tough. And you see the ladies, yeah, you're right, looking on and just trying to pick up some little tips out there and just have a look at the conditions. As we can see, a competitor has just lost his ski coming in there, and it's very, very, very tricky. And once that wind pops up, as we know on the Gold Coast, it really, really comes in. And we just have a look. We'll just check out the replay and go through all the fun and the action that we just saw just a moment ago.
Yeah, semi-final number 2 of the Ocean Man. We saw a few of the boys decide to go all the way to the right-hand side or the northern end as you look at the arena. Zachy Morris led early. Joe Collins built into it. The French did a fantastic job, as did the Brits. And it was, well, I don't know how much you can take from that one from the top 2 men, but for the rest of the field, there's a couple of guys I'm very, very excited about heading into this final, and I think there's a few of them that could play spoiler. I don't know if we're going to see anything but an Australian or Kiwi winner, but there's 5 or 6 men who can finish in the top 10 who'll be very competitive, and I'm excited about this race. I really, really cannot wait to see this final this afternoon. It's one of the events I'm looking forward to all weekend long. Oh, a little bit of back and forward, push and shove. I thought Joey Collins and Kev Morris were dancing for a second there, and you can see the smiles on their face. They were doing it very, very comfortably.
Well, this is where you learn, isn't it? You learn for the final, you do those things, so Kev will be like, I am staying out of the way next time. And you also saw that, actually, Joe just had a little bit of hydration. Very, very smart. He knows it's a long course, and not only has he have to get through this race, he's got the whole day to get through, and also tomorrow as well. So I think seeing that, he's thinking about not only now, but he's also thinking about the future to make sure his body is ready to go.
Yeah, great skills from both these men on the way home. That was semi-final number 2 of the Ocean Man. The Ocean Women coming up next, and we've had a bit of a change in the program. Ty Dowker, talk to us about what's happening.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's drama aplenty. I'd say safety never takes a holiday, and that's also in competition. So what's happened is our southern arena, where we just had the Ocean Man, it's actually with that northeast wind, it's pushing a lot of the craft into the boat arena. So it's been a great decision by the officials. They're going to move from the southern arena up to the northern arena for the Ocean Women, but they're also going to go back to a traditional course. So it's a rectangular course. They'll lead with, for the female event of the Ocean Women, they will go back to the M shape for the final. So safety, paramount, as with anything in Lifesaving, moving the course north, staying a format of the rectangular traditional format, but they will be back for the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman final in an M-shaped course later on today.
We love it, Ty, there. It looks like, mate, the wind might be getting a little bit stronger as well as the day goes on. It's really starting to blow.
Yeah, most definitely, and it's quite interesting because the tide's starting to drop as well. And we spoke about this morning, and you know, we looked at yesterday, and Courtney and myself were in the booth yesterday, and the conditions. I probably rated the conditions yesterday probably a 4 or 5 out of 10. Today, with that increase in that northeast wind, and an increase in swell up to 1.3 metres, it's probably about a 7 or an 8 now. So skills pay the bills, and what I love about these conditions is, you know, they've come from the pool arena, where pretty much your fastest person wins. In these conditions, you've got the nounce as well, so the ability to be smart and race fast to get the overall result. We've got some cracking finals coming up later on today, but more importantly this morning, it's all about qualifying and getting through the numbers.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Ty. Thank you for that insight. And as always, we'll go back down to the beach to Ty all day long. He is really one of the best in the business, former coach, former athlete himself. Let's take a look at the results. This is our top 10 there. Morris, Collins, LeBrun, No, Phillips, Murphy, Davidson, Alonso Ruiz, Senfen there from Switzerland, Mies from Canada, and Ryan Cotter from Ireland. I think we're taking top 12 all up through to the final, so we'll wait to see who the other 2 are there. But that is a quality field. Impressive. The men in 3, 4 and 5, very, very impressive there. Never count out the South Africans, like you said as well. They're used to these windy conditions, very good on the ski, a rich history of ski paddling, downwind paddling in South Africa there. Last time at the World Championships, Keeling from South Africa got the win in the ski race. So they'll be good late in this Ocean Woman event, that is for sure, and we love to see it there. From the guys to the girls, Ocean Woman coming up, but it wouldn't be possible to run a World Championships without our partners and our strategic partners. A big thank you to everybody there. Kurrawa Surf Club, Race 1, Ampol, Event Co. And for all results, draws, points, go to liveheats.com, search 2024 Lifesaving World Championships there. Get on the socials as well. I think it's 2024 Lifesaving World Championships on Instagram, Facebook. There's another Facebook one floating around. Make sure you get the right one there as well. Become part of the conversation there. Let us know what you want to see. Let us know what you're enjoying. Add some photos there. It is one of the best sporting communities anywhere in the world, and we love to hear from you. If you're watching from the other side of the world, if you're in Europe, if you're in the US, if you're in Africa, let us know, because we're having an awesome time here on the beautiful Gold Coast. Where else would you rather be? This place, it's second to none. You've lived here for a very, very long time, Courtney. I just dip in and bail out every now and again. I love it when I come down here, and this stretch of sand is truly iconic.
It is, yeah, iconic it is. There's been so many big, incredible races that have happened along this sand. A lot of memories being made, and as we saw, there was a public holiday on the Gold Coast yesterday. You just saw everyone out and about enjoying the beach. I still can't believe it's winter. It's the last day of winter today, but as we saw look at these beautiful drone shots, it's absolutely incredible. We've got the Oasis just behind there I'm sure at the supermarket there, I'm sure all the Powerade, all the bars would have been absolutely sold out, all the ice, everything would be sold out there. But Kurrawa Surf Club doing an incredible, incredible job. They've also got an amazing cafe up there, and sausage sizzles, all those kind of things. We'll probably pop in there, we'll slip out really quickly and get something to eat in a second. But the setup's incredible. The boats are off to the south a little bit there, so they're up and happening, and just waiting now for the ocean women, as Ty gave us an incredible insight to what's happening. We've got the eyes and the ears, the man on the sand, don't we? Yeah,
so just for a little bit of insight off that shot there, they've just moved everybody a little bit to the north, that northerly pushing the athletes down the beach. You can see the original setup was a little bit to the left of that shot there, so they've moved them up to the right, the northern end there. That wind will it kind of just lets them sort of a little bit of safety, but they've got a little bit of leeway as they come back round as well. So that course has been moved up back to the traditional. I like that for the heats because they'll get run a little bit faster. They can get in and out, no dramas at all. They'll head out and around and straight back in, and not having to go through the break twice just makes things a little bit easier. And then when we get to the important stuff this afternoon, the finals, that is when we will run the traditional Ocean M course, and we can see a few of our competitors getting fired up, ready to go. The Indonesians there ready to go as well. So we cannot wait. Singapore, ready to go in this next one. And we've got an absolute cracker of a field here. A couple of the big names, as we saw in the last one. The Australian ski champion of Naomi Scott in there, Molly Shivnan of New Zealand. Holly Mayne, I wrote an article earlier in the week about this event, and I think Holly Mayne could be one of these girls who are not from Australia and New Zealand who could really shake things up. She's racing out of the US. Elise Donignon from France, she trains out here as well. So we're starting to see a few of these international competitors who come out here, train out here, get their experience, level up, go back to their home country, back to their home club, level up around there, and the whole sport rising. And as you say, a rising tide lifts all boats, and we've seen that over the last couple of years. The sport is growing on a level that I've never seen before. Oh yeah, it's so exciting to see, and also it passes down into the younger age group as well. You know, you've got your start nippers that are under 8s when you start doing the wage. You can actually start under 6s, Don't do it.
and they every Sunday, parents, and then you go through the ages, and you start getting your heroes and you be inspired. So the amount of kids that will end up watching, it's just it moves through the whole sport, as you said before. As we said, the action has been happening all week long. Yesterday here on the sand we had the youth national team competition. They're at the pool today, racing the pool events. Courtney, you were here. We're just taking a look at some of the highlights. A few of the locals dropped by to say hi, and what a day on the Gold Coast it was. The best youth athletes from
around the world doing their thing in one of the most beautiful locations around the world.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, just seeing those whales, it's just, they're so calming, aren't they? And we did see a few of the athletes, it was a very tricky, even though it was a beautiful, smooth morning. And we just see Lani Waller there. She did very well yesterday, and she had a big program, but it was just enough to kind of take the athletes out. The rescue tube, that is one hard race, isn't it? It was really, really tough, especially for the draggers as well when they were coming in. As we can see on screen here, we had a couple of thrills and spills, a couple of people falling over. I think this is the team. I think Japan fell down just before. We might see that in a moment.
God.
Yes, and we saw that a couple of times on replay. So it was very, very tough out there for the crew.
Yeah, huge day of racing. Who impressed you the most? I'm going to say outside of Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, I absolutely felt the girls from Spain in that the youth board rescue, they were incredible. They were on the southern side. They came through, and their interview with Grant down the beach was phenomenal. They were crying. They were struggling to say something because they were so happy, and all their teammates came in. So we also saw South Africa in the beach titles as well. They actually took out the men's and the women's. So they got together. They did the chair up on the armchair at the end there. The celebrations were high and mighty. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I was at work, missed a little bit of it, but what I did see, blow-ups and disappointment all around, but what I did see from the young lady from South Africa who got the win is just how much it meant to her. She was crying, she was emotional, and sometimes I think we get a little bit, maybe we're a bit cold to it, and what it does mean to come here and potentially get a win against a couple of the girls that maybe you look up to and maybe that you don't think you're as good as, but some of these ladies came here and really produced, and it was super impressive. I was impressed. The French girls, unbelievable. The way they performed out there. There was a few waves that shook a few events up as well. I saw those board rescues, these board races as well. This really sort of created a few hiccups for a few of the girls there. And Nikita Nissan-Saren there on that left-hand side pushed down one and did a fantastic job. Didn't get the win, but big points for France. And that's what it's about. They're coming. The internationals are coming, and it is not just Australia versus New Zealand anymore. It is truly an international sport, and we love to see it. And that's the real push and shove there. Those two are going sideways, and the rest of the nations are like, thank you very much. We are out of here.
This race was absolutely beautiful. The way, I think his name's Matthew Brody it could have been, and the way he spoke, the emotion, he said he believed in himself, that he could do it, and it was just incredible. It was so inspiring to watch, and yeah, all the way that all the interviews made you feel yesterday was incredible. And as you said before, the internationals, they are watching and learning. They're watching the Australians, they're watching the New Zealand, and they are getting better and better. So, all you need to do is watch on TV, watch this live stream, pick up a few little bits and pieces, and it's all about trying to try and improve, and it's fantastic. And that's why I love the live stream, because a lot of athletes can watch themselves and improve.
Yeah, and that's been the big jump in surf sports over the last couple of years, the ability to go back, watch your races, learn like professional athletes do. And the South Africans in the ski, no surprise for me, one of the greatest paddling nations in the world, without a shadow of a doubt. We can see that was the Beach Flags final there. You can see the emotion, the tears all around, big wins from both of them. And the South Africans they've been great for a long time, and a very, very good surf sports nation. Had some very, very good champions over the years. We've raced the likes of Wade Krieger, but some of the legitimate best downwind ski paddlers of all time have come out of South Africa. And so to see a young South African lad get a win on a ski race, no surprise at all. And there'll be plenty more of those over the future. That is for sure. The ladies just getting ready. They're just getting final instructions from the starter down there on the line. A few changes this morning for the heats, and we're ironing out a few of the kinks at the moment. We'll be back fit and firing for that finals package later on today. The girls, they'll just do the traditional iron course out there, the ocean woman course out there, out around the Cairns, back into the beach, swim, board and ski. Let's take a look at semi-final number 1. Vols from Germany there. Burmester from Denmark, Barry from Ireland, Judith Verzifra from Spain. She spent a lot of time out in Australia racing in the past as well. Shida Sur from Singapore there, Cortine Godmeyer from Canada, Dalhusen from the Netherlands, Xing from Hong Kong, Westergaard from Sweden, Naomi Scott, former Australian champion, and very, very good Ironwoman from Australia. Hednova from the Czech Republic, Hockley from South Africa, Salapa from Austria, Shivnan from New Zealand, Holly Main from the US of A, Dorniong from France, McCloy from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Rigatti from Italy, and Mitsui from Japan. That is semi-final number 1 out there. 12 going through, I think. Final of 24, bigger than we're used to seeing, but plenty of opportunity out there. Big points if you can be at the top of that final, but you can't get any points if you're not in the final. So the first challenge, just qualifying through, give your country a chance.
That's it. You have to get yourself there. That's absolutely right. You can have a look at the program and look at the final at the end of the day, but you have to get through this. You have to get yourself into it, and with these conditions out there, so we can just see one of the New Zealand competitors was talking to Kevin Morrison there, and that might be Molly actually on screen as we pair away from there. But they're getting themselves ready. They've got their caps on. They've got their country clubs on, and they've also got their goggles. So they're all getting ready to go, just getting their last instructions. But yeah, it's going to be a fantastic final. They've got 24 going in, so 24 of the best in the world. And we just see the girls out now. It's all about the sun. The swims are really, really tough on this morning. When we pan out, when we start the race and you see the drone, you can just see how sparkling the water is. And so they've really, really got to make sure they try and really aim to get that line nice and straight, which we know once you get your head in the water, a little bit of fatigue can be really, really hard. But look at that. The jackets are off. The handlers are just grabbing those last jackets, drink bottles, and the girls are fit and ready to go.
Yeah, fired up and prepared to get out and into this one. The girls are set and ready to go there. We can see a couple of the competitors, handlers getting the boards and skis ready to go down. And interesting one here, someone I'm very interested in seeing is Molly Shipman from New Zealand, was part of that Kiwi national team, the Blackfins last World Championships. Got a 4th place in the swim. She's, I would say, more of a swim-based athlete, but gets her opportunity this time in the Ocean Woman event. And how she goes in this one will be very, very important for that Kiwi team, because if she can be up there in that top 2, top 3, they're good points. But if she doesn't have the race that she probably could perform in there, it could be tough for the Kiwi girls there. We know Olivia Corrin's going to be at the top end. She is truly one of the best athletes in the sport at the moment. But it's always, you talk about A athletes, B athletes, and you don't want to have any B athletes out there. I heard Max Beattie talk about that during the week. That has always been the Kiwis' attitude. You don't want to have any weaknesses in your team. And Molly Shipman here gets her opportunity in the toughest event at the competition after being part of the team, mostly as a swimmer for the last couple of World Championships. This is going to be important for her. She needs to get herself out in front in this final and really set her race up. She's got to get herself through this morning and I think calm the nerves.
Yeah, also really great opportunity for Molly to get out in this first race and lose a bit of those nerves, leave them out in the water and get ready for today, because obviously what you just spoke about then, she'd be thinking that in her mind. She's like, okay, these other girls have, won series titles, won, Australian titles, so she's just got to come into her own and be like, you know what? The 3 girls, Olivia, Naomi, and also Lana, before they won those titles, they didn't win anything.
Yeah.
You have to, you know what I mean? Every single athlete, you've got to make that jump. So we're just ready for a start. Molly's out there in the middle there, and as we see, the girls are going straight into those potholes, and hopefully they'll be able to manage that really well. On this northern side, actually, the officials have done quite kindly to them. It's a little bit more shallower, so we might see a little bit more running, and I'm sure most of the girls for this semi-final are probably thinking, thank goodness we are only going out and back once.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A lot less running, that is for sure. This is a good semi-final. I like this one. Dorniong from France and Maine from the US both train out here. Shivnan and Scott in the mix as well. Hockley from South Africa, good competitor. Mitsu from Japan. The Japanese are always super strong, and we'll see Sara Tazaki in the next one. She is going to be someone who'll be, well, I think when the World Championship is decided for national teams, Sara Tazaki will play a massive role in there, because she's going to score bulk points and really shake things up for the Italians, shake things up for the Australians and the Kiwis there, the French, the Great British and the Americans. Sara Tazaki could be the key to it. She has a good weekend. She could take a lot of points off a couple of these nations.
Yeah, she certainly can. And she also trains alongside Naomi and also Lana as well, and Olivia. So she's got all her teammates out there, and she's been swimming incredibly well. I think, I've been watching her over the Australian titles over the last few years in the Opens, and she's just been just off the medals, but I wouldn't be surprised this year if she gets right in those medals this year. She's improved every year, and you can see Naomi Scott, she is a former Australian and world swim champion, so she's got that beautiful long stroke. She hasn't got the higher higher rating than most of the other girls because she's very tall, got really long arms, but she's got a beautiful technique. And you just see Molly there from New Zealand just sitting in her legs, which I think this is really, as we spoke about before, this is really great experience. She's going to get to know Naomi's kick and really, really get used to, I guess, her body and how it kind of flows in the water, because definitely when we get to that final, I wouldn't be surprised if Naomi Scott's out there just trying to really extend that lead right from the start.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Scott in 1, Shivnan in 2, Holly Main of the US in 3. It looks like Hockley from South Africa in 4, Dordignon from France not too far behind her either, and maybe McCloy out of Great Britain in there in the top 5. A little wave rolls through there, knocks a couple of girls sideways as they go round. They'll travel the string. That's the traditional set of cans for an Australian Ironman or Ironwoman event, but not at the World Championships. We have that Ocean Woman M shape. You'll see that in the final. Australia in 1, New Zealand in 2, the US, South Africa, France, and maybe just behind her as well, Great Britain. So hard to see in this shine, but the ladies we thought would come to the fore in this one have all jumped to the front almost immediately there, and sometimes the cream rises to the top early. They set that race up and then really take the foot off the accelerator, don't they?
Yeah, having a look at this at the moment, the pace is actually quite on. So Naomi Scott's leading that pace at the moment. She wants a really good hit out, and I wouldn't be surprised if she went into this having that plan, thinking she would have had a big 2 days in the pool. Very good swimmer, not only in the surf but in the pool as well. So she might need, doing this as a warm-up and really wanting, again, we talk about blowing out those cobwebs, getting rid of the lactic acid. She might just pick up a little bit back off that wave there, and she's just looking behind now. We see there's a little, I have to say, the swell looks a little bit more consistent than what we've seen this morning. So the 2 girls out in front, Australia and New Zealand, just going to now extend their lead a little bit. We might have France then again, or Great Britain there coming in 3rd. Again, it's very difficult to see on those surf conditions, but they'll take this, milk that all the way in, and we'll go from there. But we actually are so lucky because we actually have Ty Dowker who's going to fill us all in.
Yeah, guys, we're about to have the girls come past, and here they come now. You spoke about Naomi Scott and also the cadence in their swimming. To me, it's getting a little bit colder down the beach here as well, but the black fins up and about after a great day in the pool. Naomi Scott coming through as well. But the interesting thing you spoke about was it looked like the consistency. And what that is the wind, because it's about a 6 or 7 second period, the swells are really close together as well. So they're going to be hard to pick up, but also hard to hold. As you see, New Zealand through in 1, Naomi Scott, and then Great Britain. Talk about Great Britain. What about performance in the youth of Charlotte Hart? She finished 2nd in the Ocean Woman in the youth. And number 1 priority, qualifying through the heats, and then final this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Ty. You are spot on down there. Conditions tough, and it's starting to change. And those waves so close together, they not only make it tough to get on the way, it's tough to get through on the way out, but so difficult to pick up on the way home, because when you get a little run on the board or the ski or even swimming, you start to run up the back of the one in front of it. So you really don't get that flow that you'd like to see more than anything. Our Irish competitor there making her way around, that's Barry from Ireland, made a long trip out. Great to see. Well, they've come from all over the world at the moment. The Canadian there, fantastic swim from her. Cortia Godmar works her way through, but our leaders, that's Shivnan on the left, black cap of the Black Fins. Naomi Scott, the green and gold of the Australians, not too far behind either. Still looks like Holly Main working her way and into it. The Canadian through transition, not too far behind her as well. Maybe Salapa of Austria, the Singapore athlete there, and Burmeister of Denmark really getting the job done. A great way to set up this race. You can see how far they're starting to work their way back to those cans. They've gone a long way up. To use that wind, you don't want to be fighting against it heading towards that first can, do you? You want to be working with it. That's Dalhusen from the Netherlands working her way into the water at the moment. And these ladies have done a fantastic job to set themselves up. Herdnova from Czech. And then it looks like maybe Regatta there as well from Italy working their way around. So the Italians, strong start in the pool. They've had a couple of good results in the Ocean Man event, and they're looking to back it up here in the Ocean Woman.
Yeah, the girls are all looking really good at the moment. Definitely, as you said before, they really want to set themselves up. As soon as they run in, just take themselves a little bit off to the left, which is off to the north, just so they can, because it is a lot easier when you're running in to take that diagonal route, more so than being out in the, as you said before, out in the ocean and trying to go against that runners. But as we see, there's a couple little runners, and we see the 2 girls, Naomi Scott, making the better most of that runner coming through. And we saw actually Zach Morris and Joe Collins. We saw how much, as we just see, coming through. And you can see how much the distance they can make on these runners. And when we come to the final, the wind's only going to pick up throughout the rest of the day. So there'll be more runners. And as you said before, you made a really great point. You're not comfortable out there the whole way. This is not going to be your smooth, nice, rolling waves. You're going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be bumpy, so it's really making sure you're really aware of every single stroke that you do.
And for everyone watching, why they're not sort of running back towards the camera there, it seems like they're cutting across the waves, is course management. They're trying to take the best line on the way home while still trying to pick up a little push from those runners coming through. So your ability to get a run, maybe make a little turn, just like Naomi Scott's doing there, to get across, and keep that line, but get the most out of the wave you possibly can. It's a real skill and something you've got to practice, something you were very good at, Courtney. How hard is it to be able to, get back to that flag, not get run down all the way down the beach just because it's easier and not have to run further than you really need to?
Yeah, it's really tricky. You've got to take that all into consideration, even though you're focusing on the moment right now, what's happening, but you've also, in the back of your mind, you've got to look towards what's up next and set yourself up. So there's hundreds of decisions that you make out there, but we've actually going back to tie on the sand.
But what I love about this is we've got here. Got Rigardi out there at the moment now.
We're just struggling to hear Ty just for a second there. Maybe conditions, wind making things very, very difficult. We'll try and re-get the connection. Little change here as well. The handlers have got the skis in the water for the ladies, which is a lot easier, that is for sure. You don't have to pick that ski up, drag it down. For those watching, maybe never seen an Ocean Woman event before, skis basically 6 metres, they're 18 feet kind of thing, 20 kilos, very, very tough, although the weight is coming down over the next couple of years. The specifications have changed for these, so the weight's coming down makes it a little bit easier, but in the wind, dragging that ski in, very, very difficult, that is for sure. That is our Italian competitor, I think. Ty was trying to have a chat with one of the Italian ladies there, Rigardi. She's racing around, Cornelia Rigardi. Italians having a great weekend so far. They're doing a fantastic job. Led the point score after the 2 days in the pool. No surprise for me there. They've been so good for so long. And the pool program in Italy in terms of surf sports is absolutely second to none anywhere in the world. They have some of the best competitions in the world, and they have one of the best race teams in the world.
And what an incredible place to be able to train in Italy. Wow, you'd be certainly carving up after every training session with the best pasta and lasagna in the world, wouldn't you? So they have an incredible team, and yeah, definitely not surprised as well about that pool event. But as we have a look on the split screen, we've just lost split screen there, but the girls just their pacings, they've taken the pace down because now they've set themselves up there in a good position. They're happy where they are, and you can see they've just gone a little bit wide, probably more than usual around that first can, because if you're on the other side, as you said before, Josh, it's very easy to get those they're long crafts, so they can get pushed very easily. So you want to make sure that you're giving yourself a nice round around that can there and coming in. And as we can see right now, the runners are just absolutely made for these surf skis. They probably only have to take a few strokes and they'll be on 1, 2, might only be 4 runners, and then they're going to be home.
And we're talking about the same thing on the board, cutting across here. Those waves are coming towards us, probably from the top to the bottom of the screen. At the moment, you can see Scott managing to hold the line on the way home. That's Burmaster from Denmark going around, and our Japanese competitor Mitsui there. You can see Scott, great shot there, cutting across it there. She's not running straight with the wave because she knows she can get the most out of the wave, head back up to that turning flag and the finishing line as well. And it's a true art to be able to run that one there. Burmeister jumps on, Mitsui as well. These two girls get on, get comfortable, get away, and it's all about ski speed. You see the girls at the top, no ski speed, wave coming through, drama for them, and if you don't have any speed, you're going to get flipped there. Naomi Scott knows it. She's an expert at it. She won the ski race at the Australian Championships not too long ago on the Sunshine Coast. I would say a bit of an upset there. Some of your best ski paddlers maybe missed the final, but Naomi Scott, she had the skills early in the week to get to the final. She had the speed in the final to get it done, and it's not a surprise when you're one of the best in the sport, but at the start of the week, I wouldn't have put money on her getting the win. But you can't take it away from her now. She's the Australian champion.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised that she won that ski. She has been, I think as a ski paddler, probably underrated just because she probably hasn't done the racing in the ski events.
Spot on.
But every time you get to an Ironwoman, I know definitely racing Naomi, I always felt, okay, she's an incredible, like one of the best swimmers.
Yeah.
But I also was like, she is also one of the best ski paddlers. So if you went into Naomi for that ski last, you knew you had to be. I remember I went into, I think, Surfers Paradise, and she was coming just behind me, and I knew I had to get going because she is very, very good on that ski, and I think she's obviously just as good. She has no weakness.
Yeah.
She's so fast across the sand as well, sprint finish. She's going to be right up there, so no weakness, and that just shows her form and how well she's done in the past so far.
Yeah, Scott in 1, Shivnan in 2 as they cross the line. Holly Mayne spends a lot of time out here in Australia as well, not too far away. McCloy from Great Britain, great performance from her as well. So we continue to find stars of surf sports from all over the world at the moment. Great job from all of these ladies. Holly Mayne spends time out at Burleigh, heads Mowbray Park under Michael King there. So almost the whole summer out here in Australia. Went back to the US Championships not too long ago, back out to Australia. High flyers, here's Mitsui, the Japanese competitor. She's up and through. She'll get herself through to the final as well. Dorignon from France will go through. Hockley from South Africa, we missed her. She went up and around, did a great job on that final ski leg. So watch for Hockley in that ski race there. She absolutely flew. A fantastic job all round from these ladies. That is semi-final number 1 of the Women's Ocean Woman event. Reminder, it had to be moved up into the other area. There is still racing going on down in the original arena, and we're going to jump in between the two. The men's surf race is going on at the moment while we wait for the second semi-final of the Ladies Ocean Woman event. It's all happening down here at the 2024 World Championships at beautiful Kurrawa Beach on the Gold Coast. We love to see it. You wouldn't rather be anywhere in the world right now. We are loving it. Board rescues on as well in the water, and that's what we're seeing right now, Courtney Hancock. This is the men's board rescue action. 3 heats, top 6 to go through to the next round.
Oh, I love the board rescue. It's so much fun. And the one thing I love at Worlds with board rescue more than anything else is all the different techniques coming in. So I saw yesterday we had the traditional, what the Australians and New Zealanders do. Everyone's on their stomach, so that's the traditional one. We had another one where 2 competitors, they were both on their stomach but doing the double arm, like butterfly. And then the third one we see a lot of the Europeans do, which is a swimmer who's at the front. They're on their belly doing the traditional, and then they actually have their board paddler on the back doing they're up on their knees on the back of their swimmer. So here we have out in front here, it looks like South Africa doing really, so they've gone for the more traditional technique there, but that's what I love about board rescue. You see all different, and the thing was, I don't know which one was the fastest. They all looked really, really evenly spread out, so it'll be interesting to see how many different techniques we see today.
Yeah, 3 quarterfinals, 6 through. We've already had one. This is number 2 in this one. South Africa out in front, no dramas. We have Canada, South Africa, South Korea, Sweden, Italy, Czech, Belgium and Ireland. That is semi number 2. South Africa look like they'll get it done. Top 6 to go through. Quarter 3 coming up. New Zealand, US, France, Great Britain, Germany and Norway qualified through in quarterfinal number 1. That has been run and done, but have a look at the South African boys. They are loving it. Davidson and Krotzer, they cross the line in first. They'll get themselves through to the final. Great job. High fives all around, and they've done a really, really good effort there. Next up, it looks like it is the Italian team there. They're rolling up and around. The Irish team there. Tommy Breen and Oren Savage. Great job by these 2 gentlemen. Fantastic performance by both these boys here. No dramas at all. They'll be comfortable as they cross the line in second place. We're taking a top 6. So big numbers, giving everyone a bit of an opportunity. We're now running 2 different areas, so that's a good result for these guys. The Canadians as well, we love to see it out there. Jacob Meese and Jude Dean. Both these boys went round in the Ocean Man earlier on, so backing it up, they'll get themselves through as well, and that's what it's all about, just survival to the next round.
Oh, yeah, it certainly is, especially with board rescue. You're all going for a different can, so you've got your can that you are going to. You're not just going for the one. So It's it's going to be really interesting. Kurrawa, every little bit of the ocean out there is a little bit different. Might be a few more potholes on one side, the bank a little bit longer, deeper. So it's really just trying to, I feel like with board rescue, out of all the events, you really need to watch the race before you. A lot of these men out here, as you said before, they did the Ocean Man. So they have very familiar idea what's going out there, and it's just really important because you've got to make your decision where you go. As I said before, you've only got that one can. So we in a moment we might actually get Ty back online and see what he's got for us with a few competitors.
You there, Ty? Who have you got for us, mate?
Yeah, thanks, Josh. So we've already had heat one that we just come down from the Ocean Women event, and that was New Zealand, USA, and France with the top three there, with Great Britain in 4. So we've got 3 heats. There's 6 going through, which gives us 3 6s or 18. They'll then have 2 semi-finals of 9. But Team Canada, you are now through the semi-final. How does that feel?
Yeah, we're really excited. We got 2 crafties out here doing board rescue together, so we're just having a good time. Happy to have made the final in both our Ocean Man, so we're having a good time today.
Good time twice. What about a good time? Let's talk about the swim leg. We're having a good time out there. Challenging conditions, obviously, with that wind up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The conditions are really challenging today. I was lucky enough to train this year with Chugan, down a little bit south on the coast, so these conditions are a little bit like what I'm used to, but a lot of wind today.
Under the guidance of Kelly Margetts, Lindsay down there doing a great job in Chugan. Give us an insight to your surf club back in Canada in terms of conditions there at the beach, and how often you do pool to ocean events.
Yeah, so often it's really a lot of wind swell, so we're very familiar with something like this. So for us, this is just like home. And our pool events, we're working on it. We're getting used to the mannequin. We're trying to get in the pool and have some good relays. So we're working up a program in Canada, so you'll see us near the top soon.
I love that. What about that? Now, in terms of conditions at home, let's talk about water temperature. Obviously, yesterday was 21 degrees. What's it like in the middle of winter in Canada?
In the middle of winter, the water is unswimmable, and in the summer, the water was about 14 degrees in the ocean. So a lot of wetsuits, 5 mils pretty much all summer long, and it is very, very cold.
Well, welcome to the Aussie Spa Bath. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ty, there. Yeah, I can vouch for that. I have been in the water in Canada in the middle of summer, and it is freezing. So the boys do a very, very good job over there, and they've done a fantastic job in that last one, through to the Ocean Man final and then through to the board rescue semis as well. Quarterfinal number 3 in the water: Singapore, Australia, Austria, Japan, Switzerland, Spain, the Netherlands, and Argentina. The Aussies there at the top of the screen, off and away, absolutely flying. Corey Fletcher, Zach Morris, so both the Ironmen we saw from that Ocean Man event into this one, and that's the team for mine. Zach Morris off the beach, nobody quicker. Corey Fletcher, the fastest man on the sand in terms of a surf sports athlete. You combine those two together, very, very impressive team there. I'll run you through the start list. Eddie Hong, Yok Lin, and Dennis Xiao Chen Jat from Singapore. Corey Fletcher, Zach Morris, Christoph Matitz and Tulful from Austria, Yuno and Ayazawa from Japan, Scheinlein and Senfen from Switzerland, Alonso Ruiz and Sanchez from Spain, Van Hoften and Van Grieken from the Netherlands, and Coltry and Romero from Argentina. They are the teams. The Australians are there first. If you haven't watched a board rescue before, swimmer goes out, hand on the can, they raise it right up. That is the signal for the board paddler to go out. They have to go around the can. Both men or women have to be on top of the board on the way home, and they cross the line. It is a true simulation of a rescue, and where Lifesaving started, you're going out to get your teammate, you come back together and cross the line. The best team wins, and sometimes it's not just, and you'd know this better than anyone, Courtney, you've won plenty of these. I've seen you over the years win thousands of them. You may not have the best swimmer and the best board paddler, but if you've got the best team and the most in-time paddling on the way home, that is the key to a board rescue, isn't it?
Yeah, Ty and I spoke exactly that yesterday. It's it's like having that really special bond out there, and 2 athletes that really gel together, and your weight's got to gel, and also the way you stroke your stroke count and everything like that. So if you find that one person that you really mix with, don't lose them because they are very, very hard to find. And I'm really excited to see Corey Fletcher and Zach Morris together. I think if you could pick 2 people in the whole sport,
Maybe that's it.
no matter what club they're from,
100%.
I think you'd almost pick those 2 every single time, and they can run ridiculously fast together too. So no one's going to be slowing each other down, and they're just taking their time at the moment. But it's going to be a very difficult and challenging board rescue final because of this wind. And not only do you have one person on the board, you've got 2. And there's that technique I was talking about a couple of minutes. Yeah, and see, it works very, very well if you practice it. It certainly isn't any slower, so I look forward to seeing all those different techniques.
The one thing about board rescue as well is it's always primed for an upset. There's always a team that comes through because you only get a can. You can't sort of make too much of a deviation in terms of the course. Sometimes you get a good lane, sometimes you get a really bad one, and it's really primed for an upset. And the Japanese team absolutely flying in the centre at the moment. Have a look at them go. They've worked their way past the Australians at the moment. It doesn't look all that fast, but they are flying at the moment. The Aussies are safety first on the stomach, and have a look at the rest of these teams absolutely flying in on the way home. The Australians will get there. The Japanese made it a real 2-horse race. They'll pick up this one as well. They're down on the stomach now, and they'll charge up the beach. They're on that little wave coming through at the moment. The Aussies have done well. It looks safety first, but this is where we could see a real upset in terms of the point score, because if you get knocked out, if a couple of teams get a wave, if you don't make the final, that's 6, 8, 10, 12 points. And this National Teams Cup is going to be decided by 2, 3 points tops, 5 points realistically. So if you lose 10 or 12 in a rescue, that is massive panic stations for a couple of these nations.
I know, there's a lot of pressure, isn't there?
Very much so.
That's why they feel so nervous coming into this, and it's the board rescue is one that can really be won and lost in just a mere moment. And I've seen that through the week, and that those one runners, if you get one off that can, it can really turn into a wave, and a wave that goes straight past all the other competitors. So a lot can happen, and that's why the athletes have to be really, really on every single race. Very focused. They can't get distracted, and because there's a lot on the line. And as we can really see that camera shot pan out there, you can see thousands and thousands of just those lumps out there at the back of the ocean. It's very, very tricky today, but it was nice to see the Canadians talk about, they're in wind a lot.
A lot of wind.
Yeah, same with the South Africans. So I feel like, I'm really stoked that there are a couple of countries like, okay, we're in this every day. They feel confident.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Making the most of it.
Yeah, and that's it. If you've been around something, if you've been in something before, you just have that, the level of stress is a little bit smaller there. And I guess for the likes of you, Courtney, if you get to 20-foot surf, the stress level just goes up ever so slightly, and it's all about levels, new devils, and you've been used to this sort of swell, and these guys are getting used to this sort of stuff. Ty Dowker is on the beach. I think he's with the Spanish team there, a couple of the lads. They've done a great job and got themselves through to the semi-final.
Yeah, they're through the semi-final. I can tell you one thing, there'll be no siestas this afternoon because the Spanish team are up and about. More so from the effort yesterday of the youth females to take out the World Championship in the board rescue. Must be a special moment yesterday for that of Spain.
Oh my God, I see the video in the pool and was like one of the best coming back I have ever seen. Like they go like 5 and they arrive in first, catching really, really good runners. They do a really great job.
And talk me through the technique. Obviously, the lead board putter was lying down. The person behind was a European sort of style technique. Do you find that more effective even in these conditions of the wind?
Yeah, I have done a lot of times that technique. I think if you have a great board and with a lot of volume, it's really fast in surf, in a small surf. Maybe in big one it's not, but today it's not like messy, and if you catch a wave, you're going to win.
Yeah, we love the X factor of the surf, but more importantly, they're going to build a statue of the girls in Barcelona or there in San Sebastian for winning the World Championships of the board rescue. Will they build a statue?
This sport in Spain is not like in Australia. It's a little bit smaller, but for everyone that do that sport in Spain was a big new that have the girls in the top. We already have one on the podium in 2014, the big ones. And I hope this year we have also something in open.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job, and obviously the swimmer over here. How about conditions? Is it when the wind picks up, it becomes difficult to see the swim cans? Did you find that challenging going out to your swim can?
Yeah, it's so difficult because I swim without see the cans, and when I go on the water, then that's my can. So I go to there.
And one last question, have a look around. We might have a little bit of wind on the beach. We've got blue skies, we've got the skyscrapers, the golden beaches of the Gold Coast. How much do you love Australia?
I'm really surprised. It's all very beautiful, but the wind is very difficult for us. I do a lot of in the swimming pool and also in the beach, so I'm also very tired for the pool, and now we have to do the best in the beach also.
Well, they've done a phenomenal job in the pool last 2 days. Now stepping up in the ocean. Well, there you have it. You're through the semi-final. Best of luck to our Spaniards. They're up and about.
Yeah, that was Carlos Ruiz and Javier Sanchez. Great performance from the boys. They've finished in third place. We'll take a look at the replay of that one. The Aussies got it done. Japan in second. Spain in third. The Swiss in fourth. Netherlands and Argentina got themselves through. We say goodbye to Austria and Singapore. So our semi-finals are set. There'll be 2 semi-finals coming up with, it looks like 8 in each. So that will be a great run. We're not too far away from that one either. You can see the changeover from the Aussies. Not perfect, not as fast as we've seen, but good enough for a semi-final or a quarter-final like this. Just get around and get yourself through the next round.
Yeah, they look really good, really relaxed. As we just see those little waves, and as Carlos said there before, he said if you get a wave out the back, you've won it. And it's pretty simple, he's very correct in saying that, because they really hook up to each other. And if you're a great team that paddles well together, like we said before, you're really going to have that great opportunity. So certainly the board rescue is not going to be one and done until 2 athletes are going to be on that board and coming on the way home.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think the race starts at the cans there. That is for sure. The Japanese impressive. I was really impressed with that performance there. It didn't look pretty, but sometimes you don't have to be pretty, you just have to be fast. That is for sure. Take a look at the top 7, and Singapore unfortunately disqualified in that one. We say goodbye to Austria as well, but everybody else survived that one. Argentina, the Netherlands, the Swiss, Spain, Japan, and the Aussies. It's a tough event to do. I call it a bit of a novelty event because you just don't know what you're going to get. It is so hard to win, and every year, I don't think we've had back-to-back winners at any carnivals for a long, long time. And if you can find a teammate that does well with you, you've got to stick with them, because that is half the battle, finding someone you like paddling with there. Big shout out to all our officials as well. They've come from all over the world to make this event possible. It would not be possible without them volunteering their time. A couple of true legends of surf sports down on the sand, making sure all things happen, and our volunteer water safety as well. They do a fantastic job out there. These are the best surf sports athletes in the world, but Mother Nature and the ocean is unpredictable, so we like to make sure that all of our athletes are safe out in the water every single time they put their foot on the line. So a huge thank you to the organising committee of World Lifesaving, and of course our officials and water safety as well. It would not be possible without them. The action continues. Coming up, more of men's board rescue, more of women's ocean woman action not too far away. We will bring you everything we've got. Don't forget the finals package from 1 p.m. this afternoon local time. Make sure you tune back in for that one there. I'll try and bring up semi-final number 2 in the water at the moment for the Ocean Woman event. We will bring you the results when we have them there as well. Courtney Hancock, what's been the highlight so far this morning?
So far, I think... it's a tough one. I think really I just love the interviews with Ty on the beach. I think that's probably my favourite. I love the great passion, the energy, and especially all the athletes from all the different countries that, there's a couple that we interviewed that I've met before, and they're just so lovely, and you can really tell the energy there and the passion they have for this sport is so beautiful, and it really makes you, sometimes you can get really serious and focus on racing and this and that, but there's so much else with our sport. And so I think listening to the interviews, I love my favourite interviews are when the athletes and competitors are really raw and they don't think about what they're saying. They just let it all out, and they can be disappointed, really happy, excited. It really fills your cup for the rest of the day. So I'm really excited. I love seeing those interviews, and so the more interviews, Ty, the better.
And I'm with you as well. And I like the racing part of it. I like the competitive part of it, but I actually just like the celebration part of what we're doing here and coming together as a movement and getting it done. And it's about stories and people that have come from places that you'd never expect, from all over the world, landlocked countries, that they haven't been in the ocean for a long time. They come to Australia, they get it done. It's about the stories of these athletes and the things that they're doing that make it truly special. And we're gonna hear plenty more stories throughout the weekend, that is for sure. We're going to have plenty of champions come through this coverage, and so far it's been absolutely fantastic. Last time the board rescue was run and done, it was the Australians that got it in both the men's and the women's. That was 2 years ago in Italy. No interclub competition since 2018 down in Adelaide, and that was the Currumbin Vikings for the men and the Northcliffe ladies for the women there. So we'll see that competition later in the week. If you're just tuning in, you're not really sure of what's happening. National teams racing over these couple of days. We've had a couple of days in the pool, a couple of days in the beach in the Opens. The youth have been at the beach the last few days. They're at the pool right now. And then the interclub competition kicks off over the next couple of days once we hit Tuesday, and rolls through. So that's racing for your club teams, and a lot of these international competitors, they'll go back and put a different cap on and race for their club team. That is how you crown those individual event world champions. This is finding out who the best nation in the world is. That one will be about finding out who the best athlete in the world is, and it's a festival of surf sports, isn't it? 3 full weeks of action. Everything you could ask for is getting run and done, and we're not too far away from the semi-finals of the board rescue coming up for the men.
It is a festival, isn't it? I tell you what, you all need to get down here. Make sure you get here early. Grab yourself a park and make sure you look how many hours it is as well. Because I was getting a park, I said 3 or 4 hours. I was like, no, I'm going to be here a lot longer than that. So make sure you check that out. And slip, slop, slap as well. Make sure, even though it is windy and it might be a little bit colder down there, make sure you get that sunscreen on. Stay out of the shade as well. All the important stuff that's out there. But as we can just see, we've got our semi-final for the men's, quarterfinal, or should I say?
Semi for the men.
Up.
Yeah, board rescue. The second of the Ocean Women's semi-finals has been run and done. The results for those: Lana Rogers of Australia through Olivia Corrin from New Zealand, Sarah Tazaki from Japan, Kelsey Cummings, a great athlete from the US, Leroy Thijs from France, Warris Mills from South Africa, Gerbhardt from Germany, Fusset from Spain. That is your top 8 to go through. We're waiting for a couple more. Of course, there has been a change, and we've had to move those Ocean Women events up out of the main arena due to safety. So that's why we didn't bring you that second one there. We're bringing you the board rescues at the moment. A few changes because of the wind. We're doing our best to bring you everything we can down here at the World Lifesaving Championships 2024 on the beautiful Gold Coast, and we are not too far away. Board rescue races are up next, and if that last one's anything to go by, they're going to be super tight. Even the Australians, they weren't that far in front of the Japanese and the Spanish in their quarterfinal, and I know they weren't all in. They weren't going at 100, but Japanese look very, very good, and I think they're a roughie for this one.
They're very, very good, aren't they? And I noticed they're really good at the technical things. I noticed that in the beach flags as well, and they're very light and fast and zippy. Yep. So board rescue, it's short and sharp. You really need to be on right from the start. And semi-finals of this board rescue, this is the business end, because remember, they don't take as many. There's not too many cans out there, so you can only fill, we can't add an extra can out there, so you can only fill that up to 8 spots. So 4 and 4 from each semi-final. So if you get a super tough semi, which when you get to a semi-final, everyone's good, it's very, very tough to make. So we'll, all those men, they'll be nice and ready and warmed up, ready to go. They've got their jackets on now, and it's going to be really interesting semi-finals coming up.
Yeah, we're not too far away. Ty Dowker, he is down on the beach. He looks like he's found a few people to have a chat with. Ty, what's happening down on the sand?
Yeah, guys, just getting organised for that of the board rescue coming up. But we talk about international flavour, not only the athletes and the teams, but also the officials, all the way from, he's an Aussie from Brighton in South Australia, to all the way to Germany as well. So a bit of an insight to that of Germany. How do you feel being over here in Australia, the beautiful Gold Coast, being an official?
Yes, it's my third time in Australia. I also was in Lawn 2006 and Adelaide 2012. But this is the biggest adventure here for me, to see the Gold Coast. And
we spoke, we mentioned yesterday about getting here. We're looking at 20 to 30 hours of travel to arrive in Australia. Is that about right in terms of travel time?
Yes, we have travel time. We had travel time before in Singapore, and we have travel time after the Interclub, and it will be a great time.
Will be a great time, and had some phenomenal performances from Germany in the pool with world records the last 2 days as well. look down the camera there and a big shout out. You can speak in German as well because we are on YouTube going around the world. What would you like to say to all your home families back at home in Germany and also your surf and lifesaving clubs?
Ja, viele Grüße an alle deutschen Teilnehmer hier, insbesondere die deutsche Nationalmannschaft, die heute hier noch am Start ist. Aber es gibt auch viele Teams, die in den nächsten Tagen die Interclub-Wettbewerbe bestreiten. Und natürlich Grüße nach Hause an alle Daheimgebliebenen.
I think that was, I'm not coming back to Germany because I love Australia so much, but how good is that? Now, from an Aussie accent all the way back to South Australia in Brighton.
What have I got to say?
Shout out down the camera all the way to South Australia.
Yeah, hi South Australia. It's really great up here at the Worlds. One of the best I've been to, and go the Aussie guys.
There you go. Go the Aussies, go the Germans. Have a great day, and we love what the officials do here at the World Championships.
Thanks, Ty. We gave them a wrap, that's for sure, and they've done a fantastic job down there. I don't speak German, but I feel like they're having a great time down here, and that's what it's all about. It's all the internationals have come out. He said it's an adventure, and it's been an adventure for a lot of us down here. That is for sure. Has getting it done there with the binoculars, making sure the course is set properly. So we're not too far away from the semi-finals of the men's board rescue national teams competition. Let's take a look at some highlights from the action so far, and there's been plenty. It has been absolutely spectacular, the racing. Kicked things off this morning, the Ocean Man and Ocean Women events. Now we're into the board rescue. Corey Taylor was on fire. Race 1, the defending world champion there. He was, I don't even want to say he was at 50%. I don't even think he was at 50%, and he dominated it there. That is Joey Collins and Zach Morris. They were in semi number 2. They look comfortable as well. They were just operating in first gear.
I reckon these athletes jumping ahead to next weekend.
Yeah.
Fantastic for them to have a hit out as well. So they're getting a couple of rounds of racing in, and you've got all the other athletes that'll be straight in, nice off season really. So the opportunity for all these athletes to be out here racing, not only getting a hit out, but they're representing their country. So very, very special. And as we move into it, is the Ocean Woman, as we know, had to get moved across to that north side. Lucky we have Ty on the beach who's keeping us updated with everything. And there we have Holly and Naomi out there in front doing very well. And board rescues, which we will continue into those semis, which will definitely see the rating hit up, and we'll definitely be seeing this going to be very, very tight. Might even see a few sprint finishes, I think, because the waves are picking up more consistently, and we might see a few of the teams all on one wave together.
I think you're spot on. The Kiwis won quarter 1, the South Africans won quarter 2, and the Aussies got it done in quarter final number 3. This is the team of Zach Morris and Corey Fletcher working hard on the way home there. Fletcher on the back. He might be I don't want to say the most improved athlete, but he went from being in that top tier to being the absolute, maybe the best athlete in surf sports in terms of all-round ability. Best ski paddler, best board paddler almost in the country last year. He's putting it together in the Ironman. He can swim, he can run. There, if you're going to build a prototype athlete, he is the man, and I think he just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And he burst onto the scene a couple of years ago. He had a few years where the results probably didn't come like he would have wanted to. Went back to square one, reset, reevaluated what he's doing, went again, and it is really paying off now. And I can't speak highly enough about Corey Fletcher because he's not a star of the future, he's a star of right now, and he's on absolute fire at the moment. And we will see in one of these semi-finals of the board rescue coming up.
Yeah, we've seen him so many times, that sprint finish, haven't we? He's phenomenal. I think you take even a quarter of his speed and you'll still be the fastest person on the sand. So it's a great asset for him to have that. And speaking to him last season, saying he was actually a beach competitor before he was actually in the water. So that's very, very scary and a great, great asset to have on the Australian team. I mean, for an athlete to be able to do everything, it's, very, very rare. He's a rare athlete, and I just feel like he's really found his own. I think, the sport, he probably was maybe a little bit, I'm more of a speed specialist. Maybe mentally he felt that. So the longer distance, he might have, not had that confidence. But it's been so wonderful to see him this season really shine, and he is a shining athlete. So he won multiple sprint finishes, but not only from being on the wave, from being a wave behind athletes. He's incredible. He is so incredibly fast. But not only that, on the beach, he really as you said, in the ocean too. But the one thing we have to say about Corey Fletcher is, yes, he's fast and yes, he's brilliant across all areas, but he gives it a go. You can see with those sprint finishes, you can be fast, but potentially maybe some athletes don't give it that 110. He is always giving 110, and I think that's why so many people have so much respect for him and look up to him.
Yeah, that's it. And I think maybe that partnership with Michael King, Kingy's traditionally been a coach who big volume, big endurance, and Corey's been a speed athlete, maybe didn't have that back end and didn't have that endurance. And I think those two have found their sort of, Michael's put in enough work to him there that it's allowed him to have a really strong sort of complete race, but he's managed to find that speed again, and now it's the best of both worlds. And I think that's a great partnership between a coach and an athlete, doing the work, doing enough to get it done, but having that front end speed there and not getting too flat. And I think those two have absolutely found the perfect balance in there. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes this summer. This semi-final of the men's board rescue is super tough. This is not one you want to be in. Random draw, obviously, and we'll take a look at the lineup here. The Australians there in lane number 1. So on that far right-hand side, Fletcher and Morris. Wolkoff and Hoffman of Germany in 2 there. Norway, Besagny and Jensen, the Norwegian boys. Ireland, Breen and Savage there. The French, Lesser and Tissa from lane 5. Czech there, Pekka and Richter. The Swiss team, Sandro and Cyril there of Switzerland. The Canadian boys, Jacob and Jude going, and Brian Murphy and Alexander Cole of the USA down at the bottom. 9 teams to go. So 9 teams in this one, top 4 to go through. Going to be very, very difficult. This is a much tougher semi-final than the other one, I think. I think you'd rather be sitting on the beach and watching this one go, because there's a couple of teams here I thought that would be very, very competitive in that final. The French, obviously the Germans, the Australians there, obviously the Canadians and the US. That's 5 teams that I would have thought would be in the final, and we're going to say goodbye to at least one of them. Yeah,
definitely. It's really tight in that board rescue. As you said before, there's, depending on the position on the line where you are, it can be really, really tricky. You can have a bad line out, you can have a good line out, but you really just got to make sure you focus on your can where it is. So we've just got Zach Morris, who took the goggles off, having a little bit of rest, might be a little bit more of a weight, and that's always the worst thing, isn't it? A competitor, when you're on the line, they said, okay, you've got 5 minutes, but here we go. Officials got hand up in the air. We'll see our competitors in a moment. In 3, 2, 1, and they are off.
Good call there. Alexander Cole from the US off and away. Jude Dean from Canada beside him. As we look from the left to the right, there's Switzerland there, 3 in from the left-hand side. The Czech, France, Irish, Norwegian, German and Australian teams. That's left to right. The Aussies often flying on that far right-hand side as Morris goes under one, stays under for a long, long time there. He'll pop up in that clean green. 1 more to negotiate and he's off and away and absolutely flying at the moment there. Pretty strong start, maybe 3 in there from the Irish team there. Savage has done a great job. They sit maybe in second place, and down on this far left-hand side, the Canadians as well have got off to an absolute fly there, along with the Americans. So at the moment, Australia in 1, Ireland in 2, Canada and the US in, maybe the US and Canada in 3 and 4, and then you could throw a blanket over the rest of the teams. Maybe the French, starting to go to work there, and you can see as those cans come into shot, the Australians are headed for the red and yellow. The Irish look like they're going towards the orange, the blue and white or the yellow for the French, and the Americans have got a long, long way to come back on the left-hand side. Into the changeover, they'll throw one arm over the top, one arm high into the sky. Morris is there first, the Irish are there second, the French are there third, the Americans are fourth, and that's our top 4 heading onto the board. The board paddlers are off and away there. That's Brian Murphy for the US team, 4th to the cans. He'll head in. Board goes down with a couple of bunny hops there. That's Corey Fletcher onto the stomach. Safety first. You'll see him stand up, jump up and over that one there. Good skills to negotiate that little break, and the rating a lot higher than the rest of the boys around him. There are the Norwegians there on and away, and you can just see the difference in technique. Not using the arms there, the Norwegian lad. You've got to use the arms there. It's like running. When you see those runners go, they're pumping their arms and the power's going through their legs. Board paddling's the same. They're pumping the legs and that power's going through their arms. So you like to see it there, but still out in front. The Australians doing a fantastic job. Ireland in second. And the Americans work their way into third. The French not too far away in fourth place as well. So a great paddle. And the big surprise packet so far has been that Irish team. They've been absolutely flying so far. We can watch them come into the change in the centre of the screen. He ducks under, gets on and away, and the Australians are headed for home. Absolutely on fire. Corey Fletcher on the back, Zach Morris on the front. You can see the rating goes up, the nose starts to dip. They'll push down it, and very relaxed there from Zachy Morris. He looks across and knows that these two are out in front. This looks like the race for qualification. The Irish at the top of that second group. The French in there with one of them on their knees working on the way home. The Aussies have got a wave out in front. Keep the nose up. Keep yourselves out of trouble and you're through to the final. And smiles all around for these two boys. They'll be enjoying this, that is for sure. The next three looks like it's almost set there. The Irish, the French, the Americans come into shot. They've just got, nosedive. The board goes under, pops up. You need the board for the finish. You can see Brian Murphy swings around, grabs it. They're the kinds of mistakes you don't want to have because it'll allow the rest of the teams back into it. But no doubting our winners out in front at the moment. Australia in one. The race for second, third, fourth and fifth, remembering only 4 teams will go through to the final from each semi, and the Australians have through. They've locked it in. The Irish, they have been the find of this semi-final. Great paddle for them. The French are there as well. The Americans, they will get themselves a spot in the final also. And that is all she wrote. We say goodbye to everybody else, and what a semi-final it was. And in the end, it was pretty clean cut. The poor old Canadians, they will go home without a final spot. They'll be in the B final later on this afternoon. So a reminder that everybody in these events will go through to the B final as well. That will be the Swiss team, the Norwegians, the Germans and the Canadians. Great paddling all round from these men. The Australian, super dominant. Ty Dowker's down on the beach. I'm sure he'll be grabbing a couple of guys to have a chat with, and we're not too far away from having a chat with them as the Norwegians make their way in. A great job there on those very famous colours of Shannon Eckstein working their way back to the beach, the green and orange there, and the Norwegians, a great job. Very tough to do board rescue, and they've done a great job. Ty Dowker down on the beach. Who have you got to have a chat with down there, mate? Oh, he's just out setting up. We're not too far away from Ty. We'll continue to watch the Norwegian lads work their way up and across the line. A fantastic performance from these boys. They've done a good job. They'll be in the B final later on this afternoon, and semi-final number 2 is not too far away. Ty, I think you've got the Irish boys down there. They will be singing and celebrating that one. They were on fire.
Well, we talk about the luck of the Irish. They needed no luck there. And what about this? We mentioned the name Savage, and Will Macho Man Savage, a great Ironman, only trains down the road. But what about that of a swim performance and also Breen? But more important, listen to this one because I love the accent of the Irish. You're through to the final. How does that feel?
Yeah, we're delighted. We came here hoping to get to the final, and so we'll give it our best shot. We got a bit of a dump there on the way in, but we're just delighted to get through now.
What are these conditions as well? We spoke about getting dumped coming in. It's that tide's running out. It'll have a little bit more punch on that shore. Do you get much conditions or many conditions like this back in Ireland?
Oh, this is very similar to onshore, side shore. So maybe not the power in the way underneath in our feet. Maybe the potholes when you're running in, but very, very similar.
Phenomenal swim. Obviously, final coming up, and then obviously there's 3 parts to that of a board rescue: the swim, the board, and the ability to come home. Now, Breen, he's probably one of the best-looking roosters as well from the Ireland team as well. He's got the curls, the blonde hair, and I tell you what, you've got great support over in Ireland as well. Look down at that of the camera, and a little bit of a shout-out to all those in Ireland supporting you guys.
Yeah, I know some of the lads are all at home. Actually, most of the boys, I think, are in the pub, so I think they're watching. One of the boys is in Portugal as well. I think, I'm pretty sure my mother and father are asleep, but I know one of our old coaches from home, he's up watching, having a few pints. So this one goes out to you. We're into the final, so let's go all the way.
Let's go away now. Your home clubs, are you both to the same club or different clubs? What's the makeup back in Ireland?
Yeah, no, we're both from the same club, grew up together all our life. Always swam, surf, the whole shebang. So we side by side with each other every day, never leave each other's side really.
What about the stories we're going to have in the pub in 20 years' time over a Guinness? And the boys are sitting here and you're replaying the YouTube live. What about that moment in 20 years' time?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty hectic. I think, we're trying to build a name for ourselves and starting our careers. So I think this is a good start so far, so we're ready for it.
Well, rip in, boys. Second to Australia, and they look pretty nervous, the Australian team, looking over their shoulder, seeing the Irish on the run. Bet the final, and what a great story.
Cheers, thank you.
I've never wanted a team to win more. Big shout out to all the boys in the pubs in Ireland watching surf sports. That is what it's all about. You love to see it, and they did well. Like, it's not a chance. And there's the surf pumps in Ireland. There's some of the best big waves spots anywhere in the world, but I think it's one of those places that you don't think surfing, surf sports, anything like that, but there's good surfers that come out of there. There's good athletes that come out of there, some great swimmers over the years as well, and they just love having a good time, the boys, and I want to see Ireland do very, very well. They're into the final. They've got a shot. All you need is a lane. Courtney Hancock. Wouldn't it be something if there was an upset like that?
Oh, absolutely, and I think it's... I tell you what, if I was out there at board rescue, I'd just be laughing the whole time. You know, my mum and dad's asleep. My coach, he's probably having a pint. My other friend, he's probably out at the pub, and they just really have a good time. I think they have a really nice work-life balance, I think, by the sound from the Irish. So brilliant, but it would be like the girls that won from Spain yesterday. They were incredible. And speaking of Spain, that looks like they're out in front at the moment. So well done to the crew. They really love that double technique that we've spoken about, and it works very, very well for them.
I think we're calling it the European technique there. It's still absolutely flying at the moment. Yeah, they've done a fantastic job so far. Out in front, the South African boys there. Oh, just keep it up. They've done really, really well. New Zealand, Sweden, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Japan, South Africa, Spain, Belgium, and Argentina. We take a look. Here come the Spanish, and we gave them a massive rap, and then they've just sent one down the mine. A big, big nosedive there. Out in front at the moment, the South African boys absolutely flying. But where are the Kiwis? That's what I want to see. Where are the Kiwis? The big, there they are there. No dramas at all from the Kiwi boys. So South Africa across, New Zealand across. I think the Spanish lads have managed to get themselves back together for a third place there. So we're chasing one more on the way home, and it might be the Japanese. You've got to cross together, and you both got to have hold of the board there. Don't go there. Oh, he's across, and maybe the Spanish have missed out because of that one. So we'll wait and see who has got the nod in the end, but drama aplenty. The Spaniards look happy and home there, but one nosedive, and that can be all over Red Rover for these guys. What about that? They won't be cheering in the bars of Spain, that's for sure, but they will be in Ireland because they're through to the final, and they will be in Japan because they did a fantastic job. Difficult rules here in board rescue. You've both got to be holding the board as you cross the line, so that is why our friend there from Japan was really waiting, and as soon as he grabbed it, bang, across the line there. But a great job out in front. That's the two Japanese lads there that got themselves through to the final. But another dark horse. If the Irish were good, maybe the South Africans were better. They look very, very strong in this one, and I think they've come to this World Championships and thought, we can really cause a boil over in a couple of these events. Let's focus on them, and I think the board rescue here for the men might be one of them there because they looked very good so far.
And they look really comfortable together as well. Individually, they were both very strong, but it's about being comfortable together and being able to really move that board in a lot of pace. You almost want to, even though there's two bodies on the board, you almost want to paddle like there's only one board paddler on there. So it's really keeping that flow, even though we spoke about before, there's not a lot of flow out there with the chop and everything like that. But if you're light enough, fast enough, good enough, you will connect those dots together and get yourself on a wave. So we just see, I love also the sportsmanship as well that's been, it's only been the first couple of days, and there's a lot of hugs, a lot of laughs, and a lot of handshakes, and I think that's one really beautiful thing to, to always keep in sport. So I've loved seeing that, and I just love everyone getting around each other, and you have friends for life from all over the country, and you never know, if you travel the world, you could go visit all your friends, but we're going to now go back to Thai on the beach.
Yeah, sorry guys for cutting in, but I love it. There's so many stories on the beach and international flavour, and we got Culture here as well, last name from all the way from Argentina. How was it out there for the swim leg?
Yeah, swimming is perfect. Very agotador.
A little bit different to the pool environment as well. And then over here as well, and this is what I love as well, because a lot of countries that have come here to Australia, they haven't had their craft with them, and they've picked up one of the race one, obviously a great sponsor of the Lifesaving World Championships as well. This looks like a very fast board. How did it go out there today?
Yes, it's a very fast board. and the board break all the waves and pass like nothing, and it's really fast to enter and get out the water.
Now, unfortunately, you've just missed out on the final, but I think we might have a B final coming up as well. But the last couple of days, obviously the pool events, you've got the ocean days as well. It's a great event, the World Lifesaving Championships, isn't it?
Yes, the pool, the organization, the waves, all the staff are amazing, and it's a pleasure competing with the all people and all countries, and this event is a lot of all.
I love it. I tell you what, we love having Argentina here as well. So there you have it, the boys. They've just missed out in the final, but they've got the smiles on the dials. And talk about the Irish being good-looking roosters. What about these boys from Argentina? Very good-looking. Great job, boys. Enjoy. You want to say back home, down the line, go straight down the camera to speak in Argentina as well to your friends back home.
Mamá, papá, los amo. Cami también. Gracias a todos por estar alentando. Vamos Argentina, carajo.
There you have it, all the way from Argentina. Back to Argentina, back to you guys.
Yeah, I don't have much Spanish, but it's very, very good to hear these guys sending the messages back home. I think there was these, I'm going very well, Mum and Pa, but excuse my lack of Spanish there. And the boys did a good job. They ended up in 6th place across the line. They'll be in the B final, but not in the A final, unfortunately. It was South Africa, New Zealand in 2nd, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I should have thought of that one there. The Japanese stole that last spot. The Spanish missed out. They'll be in the B final with Argentina, Belgium, the Netherlands, and the Swedish team as well. So that's the board rescues run and done for the men. We've got ourselves locked into a final. I wasn't looking forward to that one at the start of the day. It wasn't even one I thought about in terms of being exciting, but I reckon that might be the most exciting final coming up later on. You've got, obviously, the Australians and the Kiwis there, very, very good. The French look fantastic. The Irish looked unbelievable. The South Africans haven't been beaten so far this weekend after 2 races against some really good competition. You add in the Great British team, you add in the Americans as well, the Japanese, and all of a sudden, it's not a 1 or 2 horse race. It is a legitimate 8-team race out there, and this one is going to come down to the wire.
And we also have to look at the conditions as well. So there's that decision whether you, and we saw actually that's what happened to Spain out there. They nosedived, they went for it, and then here we actually have the results. So we've obviously got South Africa doing very well, as you said. New Zealand, always going to be strong. Great Britain, well done. They've been fantastic over this whole week. Japan, we just saw them at the finish there. We've obviously had Spain. Unfortunately, just missed out, and then Argentina we heard from before. But going back to Spain, so what happened? They went sidewards, and they had the opportunity to get on their board. They actually tried to get on their board. I would have thought that they would have someone body served, and the other person got on the board. And they may have caught Japan. So we'll wait and see. They're in the B final. They're there as well. So, and congratulations to the Netherlands and also Sweden getting in there and out there and having a go. So I think going back to what we were saying with the conditions, I think what I'm trying to say is it really opens it up. I guess that end section of the board rescue, it's, there's the bank's a little bit shallower on one side, a little bit deeper. So if you've got a team that gets up and gets those legs and gets moving, I feel like potentially from watching it, if you single out, so one person runs and one person bunny hops, potentially that could be the way to go. And I think those little decisions at the end are really going to make the difference between 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, you're spot on there. And that's what makes board rescue racing so good, is that you get a good lane, you have a good race, and all of a sudden you may be ranked 8, 10, 12. You can win that thing, and it's a difficult race to get right, but if you're having a good day out and you get a little bit of luck, you can win it from anywhere, that is for sure. And spot on in terms of your insight into that event. And the conditions today, like you said, it opens it up for anyone. And if you've got a lane in that final, you have a chance. And for the first time today, I look at it and go, look, the Aussies and the Kiwis are really going to have to fight it out if they want to get maximum points in that one. And to be honest, a commentator shouldn't be biased, but I am cheering for the Irish and the South African guys there. I'm loving them.
You just want to have a beer with them,
I definitely want to have a beer with them. I want to show them my Irish accent, that's for sure as well. It's a little bit of a superpower of mine. But there's a lot of racing to go between now and then, and heats and semis don't mean much if you can't get it done in the final. From the surf to the sand, the beach sprint action is about to kick off. This one's going to be interesting as well for the ladies and the men's. 2 athletes in each team will line up. A couple of the nations have traditionally decided to just bring beach competitors, or they'll bring 2 beach competitors to bolster up their chances in those events and the relays as well. For some of those nations who are trying to win the overall point score, your Australian, New Zealand, maybe your French and your Americans, you just bring the one beachy and then you throw your best water competitor in there to try and fill the gap. So it's going to be interesting to see who throws in what. It's going to be interesting to see how they go, and if you can get 2 competitors that'll get double points in that final, or make those finals, get a 12th and a second, or get a 19th, it's just something to score. That is something that is truly important when it comes to that overall point score. So we're not too far away, and it'll be really interesting to see.
Yeah, they're almost the decider, aren't they? It's just where you can make so many points up. And as we're just looking at that beautiful drone shot, look at that sand. I don't know about you, Josh, but that just looks it looks like snow, actually.
Picture perfect.
Beautiful to look at and lie on, but to absolutely be there and running as fast as you can would be so, so hard. There's nothing like running on sand. It's incredibly difficult. The heart rate goes up. And shout out to everyone out here who's come to watch, come to support, come to cheer on. It's fantastic to have you down here. An incredible spot to be. And yeah, make sure you make the most of it. It's a well done to the setup. Queensland Surf Lifesaving have done an incredible job with that. It's picture perfect. And look at that. We have all our fit humans there warming up, ready to go. I love watching the outfits. It's all a little bit different. I saw jammers, board shorts, Speedos all happening yesterday. So we'll see what they've got on show for us.
That's it. The men are up next. The women's heat quarters have been run and done. I'll run you through the final. Maram Mahad Regal from Egypt, Brittany Inga from Australia, Evie Wong from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Kazan Rastami from Iran, Brianna Irving from New Zealand, Sophia Giolotti from the US, Chloe Porton and Elise Dorignon from France. That is your A final that has already been decided. Your B final, Mariah Jones from Australia. That was one of those water athletes we were talking about. Leah Kotia from Germany, Aidan McDonald from Canada, Natsu Ishiguro from Japan, Jenna Tarr from South Africa, Millie Wiggins from GB and Northern Ireland, Madison Kidd from New Zealand, great run from Madison, and Anna from France. That's your B final as well. So the Australians and the Kiwis getting one into the B final, that's important for them there. That final is going to be absolute fire, and we spoke about it before. The Egyptians, the Iranians there really firing up. The Belgian, Porton in that final, she'll be very, very good. Dorignon from France, normally a surf athlete, getting it done there, so very, very quick. Irving and Inga, they will absolutely be firing up. Evie Wong, very, very good. And Giolotti from the US of A. They always bring their big guns out here, the US team, especially on the beach side of things. They've been so good for so long, especially on that beach flag side of things as well. So that one's going to be super tight. As we said before, the Egyptians, the Iranians, they're absolutely flying.
They are incredible, and they're just loving it being here in Australia. They've all travelled a very, very long way to be here. So to have them here, just seen on screen there, we've just missed the shot now, but I'm loving this. The Sunnies are coming out as well, and we'll have the Ocean Relay. They're going to go straight to finals, which will be later on today, that's one of my favourites. I love that the team gets together with that. I think it's fantastic. But going on before the little outfits, I've just seen there's a few Sunnies. We actually had a few Sunnies going on with the draggers yesterday in the surf tube. I thought that was fantastic. One of them actually made sure he didn't lose them before he grabbed his patience. So it's all a good time out there. And as we see the competitors now,
that looks like Fergus Eadie, the big lad there from New Zealand. Very, very good competitor. He's had a great couple of days over the last few days there. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes in this one there. Big lump of a lad. Looks like probably more of a footballer rather than a beach sprinter, but some of the big boys. Heat number 1 up in the men's beach sprint round. 7 heats, 4 going through to quarterfinals, 4 from those quarterfinals going through to semis, and then we'll have A and B finals. We'll run you through this one. From the right-hand side, Merton from the Netherlands, Shin from South Korea, Nunez Sheja from Argentina, Thompson from Sweden, Boyson from South Africa, Vikram from India, Fergus Eadie from New Zealand, and the athlete from Uganda maybe not lining up in this one there, which is good because I think it's Kitayama Wisi there from Uganda. I can't see him on the line, so I don't think he will be going there. But They made the trip all the way over from the African nation of Uganda, and hopefully he's just sitting this one out for the beach flags later on in the competition. Heat number 1, top 4 to go through. We've just seen the Paris Olympics. If you thought that was good, this will be better. The South Korean lad in lane 2 looks very fit and focused there. I think he'll be a shot very fast across the sand. Edie at the top there, the big lad from New Zealand. Watch for him to absolutely fly. Vikram from India just inside him. Boyson from South Africa there, just playing with his lane ever so slightly. Thompson from Sweden as well. He's wearing the orange there. The Argentinian, he's in the green in lane number 3. Lane number 2, Shin from South Korea, and Mertin from the Netherlands. The Netherlands, a rich history in beach competition. On the line, set, 4 to go through, 3 to miss out. Heat number 1 of the men's beach sprint, 2024 World Championships off and away. Very quick in the centre there, absolutely flying. Boyson from South Africa. Have a look at him go. He is absolutely streeted this one. 1 in a canter. The New Zealand, our Indian competitor, gets through as well. So Vikram and Edie will qualify, but Boyson from South Africa, put him in the final now. He absolutely flew Courtney Hancock. He was a class above.
That was incredible, wasn't it? It was almost like he was running on hot coal. He just absolutely flew and looked so light and fast. And here we go. Here's that replay. We needed a replay because he ran so fast. But look at that. He's pushing forward. Perfect technique. Nice long stride as well. A lot of strength. And look at the end. He didn't even have to go all the way through to the end.
Second place, maybe our Argentinian friend Nunez Seja there, who crossed the line. He dipped forward. Vikram from India was leaning back. I think that allowed Fergus Edie to get in front. Our officials will give us the final result, but I think it is that. I think it's our South African, Elliot Thompson there, just in the middle of the shot. I think he missed out. All smiles, but it doesn't matter. But, yeah, Boyson, Sam Boyson from South Africa absolutely flew there. I would say Vikram, Edie, and then Nunez from Argentina will go through to the quarterfinals. What about that one? Not the run a couple of the other boys would have wanted, and this is for the final spot. Yes, it was Vikram from India. Great run there from the lad from India. And we had this conversation at home the other day. My wife doesn't know a whole lot about surf sports. She said India, and I said, yeah, India's got some of the most beautiful beaches anywhere in the world. You head down to the south, you head to places like Goa, absolutely beautiful. I've been there. Big surfing community, big surf community as well, and some really, really good surf breaks there as well. So no surprise that the Indians getting in on the act. And when you've got about 1 billion people over there, you've definitely got some athletes as well. That is for sure. So good to see the Indians absolutely flying. That is heat number 1, run and done. Heat number 2 on the line.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. And they love sport, don't they, the Indians? They absolutely get around it so much. And that's what all makes a difference, doesn't it, for the teams and the country. It's about the coaches and management. It's everyone, the support behind these competitors. So, yeah, I'm really impressed with that. They run so incredibly fast and they train really, really hard to get that speed and power. They have to do a lot of work in the gym. So we'll wait and see. I'm excited to see this next heat.
This one's going to be very, very good as well. From top to bottom there, or furthest away, Stootser from the Netherlands, Shogo Hori, watch for him, he's going to be very good. Hock Lin from Singapore, Elisad from Egypt, Huyun from Canada, Gnecchi from Italy, Goff, Savage, and Andrew Wan close on the right-hand side. Have a look at Goff go. Absolutely flying the Australians. He is absolutely streeting this one away. No dramas from him there. Maybe the Canadian in there in second place as well. No dramas for him. The Egyptian lad flew as well. Shogo Hori should have got himself through that one. But Jason Goff, he is pure speed.
Oh, that was, yeah, he just looked like that. He just made it look so easy, and that's when you can really tell an athlete is running well, feeling good when they make it look easy. So that was incredible, and it's a good little hit out for them as well. They get a couple of runs before they go to the final, and I'm loving the drone shots across. We can really see all the athletes. We can see the distance between them all, and here we go. Here's another wonderful replay.
I called the Canadian there. It's actually the Egyptian lad, Ayman Mohamed El Saad there. He's done a great job to finish in second. Stootser on the far side will get through as well. So that's your top 3. I'll leave fourth to the judges. I do not know, but the Egyptian, the Australian, and the lad from the Netherlands will get through. That's Jace Goff there. Very, very long history in this sport. Represented Australia very well. Yep, it was the Egyptian in second place. Had a great run. Big lad, very, very strong. The The Egyptians come to party here. They are definitely in the mix in the beach events. They won both the beach relays at the last World Championships, and they will be ones to watch a little bit later on. So no dramas. Third place, yep, Stoitzer on the far side from the Netherlands there. No problems, and we're chasing one more through to the final. Who will it be? We'll wait and see. Savage from Ireland. He's just come fresh off that board rescue as well. Heat number 3, Czech, Simonek there. Florian from France. Brang from Germany. Jensen from Norway. Petits from South Africa. Amgashi from Togo. Halog from Canada. Sepp Diaz from Iran. And Cotter from Ireland. Well, this is the most international heat I've seen in a long, long time. Your guess is as good as mine of where the speed will come from, but the man from Togo, the man from Iran, specialists here coming to do the beach events. I wouldn't count those lads out, that is for sure. And we wait to see how they're going to go. They're on the line, set and ready.
It's really cutthroat, isn't it? Only 4 going through. They've really got to get moving straight up. We saw that in the beach flag as well. They can't muck around. They've really got to make sure they're up the front. And you don't want it to come down to, I guess, the officials going through the replays. You want to make sure you get that clear top spot 4 spot.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting. We're not down there at the moment, but maybe we can ask Ty a little bit later, is there a better lane than one? Because sometimes the beaches, they say that inside lane there, so where number 1 is closer to the ocean is harder sand. But from looking at the drone top, it looked all very even and very, very fair. It all looked incredibly soft. So we're off for a start. And they're all going down for, like we saw on the Olympics, the athletics. Here we are, off for another start.
The track start there. Cotter on the left, Simonek on the right. Oh, have a look at them go. Halog from Canada, absolutely flying there. He's going to be challenged by, I think, Jensen there from Norway. Oh, a little over the German, very strong as well. And Simonek from Czech just stumbled over the line there. Leave that one to the judges, but in the centre there, no dramas at all for that man. Halog, he did a fantastic job there. Looked very, very comfortable. Some of the best sprinters in the world out of Canada. Andre de Grasse in the last couple of years, he had a couple of gold medals at different Olympics there. So they've got a rich history in sprinting, the Canadians, and it's continued down here on the beach track.
Yeah, well, and this is, the nerve-wracking moment, isn't it, to wait and watch and see what they come in. But here we go. Here's another replay. I love these replays because they run so fast. So to see that, look at that. You can see the sand flicking up behind them, and great technique. They really need to. You really do need to have a great technique when you're going across the sand, because if you don't, you'll bog down. Those feet need to be nice and light, nice and straight on your toes. So we actually do have Ty's made his way from the water now to the beach events.
Oh, thanks, guys. Well, I love it up here in the sand pit because it brings out so many different international flavours. What about this? Roelof from the Netherlands of Dutch. He finished 3rd in heat number 2. Look at the size of the unit. But let me tell you another thing as well. He's doing the surf race a little bit later on. A man of many talents. How do you do it?
I love swimming and I love to do the pool. So, I love to swim in the surf too. And after the race and the run, straight back into the water.
Give us a bit of an insight to your training. Obviously, you must be able to do beach training, flag training, but also at home do some water training as well. Do you mix both or concentrate more in one?
I concentrate the most on the pool, the fins. I moved to New Zealand to train there, and I love it.
Well, Roelof, what about that? He's a natural runner, a bit like yourself, Joshy Minogue, but down the camera now, down the lens, in your native language of Dutch, all the way home, make a message to those following you here on YouTube.
Hey Nederlanders, bedankt voor het kijken en we zijn nog niet klaar. Dankjewel.
Mate, best of luck. Quarterfinal coming off. Roelof, he's up and about. And what about the physique? See you later.
Ty, we're loving the interviews down there, and there are some big lads going around. Heat number 4. Pereira from Brazil, Neo Junwan from South Africa, Jimenez from Spain, Orvidal from the Czech team, Minnesok Jin from South Africa, Lefeur, Germany, Sadbury from GB, Sankalpa from Sri Lanka, and Zaire from Iran. So we've seen a few of the Iranians down there. Off and away, very, very quick on this far right-hand side. Have a look at Zaire go, absolutely flying at the moment. These boys are off and away. The Brazilian competitor there, Easy work, Pereira. Jimenez not too far behind him either. So it was all this end. Pereira, the Brazilian, and Jimenez, the Spanish athlete there. First and second, no dramas at all. Seems like the bottom end's had a bit of speed lately, and we can see Pereira there. We haven't seen the Brazilian cap all that often there. What a cap as well. Have a look at it. That might be the best one. Got the little sand crab at the top there, and he absolutely flew in lane number 1. Marco Jimenez from Spain. He was second in lane number 3 as well. Have a look at the start. It's all those first 10 steps, and I think Jimenez was in front early on. But have a look through this center there. Pereira starts to wind up, goes past him, and the big look across. That was the difference there. The German Laufer, he got third, and the British athlete, Sadbury, he'll go through to the quarterfinals in 4. So that one was relatively straightforward, and Pereira gets it done. They're a big one for Brazil. We haven't seen many of them. We talk about beautiful beaches around the world, and there are not too many places I've been on earth that have beaches that can compare to what I've seen, and Brazil is one of those places. They're some of the most iconic stretches of sand anywhere in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. They are known, aren't they, for the ocean and the beach and being outside and out and about. And it's really a beautiful thing when we hear so many of the internationals come over and say how beautiful our country and how beautiful our beach is, because we know where they've come from and how beautiful the place they come from as well. So it's amazing. But I was just having a think about it. They're actually running with the wind, which they would be so grateful for the officials for with that northerly, not taking away from how fast they are, but definitely nice that they're going to it. So when we see the beach relays later on, I know which way I'd be wanting to pick, which way to go.
100%. You're spot on. Heat number 5, Teufel from Austria, Swekak from Poland, Nerinja from Sri Lanka, Werza from Austria, Kot from Egypt, Tadeja from Spain, Lorman from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Kalitos of Indonesia, and Basenyi from Norway. The Austrian on the right, the Norwegian on the left, off and away. The centre in there absolutely flying. The Egyptian, have a look at him go there. He's being challenged by the Spanish athlete on the top side there, but the Egyptian does it in a canter. No dramas at all. Egypt, Spain, and GB, 1, 2, and 3. But Amrihan Kopt from Egypt absolutely flew there. I like the cap, the Egyptian cap as well. Very easy to see. Counts the lanes, don't worry about it. You were first, brother. No dramas at all, and he'll be through to the quarterfinals. We love the work. Ty Dowker down on the beach. I think he's with our man Pereira, who just won that last heat, the Brazilian. We love the cap. We love the Brazilians. They are on fire.
Yeah, he's on fire. He's small in stature, but he's huge in heart. It's Ian Pereira. Now, he doesn't speak in English, so I'll have the translator here as well, and we'll pass the message on. But Ian, very good race. How did that feel?
Me senti bem, o nível está bastante alto, mas também para representar o nosso país e dar o melhor que eu possa.
I'm feeling good, so the high levels of the competition, but they're training hard to do this.
Yeah, training very hard to do this. What are the beaches like to train at home, or do you do more track work to prepare for the beach?
É um pouco diferente, a areia aqui na Austrália, no Brasil é um pouco diferente, aqui a areia é muito fina. Treino de domingo a domingo, é isso aí.
The training all days, like it's Sunday to Sunday. In Brazil, a little bit different, the sand, but yeah, it's going on the way.
Now, down the camera, we're going around the world to all your friends back in Brazil, in Portuguese. What would you like to say?
Fala família, estou aqui representando a gente, nosso país. Vou dar o máximo. E é isso aí, manda de boas vibrações. E é isso aí, obrigado.
Yeah, she say my family, we stay here, we do the job. And yeah, let's go to the final, yeah?
Well, let's go on with the Brazil bus, and away we go. Quarterfinal coming up. Rip in, Ian. Best of luck. Let's do it.
Yeah, Obrigado down there. Love it. Good to see. We had this was the last heat we saw. That was our Egyptian athlete out in front. No dramas at all, Kopt. He got himself through. Lorman got there, and Swierkak from Poland was the other qualifier in that one. Heat number 6. So from Senegal, not in this one. I do not know if he's lining up there. Nah from the United States. Luke Homan from Hong Kong. Moshe from Switzerland. Oscar Smith from New Zealand. Watch for him. Epiphany from Togo. Jake Smith from Australia. And Morishita from Japan. So plenty of speed in this one. Watch for Jake Smith up on the side there. Not Not a beach sprinter, more of a pool athlete, very good pool athlete, but he will absolutely fly. Oscar Smith in the middle as well. Connor Na from the US of A lining up, and Ndoye Sow from Senegal not lining up in this one either, and neither is our athlete from Togo. So we wait and see. Watch for the Japanese athlete on the top side as well. He'll be very, very quick. But have a look at the American go. Pure speed to burn. He's got enough time to look around. No dramas at all. Connor Na gets it done. Easy work for him there. Oscar Smith from New Zealand was very strong. But the Americans, first win of the day for them. It might be a heat, but it's a confidence-building one, and he looked very, very fast.
Yeah, it's always nice, isn't it? As you said, confidence builder. It's great to get out and, win a heat, win a quarter or a semi, because it just makes you feel like, okay, I'm here, I'm ready to race. But I actually saw Jake Smith out there before. I just had a quick little break to grab some food, and I said, how are you going? He goes, oh, goodness, I've got the beach sprint coming up next. So as you said, he's more into the pool, but good on him. He's out here, he's having a go, definitely doesn't train for this. So to be out there and, he just got fourth, so we'll wait and see. We might see him a bit later on.
His goal would be to get through to that B final. Just get some points. That's all he needs to do. You can see the start, and the start's everything. Like, I am no expert in sprinting, but those first 10 metres will set you up, and the American Connor Na absolutely flew, and he could have kept going on with it, but I think he just put the handbrake on. No dramas at all for Oscar Smith as well. That top side, Morishita and Jakey Smith all got through. We say goodbye to the rest of the lads. Top four, of course, from each of these heats through to a quarter final there, and that is exactly how it went. The last heat of this men's beach sprint competition coming up not too far away, and have a look at this one. Very, very good as well. Bottom of the screen, or the right-hand side of the screen in lane number 1, Santiago Leon Ruiz from Argentina, Siobhan from India, Swedblom from Sweden, Sang Pak Ho from Hong Kong, Tismail from France. We saw him in a couple of the water events earlier on. Rolesi from Switzerland, sorry about the pronunciation there. George William Muksaka from Uganda. And then Mogensen from Denmark. I don't think the Ugandan athlete has decided to line up, so we say goodbye to him. But Mogensen out there on his own. Plenty of space. The Argentinian, Leon Ruiz Santiago, last down, first up, off and away. A lot of speed on that right-hand side. The Argentinians, they've had a tough morning so far, but they might get a win here if they can keep going. In the centre there, the Frenchman doing a good job. So is our Swiss counterpart, but for the first time, the Argentinians get the W here in the men's beach sprint there, and he looked like it from the jump. He looked confident, he looked calm, he was the last one into the position, and he got up and away. No dramas at all. Ty Dowker is down on the beach. The first win of the day for the Americans. Connor looked like he was barely out of first gear.
Yeah, well, Noah Lyles step aside because the Sandman is here. Connor Kanar is pronounced for him as well from the Stars and Stripes. The nerves are done now. Must be good feeling getting that first race done.
Yeah, it feels great. I was really nervous. We were sitting around. I warmed up a little early because of the girls, but I kind of rested and warmed up again and felt great after that.
Mate, you look good as well. Give us a bit of an insight to your home club back in America under the Stars and Stripes. And what about the cheer squad we've got here as well?
So I'll start with my family, my parents, my brother there. I'm from Sussex County, Delaware, and I guard for Rehoboth Beach. So it's nice to have a little area that send 2 of our guards to the world stage.
Well, I know I'm getting rescued. I know I'll be first down the beach with this boy in particular. Now, down the lens all the way to America, the Stars and Stripes on YouTube here. They're supporting the World Lifesaving event. What do you want to say to all your friends at home?
You.
Rip in. There you have it. I think that's a YEWWW asterisk. Well done. Best of luck. Stars and Stripes. Connor's up and about.
Oh, step aside, Noah Lyle. Some of your best work down there, Ty. He absolutely flew in that last heat. This was the last heat there, and absolutely on fire there. The young Argentinian lad, Santiago Leon Ruiz there. He got the win only just. He had to dip across the line. The Swiss and French athletes were coming fast. So was the man from Hong Kong as well, so not too far away. That is all she wrote for the heats round of the men's beach sprint competition. 7 heats, top 4 through, 4 quarterfinals. There'll be 4 going through from each of those. Not really some surprise packets, but the Aussies and the Kiwis, they're not going to have it all their own way in this one. sprinting. Truly global event down here, and it's good to see a couple of these guys. Connor Kennard, and sorry about the pronunciation, I'm sure that's not the only one I've gotten wrong so far today, plenty of those, but he looked quick and he looked like he was in second gear. Japanese competitors very good. The Egyptians, I think we're going to have an Egyptian athlete on the podium. We could have two. Pereira from Brazil was very, very strong. The Canadian, he was a bit of a surprise packet as well. And Stoitzer, the big lad from the Netherlands in those early heats as well. So this one could go anywhere and any way. And crowd's loving it down there on the beach. Just heats action so far on a Saturday. And we're into that national teams competition. But it was an interesting heats round in that beach sprint.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they do a lot of running, don't they? Because a lot of these competitors also do the flags too, so they have to be very fit, and they're on the sand, which we know is so much harder than being up on a path. So, and the one thing I love about just running in general is it doesn't matter where you are, any part of the world you can run. You don't even need shoes. So that's why I love all these competitors. You know, they're talking about I love running, and they're from all over the world, and all you need is, you know, some clothes on, you know, no shoes, and you run along the sand. So it's fantastic, and I love that just how accessible running is.
Yeah, that is spot on. It is the global sport. It's the original sport, and we love to see it. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from a few of these heats there. Very, very good speed early on. Another lad that could get it done, that is for sure. That was Boyson from South Africa. I didn't talk about him in a recap, but he's looked comfortable. I would say maybe the favourite. Goff, Halog, Pereira, the winners, Cott from Egypt, and Kanar and Luan Ruiz. But I think that first win from Boyson looked like maybe the best run of the day so far. Very tight for the minor placings, and everyone's trying to battle it out. You just got to get as far as you possibly can in each of the rounds here. We take a look at all of these replays. The last one, well, won by the Argentinian lad, and I think Ty Dowker is down on the beach with one of the Argentinians there and the support crew as well. We're not too far away from hearing from him as well. They look like they're having a party there. We'll take a look at this one. The Spanish athlete, very quick, but it was Pereira in this, I think it was 6 of 7 heats, who absolutely flew there late in the game. He really stormed home very, very hard. You can see the dip there, gets it done. And in this final heat of the day, it was the Argentinian who got it done there. Fantastic performance all round from all these men. Courtney Hancock, very, very strong. And Ty Dowker is on the sand with our Argentinian friend.
Oh, how good is this? Down here with Santiago from that of Argentina. Had a phenomenal performance as well. Took out that heat. It was actually a dead heat for fourth position, so we'll have an extra one going through to the quarterfinals. But more importantly, in the last couple of days down at the beach, the Argentinian cheer squad, not only the pool but also the beach, have been unbelievable. Make some noise, team. Now, does that give you confidence lining up now for the quarterfinal to win? Or great support that you have here on the beach? The great support that he has on the beach inspires him to run very fast in the quarterfinal coming up.
Sí, el apoyo de todos los chicos, de la familia que está en la casa, es fundamental para mantenerse ahí arriba en el deporte, porque estando solo es muy difícil, y sentir que estás llegando y te están alentando es lo máximo.
You got to come back to me. That's how it works. It's three-way. I realise you would have picked that one up, Josh. But more importantly, quarterfinal coming up. You must feel confident. After that first race.
Friends, he is the best support for him to stay here. So he's so happy to stay here in the competition and about his results.
He has great support on the beach, but also back at home in that of Spanish, which he'd like to say in Spanish all the way back to Argentina to his friends, a hello.
Bueno, gracias a todos. Sé que se juntaron a comer para apoyarnos, para mirarnos. Un saludo a todos. Gracias.
Make some noise. There you go. Team Argentina up and about. And what about this? Woo-hoo.
Oh, we love to see it. Big gracias to all the athletes, the translators. I know we're doing it in English down here, and they're doing a fantastic job at getting it across. We love it. Ty's in the thick of the action down there and doing a fantastic job getting the interviews. And the Argentinians, they're loving it. Have a look at them. getting involved. It's not a holiday. They've come out here to race, but they're having a hell of a time, that is for sure. And you would have been the same. You've done a couple of world championships around the world. You fall in love with the places that you travel to, don't you? When you go to Egypt, when you go to the Netherlands, when you go to France to race these competitions, you fall in love. You don't want to leave. You have an absolute blast. And they're memories that will last forever. That is for sure. And we're on the beautiful Gold Coast this time around, and you can't ask for much more, can you, Cody Hancock?
Oh, you can't. I just love seeing those shots there, everyone getting around each other. They have travelled a very long, long way, and this is memories for life. You know, you don't get too much of that, I guess, in your life, that opportunity to be a part of these teams. You know, you get older, obviously, you know, have responsibilities and everything like that.
You're just too slow like me, but let's not talk about that.
You're fine. You're still fast. So it's this really good opportunity to be around and be all together. We heard Brian Murphy. He's got his couple of kids and his wife here, all the way from America. It's fantastic. And we've heard a lot of the athletes actually say how much support they have, their mum and dad, their brother, their sister. It's incredible. They've come so far, and to be over here, it's fantastic. And Ty and I spoke about yesterday, you know, just through the COVID years, we haven't had this World Championships for a very, very long time. So I think the fact that all these competitors are coming over their team, coming over with their family, it's really, really special. And it's so nice, I think, from having that dark time of having COVID, not being able to travel, to now be out and about, and everyone's from all over the world. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, we love it, don't you? And the beauty, I guess, of this event is you may not get picked for your national team, like people like me, but you can come and race Masters, you can come and race Interclub. There is always an opportunity to come to the World Championships, be involved and put your foot on the line and really have a crack, because there's 3 weeks worth of racing, surf boats, Masters competition, national teams, interclub, pool rescue events. There is everything and every aspect of the Surf Sports Carnival that you can get involved in. So if you're sitting on the fence, if you thought, I was thinking about having a paddle and I don't know, or maybe you're sitting at home somewhere in the world and you go, it's just too hard. It's too hard to get there. It's not. They make it possible. They make gear transport possible. Race One, the great partner here at the Lifesaving World Championships, has supplied gear for a lot of the countries and a lot of the competitors, and I'm sure that they will continue to do that into the future, and that's what it's about. Make it happen. Let's get it done, and you will never regret the opportunity that you take. You'll never regret having a holiday, and I guarantee those memories will last forever. So get on board, get involved, and become part. We're just 2 years away from Morocco and the 2026 World Championships, and that's the next one. So start your planning now, and we're just coming up on round number 2 of the men's beach sprint competition. We'll take a look at the start list for heat number 1. Top 4 to go through to the semi-finals. Tajeja from Spain, Pereira from Brazil, he won his heat. Lawman from GB, Vikram from India, Jake Smith having to do it again. Wasn't pumped about doing it the first time, but you've got to do it for your team. Morishita from Japan, and Halog, he won his heat as well from Canada. Plenty of speed to burn for these gentlemen in here. Top 4 to go through, and you can see Jake Smith just getting a few last-minute instructions from Jason Goff, the actual beach sprinter there. He's learning on the job.
Isn't that fantastic? And that's what it's all about when you're a part of your team. You saw there, he was in his ear, helping him with that start, setting the little blocks up. That's just fantastic. And that truly is what it is all about. So, yeah, he's just helping there, just giving a little bit of instruction. Here he's going to get down, and he just actually set it up for him. Yeah. So how good is that? Getting your beach sprinter, setting those blocks up for you. Well, He's got no excuses now, does he?
No excuses at all. The Canadians at the top in the white singlet, black cap, the Spanish competitor at the bottom right-hand side. Watch for the man wearing black there, the yellow and green cap of Brazil, Pereira. He was very, very good in his heat as well. So a couple of heat winners, a couple of boys who just scraped through. In 3, the green, that's Lawman from Great Britain. Vikram from India is in the orange in lane 4. Morishita is wearing the yellow, lane 6 from Japan, and white is Hallo from Canada on the far side. So the first 10 steps have proven the difference in every single one of those heats. So if you can get away well, you can set yourself up, you can really cruise through. And these boys, it's all about getting off those blocks very, very quickly. And there's a few jittery young lads. I think the speed will come from the outside edges there. I think it will be the man in 2, the man in 7 that'll have the most of it there, and we wait to see who else qualifies. Top 4 to go through quarterfinal number 1 of the men's Beach sprint competition off and away, and Pereira absolutely went off like he was shot out of a gun. It's the two heat winners side by side. Morishita's warming up into it as well. Watch him come late. The Japanese competitor looks over his shoulder, switches off, and I think Lawman from GB will get the last spot through. Jake Smith from Australia misses out, and GB, he was happy with that. There was a little skip after the line because he knows he's got himself some points there. But the speed came from Pereira, Halog, and Morishita. They were a cut above the rest of that field.
Yeah, they certainly were. And I almost feel like the energy there the pace has lifted. I know this is the quarterfinal now, so they all want to get to that next level. And, you know, you can see the few of them there just getting ready now. They know they've made it through and getting ready for that next round.
Yeah, fantastic performance. That's the man there, Lawman. Sam Lawman, who got 4 through there. Have a look at the jump from Pereira. That section there, he absolutely flew. Halog and Morishita tried to go with him, and I think the Japanese athlete in yellow looks over the shoulder there. He could have continued on, but he just put the brakes on it. Here's the race for the last spot. Lawman dips ahead of the Australian and the Spanish athlete there and just gets himself through to the final on that one. Vikram a little bit off the pace from India there, but what about the speed on those outside lanes? Great job. Lawman will get through, 4th place. I think, I'll leave it to the judges, probably Pereira in 1. Halog from Canada in 2. Morishita, although he probably could have won that one very easily, in 3. And Lawman in 4. They'll get a spot in the semi. And more importantly, they will score some points for their nation. You just need to get through this one and you'll get something for them. And that is the important part. And, well, one of the Aussies missed out on the points here. And if the Kiwis can get another one through, that's vital points for that overall point score. Interesting as well, no Italians got themselves through. Actually, no Italians got themselves through to this round of the beach sprint competition. So the team that was leading after the pool events, the Italians, they look comfortable out in front. Haven't really stood out in the surf events so far and will get no points in this men's beach sprint either. So that lead's going to really get cut down by the Australians, the Kiwis, and all the rest of the nations, if we're completely honest.
Yeah, they would have been a little bit disappointed with that. As you said, these points are really up for grabs at the moment. And in every single event, you really need to get your competitors through in every single one. But we move on to that heat number 2 now. So we do actually have Denmark, Australia, Great Britain, France, Ireland, Netherlands, Spain, and Egypt at the end there. So look out for that speed, and here we are for a start.
Yeah, Jason Goff at the bottom, El Assad at the top there. Jimenez not too far away. The Egyptian at the top, absolutely flying. Goff looks across there, almost stumbles. He gets through there. So it's El Assad from Egypt, Jimenez, maybe Stoitzer and Goff that get through. 3rd and 4th between Stoitzer and Savage, I do not know there, but definitely the Egyptian lad. He led that one, looked comfortable early. Goff, well, maybe it was up in the 3rd or 4th gear there. I think he's got a little bit left in the tank, but not too much. And then boys on the outside's very strong. Jimenez, that's him there from Spain in the white. He will walk through to that one as well. And then maybe Stoitzer. Have a look at here. The jump on the bottom side, very good from Goff. But have a look, the Egyptian runner through the middle, very strong. Tall, pumps those arms, gets going. Absolutely flying. And then the dip on the line for the last one through there, Stoitzer and maybe Tissa from France. I do not know. The judges will pick that one. But Egypt, Australia, Spain, and the Netherlands will go through.
Oh, that was so close, wasn't it? They've got so many officials, as you can see. They can actually watch it on repeat. They're filming this. Obviously, they've got the live stream as well, but they can definitely film it so they get the correct position. So Egypt doing extremely well, aren't they? We talked about how much sand they have, that accessibility of having that different kinds of sand. We see Ty there making a lot of friends. Absolutely.
Down on the beach.
Absolutely. Yeah. He's doing an incredible job. Love hearing those interviews. But it is, it starts to get heartbreaking here because it's becoming down to those little tiny centimetres of whether you're going to be in the semi or whether you miss out.
Yeah, that's exactly right there. El Assad there got himself through. Goff, Jimenez, and it was Stoitzer there, all going through to the semi-finals. They'll all score points for their nations. A fantastic performance by all those gentlemen there. A little bit of speed in that one. So the change has been noticeable between those heats and that second round, that is for sure. We're not too far away from quarterfinal number 3 either. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they go. Quarterfinal number 3, the German Brang Patisse from South Africa. Kopp, he won his. The Egyptian in lane 3, Florian from France, Laufer from Germany, Canard from the United States, and Roesley from Switzerland as well. We take a look. Brang on the right-hand side from Germany, but have a look at the speed in the middle. Connor Canard absolutely flying. Cop from Egypt as well. Canard found another gear. Canard easily got it done. Second place, the Egyptian. There, the rest of it I'm going to have to leave to the judges. Maybe the Frenchman in there as well, but from the US of A, he was flying high after the heat, and I think that run was better.
Yeah, you can see them really starting to wind up the wheels, aren't they, in this one? They're getting quicker and quicker. There's definitely a couple of them we haven't seen at that full speed, as we see another wonderful replay there. And you're so right, Josh. Right from that start, he really took it out there. And the fact that he does that, he can now relax towards the end. He has a look to the side and doesn't have to push it.
Yeah, the Frenchman and Laufer, one of the two Germans, got themselves through there. Easy work there from those four boys. Ty Dowker on the beach.
Yeah, well, we just saw Connor Canard come through, and I tell you what, Stars and Stripes, he's looking very, very good, but he's got a great team behind him. In particular, Amelia being mum and John being dad. First of all, a big welcome to Australia. First time in Australia as well. How do you like Australia?
Awesome. Friendly people, beautiful. It's great.
That's great. Now, more importantly, John, it must make you very proud to see your son not only representing America, but doing very well in the quarterfinal there.
Yes, he is. Very proud.
And then probably the last question, because we've got the semi-finals, another quarterfinal coming up. Where does he get his running ability from? Is it mum or is it from a dad?
Both of us.
Oh, that's good. Stay on top of the fence there. But what about that? It's all family affair for the Stars and Stripes USA, and best of luck for the semi-final. And I'm sure we'll be in the final as well.
Thank you so much.
Diplomatic from mum and dad down there. I know my mum and dad would have said me, but very good job by the Americans there. Yeah, it was like we called it. No dramas at all. Here we go. Boyson in one. He was electric in his heat there, the South African. Poland, the two Argentinian men with the white caps side by side, and then the two Kiwis here. Off and away. Boyson absolutely flying on the right-hand side. He'll go out. Oscar Smith doing a fantastic job for New Zealand as well. And then it looks like maybe the two Argentinian lads to get through there. Oh, a dip on the line for Fergus Eadie for the second of the Kiwi lads there. No dramas from Boyson. No dramas for Oscar Smith. One of the Argentinians definitely through, 100%. I think that's Santiago Leon Ruiz. But then it comes down to Fergus Eadie or Luciano Nunes Seja there for the final spot. The Kiwis will be sweating on this one. If they can get one through, double points for their beach sprinters. The Australians didn't get it. Let's take a look at the replay. Boyson on the bottom, pure speed. Oscar Smith there from New Zealand, the black cap in the centre, absolutely flying. The two Argentinians are in at this point, but the lad in red starts to fade. Fergus Eadie coming hard. Oh, the dip. And I think the Argentinians will get two through to the semi-final.
Yeah, it was really interesting looking at that heat. You actually saw the two New Zealanders and the two Argentinians in the same heat, and that's just what happens.
Random draw, yeah.
All a random draw, so we'll wait and see, but that one was very, very tight.
Oh, so tough there, and Oscar Smith looked like he was flying. The New Zealand are the defending champions in this event with Michael Hanna from 2 years ago. Zustovic got second. Riley De Mornay from South Africa, and we could have a South African winner here. I think the favourite after that one, we're going to see a Sam Boyson and Connor Canard showdown in that final. Those two lads have looked the fastest so far, in my opinion. Oscar Smith will be there without a shadow of a doubt, and so will Jason Goff. But those four men, pure speed, and this might have been the fastest of all those quarterfinals so far with those two lads out in front. Very, very good speed.
Yeah, they were super quick then. I think they also looked across at each other on that start line and thought, okay, we're going to have to go here. Let's not muck around. So it's we're just getting the positions now, so we'll be able to get that for you in one moment.
Yeah, that's spot on. Two of the Argentinian men get through that one. Santiago Leon Ruiz and Luciano Nunez Sierra, they get through to the semi-finals. Double points for Argentina. Let's go. They are absolutely on fire. Fergus Eadie finishes in fifth. Swedblom from Sweden and Swiak from Poland in 5, 6, and 7 there. They are the four quarterfinals run and done here in the men's beach sprint. Two semis coming up, and that will clarify whether you're in the A or B final. So remember, if you don't qualify for the A final, you still have to run again in these events because there will be a B final as well. We're not too far away from that one. Great action all day down in the sandpit. We're loving it at the moment, and a good change up from all those water events.
Yeah, it certainly is. And a lot of the athletes are doing both. Or three. They've been doing pool events, beach, and ocean. Now that is multi-talented, isn't it? And I can tell you what, after tomorrow night, they will definitely deserve some celebrations because the legs and arms are really going to be feeling it before they recover and get ready for next week. So it's been incredible, the fitness and the strength and the work that goes into this. So we look at the athletes and they talk about it. They're all very humble, but the amount of hours that they put into this, and a lot of them work full time as well. As we heard from Brian, he has a family, so working full time, a family, and fitting your training is for this competition. It's a really full-on life, so it's fantastic to see them all. And as we can see the split screen going back to some pool action. Look at that.
Yeah, plenty going on there. The youth competition going on over at the pool heats at the moment. We've had some races in the surf as well. While these beach sprints have been going on, the final of the women's surf race has been decided. Bear with me as I run through them. Abrahamsen from Sweden, Hocking from GB, the Germans Gerbhardt and Holt, Sarah Tazaki, Margot Fabry from France, Bork Barker from Sweden, McMurray from Canada, Naomi Scott, Vivaldi from Argentina, Romanini from Belgium, Mitsui from Japan, Magli Rosso from France, Li Yan Tung from Hong Kong, Jozova, the Czech athlete, Manzano from Spain, Shivnant from New Zealand, the Fuest from Spain, Hartz from Belgium, LeBlanc from Canada, Kelsey Cummings and Lana Rogers, the US and Oz athletes, Burmeister, Tata, Giovanelli from Italy, Boris Mills from South Africa, She from Ireland, Roodhouse, Corin, Klomp, Voigt and Zvaya. They are the women's surf race finalists. Ty Dowker, it's all happening down on the beach. What do you got for us?
Yeah, the surf race finals are coming up, but more important, we've got the semi-final, the male beach sprints, and that's the National Open World Championships. But I love the support on the fence line. Here we have South Africa. What about yesterday? Outstanding. The females 2 days ago in the youth won the beach relay. Then they went back-to-back in the beach frag. They're up and about South Africa here. Then we come to probably the most vocal, and they know how to party. Look down the camera, give us a wave. Argentinians, look at them. They're up and about, ready to go as well. But I love the little man, the man from Brazil. What about these flying solo with support here as well, ready to go? And how can we go past the stars and stripes of the family? Not only mum and dad, but also younger brother is the cameraman for the US team. They're family invested. They're ready to go. Semi-finals not far away.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Ty. That is exactly right. The semi-finals are not too far away. They'll be warming up the back there and also recovering as well and taking that hydration. It's been a really, really big morning, but again, I just love that there's so much that not only the team are there, but also their family support have travelled all this way. And look at that, Josh. They are back and ready to go straight into it.
Yeah, they're on fire at the moment. It's a lot of tough racing, back and forward, back and forward. You don't stop there when you're a part of this national team. We'll take a look at semi-final number 1, and they head down the line. Jimenez from Spain, El Saad from Egypt, Boysen, Harlog, Goff, Oscar Lewis Smith, Nunez Sager, and Laufer from Germany. This one's quick. I don't want to be in this one.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in any of them, but this one has probably 3 of the men that I thought could win this one. It's a tough random. That's how random draws work. It's not evenly split, and these boys are. Well, Boysen looked very comfortable. Oscar Smith absolutely flew. Jason Goff is a chance. Halog won his, and El Saad from the nation of Egypt. He looked absolutely on fire early on, so he's down in 2, and all the speeds in the centre there. Lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I would expect to be through to the final, and that doesn't really compute because there are realistically only 4 spots there, and this one's going to be very, very tight for these men. There's no more mucking around. There's no more second gear. You are all in on this one.
Yeah, this is on right from that gun, absolutely. So 8, halve that, only 4 going through. So it's not much.
It's not much at all, and you're going to have the rest of the guys go to the B final later this afternoon, but the points differential between the A final and the B final massive. You can get maximum points there if you're in the A final, and you halve that down to the B final there. That's Jason Goff. He's been here before. He's been at the top level for a very, very long time. He's been an interclub world champion in the past in a number of events. Halog there from Canada. He'll be fired up. Looked really good early on. Looked great in the heat there. His semi was a little tighter, and he's really going to have to be on song here. Boyson on his right-hand side, the man in green from South Africa, has looked the best so far by a country mile in my, less than expert opinion. The man in black from Egypt, El Sayed. Jimenez from Spain on the right-hand side. Laufer and Nunez on the left-hand side. I think they were done for speed after that semi, but we'll wait and see. And Oscar Smith, he really is, I guess the dark horse in this one. One of the best beach sprinters in the world, but didn't have massive raps on him coming into this one. We had a few of the international guys that were sort of talking up, but that last round of his was absolutely lightning quick.
Yeah, and that's the thing. With athletes, you go through troughs, you go through peaks and injuries, and we've heard a couple of the athletes saying, we've seen Corey Taylor, they go through injuries. So there's a lot they've got to experience in life and try and get their body, coming to this event 110% fresh, fit, injury-free. So it's it's a challenging one, and especially being such an explosive athlete, you can have your carpal twing, and there's a lot of things that can happen. So essentially, if he's at his best form, he's looking good at the moment. So I think anything can happen. I love the fact that Australia and New Zealand are going to be eyeballing each other the whole way.
In the centre there.
They're in the centre, but you're right, Josh. This is a really, really tough one, and we're going to split that field in half. So here they are.
Off and away in the centre, absolutely flying at the moment. Much more even than we've seen in the last couple of rounds. It looks like they're Goff absolutely flying. Here comes Oscar Smith. Jimenez dips and tries to get himself closest through to that. But Oscar Smith, Jason Goff absolutely flew. Boyson, I think, will get there as well. I don't know about fourth place. Maybe El Sayed from Egypt there, but wow, that was really, we've seen these two boys side by side step it up, and Oscar Smith, he came to party there because he wasn't mucking around, he wasn't giving them any opportunity at all, and I think he went from I thought he was in second gear in that last round. He might have still been in first, but he definitely ramped it up there.
Yeah, you definitely saw the body language change from that heat one to now the semi-finals. They all were not having those chats beforehand. They were just focused on what they were doing, setting themselves up, and here we go as a replay. They were out and about very, very fast.
Yeah, have a look at Jason Goff. Absolutely flew. Oscar Smith starts to wind up there. Boyson still in it up to his eyeballs. El Sayed there. Oscar Smith come over the top late. That last 10 metres was electric from him, and Jason Goff just started to fade. No more as a beach flags competitor, so he's got that early speed, and we saw him get out very, very hard, and yeah, really, really tough. Oscar Smith looked fantastic there. Not the best start. If he can get that right, it'll be his race to lose in that final. And the Kiwis are happy. The Australians are happy. The South Africans are happy. And I think the Egyptians will be ecstatic with this one. So that's your top four through. We say goodbye to a couple of lads. The Canadians, the Spanish, the Argentinians, and the Germans. They'll all be in the B final later on this afternoon.
So they still have an opportunity to get those points and get some good points, because if you do win that B final, you get points for 9th position, which is very high up. So they've done very, very well, and they look very tired, don't they? They haven't had a lot of break between these run-offs, so they sat in the sand there and just getting those singlets off, which will get ready for that semi-final number 2, which will be up in a moment. Here they are on screen.
Yeah, this one, I like this one a little bit more in terms of, I guess, where you'd want to be. The Argentinian on the right-hand side in lane number 1, Santiago Leon Ruiz. Florian from France in 2. Pereira looks strong from Brazil in 3. He's wearing the green with the green cap. Kops from Egypt, black cap, orange top. Morishita from Japan looks strong. Stoitz is the big lad in yellow from the Netherlands. Connor Kanar, he's in white. He's wearing the red, white and blue, the stars and stripes of the USA. And Sam Lorman only just got through, and he's going to have a huge task if he wants to get through to this final. This one will be interesting. Kopt, Connor Kanar, Morishita and Pereira are your big four. Off and away. Pereira absolutely flying. Connor Kanar, not the jump he wanted, but goes to the front. Kopt coming at him. Connor Kanar hanging on. 3 races, 3 wins so far. Kopt gets there as well. Morishita, and I think Pereira, he went flying over the line, but the big four in this one, they did the job there. And Connor Kanar, that's the hardest I've seen him work.
Yeah, he did it. He wanted to go there, and that's it. It's so easy to miss out on that final, so you can't muck around in the semis. So he did very, very well, and yeah, that one was also very spicy.
Interesting as well, they're sprinters, it's explosive power, but most sprinting events, you don't do back-to-back-to-back races. You might have one in the morning, one in the afternoon. You come back the next night for the final. So maybe getting a little bit flat here. Kanar was very, very good through this section, but here come Kot, the Egyptian, storming through that centre. He just stumbled ever so slightly. Kanar with an easier win in the end. Morishita and Pereira, I didn't even see the big Frenchman at the bottom there coming very, very strong, very late. Florian, just not enough to get there, and Pereira, well, he looked good early, but stumbled at the end there, and I think he's got himself home, and you got to feel sorry for the Frenchman there because he did everything right and just not enough lanes in the final.
Yeah, he almost had a slower start for him, and then he came back so fast at the end. So but he will be in that B final, and he'll definitely be one of the favourites going into that one.
Yeah, perfect performance there from Connor Kanar. He's had a couple of races, 3 races, 3 wins. Easy work from the big fella there. You love to see it. We've got our final set and ready to go, and that is one race I'm looking forward to. And I guess just like the board rescue, Courtney Hancock, not something at the start of the week if you said, oh, what are you looking forward to? I wouldn't have said the beach sprint, but after watching those heats, this one's going to be absolutely fire.
It will be, absolutely. And they now get a big rest, which I'm sure most of them are pretty happy for.
Looking forward to, yeah.
You made a great point. Sprinters and explosive athletes, they don't usually have to go back-to-back. They're very different to water and pool. So for these athletes to be able to do that, you see a few of them because they are going at full speed. So their heart rate would have been up very, very high. So a little bit of fitness came to this, and I think that's why you saw a few wobbly legs towards the end.
Towards the end, yeah, you're spot on there. And maybe some of the athletes that are maybe don't have that pure speed but got a bit of endurance sort of started to come to the fore as well, found a way to get into it late. And great job all round by these athletes. Fantastic performance. We've got our final set and ready to go. And we're not too far away from having a chat down on the sand with Ty Dowker. Ty, I think you got a couple of the Egyptian boys there. They were flying in those semi-finals.
Yeah, we've got the Egyptian boys here, but what about this? They are 2 now in the final, in the A final, in a world-class event. We've got Ayman and Amar. Must make them very proud. Congratulations. They must be very happy to be in the final. Now, the boys in particular, do they train together in Egypt?
They are both in Egypt, in Cairo, but in different teams. But in the national team, of course, they are training together, since a long time, maybe 2 years from.
Now, I believe, guys, as well, that they're a team of beaches with one swimmer only. Is that correct?
Yeah, this time, we have only one swimmer. He's doing the surf now. Wish him good luck. And
I wish him good luck. I love that.
Please. And the rest are runners and flaggers.
World Championships, is this the first time they've been to a World Championships and yourself as well?
For Ayman, it's 4th. For Amr, it's the 1st. For me, I'm doing the Masters for the 2nd time.
And I think 36 years of age. 36 years of age, and how old is Amir?
21.
21 and 36, and we got Johnny just dropping in with us as well. But it must be a very great moment. Now, in Arabic, if you want to talk down the lens, the camera, to your friends in Egypt to wish them very luck, would you like to talk? Which one was it?
أنا أحب أشكر الاتحاد وأحب أشكر بابايا ومامتي وعيلتي كلها اللي هم وقفوا معايا الفترة اللي فاتت دي كلها.
Well, there you have it, from the golden beaches of the Gold Coast in Queensland, Australia, all the way to that of Egypt. Best of luck in the final and rip in. Well done, guys. Well done.
Go the Egyptians. We'd like to see it. Well, they did win the beach relays last time we were here at the national competition. And speaking of the beach relays, it's time to get it on. Round number 1. We've got 4 heats of the women's beach relay coming up. And the Egyptians, they'll be a chance. They won both last time. On the women's side of things, Egypt from Iran, Australia, New Zealand and Spain in 2022. The men's side of things, Egypt, Germany, France, New Zealand and South Africa were our top 5. So we'll take a look at heat number 1. The Canadians, the Australians, the Argentinians, the Swiss, Sweden and Egypt. Watch for the defending champions set to go in lane number 6. I think the Egyptians bringing a full team of beachies really sort of plays into their hands when they come to these events. The Australians, 80% of the events in the teams competition are water events, swimming based. So they bring majority of their staff is swimmers. If you come in just for the beach events, you can load up on it. You've got a huge advantage because these girls, they're going to have a swimmer, a ski paddler, and then 2 beachies running. It's going to be really tough for them to win. The Egyptians, they're fit and fiery.
Exactly, and they're nice and fresh as well. They're going to have light, fresh legs going into this. You've got a lot of the other athletes, they're multitasking. They've done the pool, they've also done the ocean, so they will be ready to go. They'll have a lot of good energy happening, and I love it. You've got to play to your strengths, and they've been very tactical, and I guess being in Egypt when we were listening to them before, they have that more of that opportunity to be on the sand. So I love it. I love that they're here. They've come a long, long way, and the fact that they have a full team for this beach relay is fantastic.
Yeah, they're doing a great job there. We can see the girls lining up, set and ready to go. The Australians, they will have Brittany Inga off the front first. Naomi Scott, Lana Rogers, Mariah Jones in there getting it done. Very interesting team from them. The Canadians, watch for them. They were very good in the men's side of things. The Swedes, the Argentinians, and the Swiss in the centre of the field. Top 6, 4 to go through, I think. Inga there looks across. Speed to burn for her. Very, very good beach sprinter. Very good beach competitor. She'll want to set this one up. And coming down to relays, we talk about speed, we talk about team composition, but it's all about changeovers. You can't win it if you don't get the flag to the finish. You've got to hand over that baton and get it to the finish line. And that's about slow. You've got to slow down to go fast. If you can't really slow yourself down, make sure you get good changeovers. All the foot speed in the world isn't going to make a difference. The girls are off and away. Australia all immediately to the front. That's Brittany Inga absolutely flying as well. These girls are off and away. Egypt sticking with them at the top there. Have a look at the Egyptians go. Canada in third, Argentina in fourth, the Swiss and the Swedes trying to hang on. Egypt coming here. This is where having all the beachies is really going to make a difference. Egypt down in 1, Australia in 2. Canada had a great changeover to move up into third place. It's all important to get it before the line. Lana Rogers, one of the beach competitors, will go. The Egyptians continuing to go away. Oh, look at the gap opening up. Absolutely massive here. The Egyptians have come to party. They've got 2 in the men's final, and it looks like they're going to have one of the women's teams absolutely street at home. The Australians are still in second. The Canadians in third. And the Argentinians, have a look at the Canadians come over the top of the Australians there. But Egypt absolutely dominate this heat. Canada in 2, Australia in 3, Argentina in 4, Switzerland in 5. They will miss out moving forward. But what about that one from Egypt? Those 2 middle runs, unbelievable.
It was really tactical. I think they might have had their 2 quickest athletes, in the middle there, because they just absolutely steam trained away, didn't they? And they look good. They almost had a little smile on their face when they were doing that. They're here, they're enjoying themselves. So it's really interesting watching. You can almost kind of see the difference between obviously the beach competitors of the water, purely from just a technical side of things. Yeah. You obviously see the water competitors have their arms a little bit low. They're used to doing the longer running, but fantastic job. Good on the water athletes for getting in there, having a dig and giving it them their all.
They're good runners, but let's be honest, and I don't think a few of the girls would mind me saying that, they look like they were running up and down on the spot compared to the pure beach sprinters, because they're just that good. Those girls from Egypt, the last leg from Canada, I think it was Aiden McDonald, absolutely flew home, and it's the difference between being a professional sprinter and being a water athlete just trying to fill in a team. You can be fast around the transition, but you can't be fast like this. Inga's start from Australia was absolutely flying off and away. She got the jump on absolutely everybody, and her first 10 steps were as good as I've seen. But the Egyptian girls, they hung in there in that opening leg and then really, really stormed home late. Transitions seem good. All the judges seem very, very happy. The Canadians worked their way into it, but this is where Egypt really went away. Legs 3 and 4, they absolutely flew in the gap. Have a look at that gap. And have a look at the bottom. The Canadians come, and that's what we're talking about. That's a quick runner, but a surf athlete up against a pure beach sprinter.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just see that they're a little bit fresher as well. The girls from the ocean have been going back to back, and that just shows that fresh legs, but also look like the girl's name is Scott. She knew that she was going to get through, top 4 going through, so she could really put the brakes on. She does have her, obviously, her Ocean Ironwoman final. That's later on today as well. It's potentially we could have the swim as well. So she's definitely got a big loaded program. So she could have relaxed a little bit at the end there. But I tell you what, it's fantastic to see the Egyptians coming through. They are amazing, and they are built for this.
Yeah, that's it. They're absolutely on fire. Fantastic performance from the ladies. Heat number 2, Spain, Japan, Singapore, Czechs, Austria, and the US of A. The US have a few of their surf athletes in there as well, a few recognisable names in there. We'll take a look at a couple of these nations as well. Expect some big things from them. They might have brought out all pure beach sprinters here. So this one might be a little bit tighter in terms of those final few qualifications, but we're going to see a few blowouts, that is for sure here, especially in the heats rounds. Spain closest to screen, Japan in there just next to them. Above those guys, Singapore, the Czechs, Austria there. A lot of red and white in this one, and the red, white and blue of the US fired up there. That's the Singapore team. Made the trip out. Japanese girls, Japan. Beachies from Japan for a long time have been, to say world class is probably understating it, to some of the best in the world. They come out here to the Australian Championships. We see them once or twice a year out here on our terms, and they get the job done. They don't care where it is in the world. They manage to find a way to win, and beach sports in Japan and surf sports in Japan is very, very good. So this will be interesting to see how they go. Heat 2 of 4 here in the women's beach relay. Spanish closest to us. The girls are set, ready to go for the final. Off and away, reasonably clean from everybody as they start to wind up. Have a look at that. The US at the top, the Spaniards at the bottom. Japan going very, very strongly as well there in third place. The US got the best of the jump, but the Spaniards really ran into that one. Clean changeovers is what we're looking for. We start to get going here for the ladies, and in the second leg, a couple of the water competitors for these ones. Watch a couple of those teams work their way back into it. Spain still in 1. The US in 2. Clean changeovers is what you need, and they've got that in 1 and 2. 3 has changed. 4 has changed. The race for 3rd and 4th is really starting to come together as well. Japan's still there, and they're starting to motor. Spain out in 1. The US in 2. Here come Japan. They're closing the gap on this one. The Japanese very strong in this third leg, but it's still out in front. Spain, the US, Japan, 1, 2, 3. These 3 teams will have no issue at all getting through. The race for 4th place is where it's at. The Czechs are doing a fantastic job in 4th place, but it looks like coming very fast is Austria as well. 1, 2, 3 is home. The Czechs and the Austrians are going to try and get there. The Czechs maybe get there. I do not know. Very, very tight for that final spot through to the next round.
Yeah, it was really tight, and you just saw those girls actually going into the wind. You can see how much tougher it is. They have to kind of push in and go a little bit lower compared to the girls running from the north to the south, which they're obviously a little bit quicker. So tactics might have played them as well. Get some of the stronger runners to maybe run into the wind. But it's all about that changeover, isn't it? You can win and lose so many metres in that time, and obviously disqualification, it can happen a lot in this event too. So everyone has to be really, really aware of where they're at, and it's a really good practice for that final coming up later today.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the wind conditions and where you put your sprinters, and I guess we saw that a bit from the Aussies, putting your stronger runners. Britt Inger, first leg into the wind, get it done. And interesting one there, much more even than we saw in the first one there. The Americans, the Spanish, the Japanese, 1, 2, 3, and then really tight for that 4th spot. The Czechs just hung in, and they managed to get it home. I don't know how, but they managed just to hold on there. You can see the changeovers here. You've got to get it done before that line. If it's after the line, it's a disqualification, 0 points, and that can really wreak havoc on your overall chances of winning a title here, and it'll be safety first for these girls in the heat rounds at the very least.
Yeah, definitely safety first. I actually saw, I can't remember what team it was off the top of my head. Actually, it was Jamaica actually in the Olympics, and they actually dropped the baton in the I think it was a 4x400, and I was so sad because the rest of the girls didn't actually even get the chance to have their run, and that was some of the girls in that relay. That was their only run for the whole Olympics, so it was really heartbreaking. So this is where the teams need to practice and go through, make it perfect, know the runner that you are receiving the baton from or returning. So it's massive in this relay. You can be a really great runner, but that transition is so important.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You're spot on. Changeovers are everything. It's like you've got your 4 runners and then their ability to change over. It's like the 5th element of this beach relays here. We take a look at heat number 3. The starters in this one, the Netherlands. They will go in lane 1 closest to us, the orange cap. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Sri Lanka, Germany, Iran and Hong Kong. Iran finished 2nd in this event 2 years ago at the World Championships, so top-tier athletes ready to go in this one. It'll be interesting to see what they've brought with them. 1 or 2 of the ladies through to that final in the individual beach sprint. They'll add a couple more, and super competitive to get into that Iranian beach relay team, because they just come here for the beach events. You don't see too many of them doing the water events here, and it's good to see the ladies out here representing their nation, and geez, they do it well. Every single World Championships, they tend to come home with a medal off the beach, and they'll be looking for something here as well, and I think they want to go one better. I think silver last time was good. Gold is what they're here for.
And it's been a big break in between as well, so they will certainly be wanting to, as you said, better themselves from that last time. And here we are, the girls looking for that. So we're actually missing a team in the middle there, which potentially could
Sri Lanka, I think, yeah.
Sri Lanka's out. So here we go, Josh. They're off for another start.
Yeah, GB, very, very quick out of that start. So she's absolutely flying at the moment. The young lady from Great Britain, Iran in second place, Germany in third, the Netherlands, and then Hong Kong bringing us through. First changeover, very tight for Team GB there. Comfortable for Iran and the Germans as well. So that top three at the moment. Here comes Hong Kong trying to get that fourth spot. Have a look at them. They've gone straight past the Netherlands and Iran out in front. Clean change over there from Iran. They're starting to street away. GB's going after them. So is the Germans. They're doing their best to get through there, but Iran are proving why they were the runner-up at the last World Championship there. That 50-metre stretch from those two athletes, unbelievable. Oh, not the best change, but got it done. No dramas. Looking very comfortable out in front. And she can just switch off right now, cruise through to the line, and that is why Iran is one of the medal favourites in this one here. Not the best changeover we've ever seen, but enough to get it done there. And have a look at the gap. Daylight second to GB. The Germans and the Netherlands. Hong Kong fought very hard through the centre there. Lightning quick run from their second runner in there, but not enough to get them through to the final. And that will be all she wrote for Sri Lanka. They don't get through there, and I think the Germans as well. For Hong Kong as well. They go home. So the Netherlands, GB, Germany and Iran will go through to the next round.
Iran, they look so good, didn't they? Yeah, just that last changeover. Hope we didn't put the jinx on them. We were talking about how important that changeover is before that race.
Curse.
But you're better off to do it now than the final. So they'll be able to reset, talk to their coaches and go, okay, what can we do better? They're able to also watch the live stream if they want as well. And here's that little slow-mo replay that we've got again off that start. So really, really quick off. It's really interesting. I think there's a lot of, generally back in the day, you'd put your fastest last, second fastest first, and then the middle, your third and fourth. But at the moment, we obviously saw Australia bring their fastest runner off first. I think it's a little bit different. So we're seeing a lot of speed in the middle as well, not necessarily just at the start and the finish. So it's going to make for a really good final later today.
You're spot on. And the way that the teams are set up and how much pressure it can put on an athlete. Like if you put your fastest athletes first, you're out in front. Maybe your last runner is your worst runner, but they rise to the occasion. Or maybe they feel that stress and they don't have the run they want. So coaches will look at the people they've got. Are they one of those people who loves the big moments? Maybe throw them last. Do they get a little stressed and maybe they don't enjoy it all that much? Maybe hide them in the middle somewhere. So tactics come into play. That is for sure when it comes to these relay events, and that's why these coaches get paid the big bucks. And we've got one more quarter-final coming up for these ladies, and a couple of these teams I'm looking forward to watching as well. South Africa, Italy, New Zealand, Poland and France in that final semi. The crowd's building today. Finals on 1 p.m. this afternoon. That's when the crowd will really be at a fever pitch. And we've seen the last couple of days it build throughout the afternoon, and then the festival atmosphere once we get to that finals package and the post-race celebrations, we'll call it, around town. So it's good to see. And the heats, it's long, it's a bit hot in the morning. They try and hide a little bit, but they come out in force when it's finals time. Yeah, they certainly do. And going about those finals, we've got from 1 o'clock onwards, make sure you stay tuned. We're going to be on SBS as well, so that is live on TV. And so what we've got coming up, we've got the women's surf race and men's, also the beach sprint. We spoke about that, and we're also obviously got the beach sprinting on at the moment. We've got the board rescue we saw earlier. The women, they'll do the rescue tube rescue. We've got the ocean man relay, ocean women relay as well. Beach relay, which will obviously get our finalists after this. The men's beach relay as well. And then we move till the end of the program from that 1 o'clock finals package. We move into the open women, ocean iron woman, and also the ocean men as well to finish off the day. So we will be sticking around, and I hope you guys will as well, because we'll have plenty incredible athletes
happening then. So, but back to the heats, the girls on screen right now, they have to make sure they put in a very, very strong run leg to get their team through, to make sure they're going to beat that finals package later today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The girls set, ready to go. South Africa closest to us, the Italians, the Kiwis, Poland and France the furthest away. Kiwis off and flying at the moment in the centre there. The French really doing a good job at the top there in third. The South Africans strong as well. Good changeovers in the centre there from the Kiwi ladies, starting to fire, and 1, 2 and 3 have really broken away at the moment. New Zealand, South Africa, the French as well, the Italians and the Polish got to get some work together. Top 4 to go through, so you just got to get yourself in the top 4 at the moment, and it looks like in the middle there, maybe the Polish are the ones out of it at the moment. New Zealand, big lead halfway through this race. That's your top 4 there. South Africa, Italy and France as well at the top, and I think the Kiwis can just cruise this one on home, and she mightn't even be in second gear at this point. Very, very easy work. Here comes South Africa. Here comes the French as well, and you can see they've almost switched off on the way home. She's looking around and very, very comfortable, and what a final leg. You know you're doing well if you can completely turn off the afterburners.
That's pretty nice when your first 3 runners set you up so that you can just almost just have a lazy Saturday afternoon chill out there. So it's she's definitely, they've all been looked after by their athletes. They put in a really good sprint. So and that's sometimes also talking about tactics of positions.
Tactics, yeah.
You could also, that's what I guess the Australian team did. You know, you have all the water girls who put Naomi and Lana
in
last,
the back end, yeah.
so that potentially, hopefully, they have an option to maybe slow down a bit before their Iron Woman final later on today. So we might see a few positions change for the final, and we'll definitely see that gear go up another level.
Yeah, Maddie Kidd there, easy work there for the Kiwi team. She looked very comfortable and was trying not to do any more work than she had to. Brianna Irving from New Zealand absolutely flying off the beach, no dramas at all. South Africa was strong, so were the French, and the Italians ended up getting there, that final spot through to the semi-finals. So you get through to the semi-finals, you've scored points. That's the important thing, but a few of these teams, just scoring points is not enough. You want to be in that final, and a couple of these teams chasing a national world title, for their national team. So big things coming up in this semi-final. You've got to get yourself through to that final if you want to be at the pointy end, and we're not too far away from those either.
Absolutely. If you want to make it on SBS Live as well, make sure you get yourself in that final so you can get an interview down on the beach and get your name up in lights.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A big morning of action so far from all these ladies and gentlemen. I think most of the surf action has wrapped up. We'll stick with the beach until we are run and done, and don't forget to be back at 1 o'clock for our finals package there. The Italian ladies, not the run they would have liked, but they did enough to get themselves through in 4th place. They beat the Poles there, no dramas at all. So they'll be back for another run. South Africans look very strong in the end. They took the win. That team looked very comfortable. Voigt, Brokanart, Tar and Hockley. We've seen Hockley a couple of times today. The French was second. Kiwis were third. The Italians get themselves through to the semi-finals. A reminder, if you want to check any of the results that aren't on the live stream or any of the results from any event all week long, liveheats.com. That's where you can go to get the full gambit of results. The pool, the surf boats, the surf action, national teams, interclub as well. You name it, it's all at Live Heats going there. It is the best results platform. They do everything. All our surf carnivals here in Australia, they do surfing, skateboarding, you name it, Live Heats does it. They are the best in the business, and that's why we use them there. Let's take a look at the highlights from some of the quarterfinals here on the sandpit this morning. The Aussies did a great job, but Egypt looked absolutely fire in quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, they certainly did. And we look at that, just that transition. They did everything perfect, and they looked like they were having a great time. They had those fresh legs, and they didn't hold up. They really wanted to finish off and really, I guess, say to all the other teams, you know what, we're going to be hard to beat. We're going to be in the final, so catch us if you can. So remarkable, very inspiring. And obviously we've got all those great interviews from Ty, being down the beach there and making some new friends. And here we have our next heat going through, and it's going to be very, very competitive out there.
Yeah, fantastic performance. While those heats were going on as well, the men's surf race was run. We got ourselves a final. I'll quickly run through that one. 32 athletes. Joe Collins from New Zealand, Kosh from Australia, Davidson from South Africa, Sheehan from Sri Lanka, Mozeli from Egypt, Tajaja from Spain, Kevin from France, Pizzotti, Tom O'Neill from the US, Sanchez from Spain, Whitaker, Hanada and Dubel from Poland, Yunao from Japan, Tish from Germany, Holub from Czech, Coltree from Argentina, Berner, O'Brien, Coisters, Kim, Pedersen, Hoffer, Rye, Wei An, Locke and So did not start. Ty Dowker on the beach. The surf events have been run and done. What a day so far.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's been a magnificent day in the water, but also in the sand as well. And we get to the pointy end now, and it's quite interesting. There's a little bit of drama coming up. Not so much drama. I love creating drama because let's go back to the last World Championships. We spoke about Egypt taking out the female beach relay to Iran. Then it was Australia and New Zealand. Now, Australia and New Zealand are drawn the same semi-final coming up, being semi-final number one. But also in there, I think we've got South Africa in that one as well, and France. So good little combination. Now, remember, 4 only go through to that of the A final, and the next 4 to that of the B final. So even though it's a semi-final, it's all about numbers game and number crunching and finishing in that top 4, because I know New Zealand and Australia, they definitely want to be in that A final coming up.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Ty. Thank you for that one. A couple of teams from the top 5 from last World Championships in this one as well. Spain finishing in 5th place at the last World Championships. Australia in 3rd, New Zealand in 4th. So this is going to be a really tough one. The US in that semi-final as well. We're taking a look at the replay here and have a look. Talk about switching off. The Kiwis put the handbrake on, pack her up, boys. We are done, because Matty Kidd just cruised home there. The South Africans and the French came over the top of them there. Let's take a look at the start list of semi-final number 2. New Zealand, Australia, Argentina, South Africa, Spain, the US, the Netherlands as well, and the French just out of shot on that one. So very, very tough one here. No messing about. We're through to the business end. Top 4 go through to the A final. Next 4 go through to the B final. If you don't get through here, that can have a real impact on how you perform in terms of the overall point score here. As many points as you can possibly get, that is what it's all about. The name of the game with teams competition here, Courtney Hancock.
Oh, it absolutely is, definitely. This is all coming down to the pointy end. Be really interested to see if some of those positions have also changed as well. We can see Lana Rogers to the side there. She's got the umbrella on there, so she's getting ready for a really big afternoon as well. But we can you just feel the tension, can't you? No one's talking to each other. Everyone's just focusing on making sure they've got the perfect start. And that's why, and then what they're doing right now, they're flattening that sand down because they want to make it a perfect start, a perfect run. So we've seen, when we first saw this morning the drone shot, it was perfectly flat, the sand. But after we've had so many athletes in there, it does cause the sand to be, well, we know sand is not even, but even more uneven with all the stepping stones. So that's what the competitors are doing right now. And obviously they're setting up their blocks to make sure they can push off and have that nice power.
Yeah, get out quickly and really start to accelerate. And I think like those men's beach sprint heats and quarters we saw, there was a real difference in the semis. It was like first gear, second gear, fifth gear through those 3 rounds, and I think we'll see more of the same here. I don't think the Kiwis will pull up shop like they did in the last one. I don't think any of these girls will be taking it easy, and I think they will be absolutely firing when it comes to the back half of this race. That is for sure. You've got to guarantee yourself a spot in the final. Teams that finished 3, 4 and 5 at the last World Championships are all in this one. The Aussies, the Kiwis and the Spanish. Don't count out any of the others. Off and away. Early speed on this side. The Kiwis, the Australians side by side. The Spanish and the South Africans in 3 and 4 really battling it out. The Americans got some work to do up there on the far side. Changeovers, all important. Clean from all those teams. The Aussies starting to work their way through. Mariah Jones really starting to go to work here. The Kiwis just hanging on. The Spaniards, they sit in 3rd place. The South Africans starting to fade ever so slightly. It's time for the water athletes for the Australians. We'll see how they go. Still in 1, the Aussies. The Kiwis in 2, the Spanish in 3. The race for 4th place is on. The Americans, the Argentinians, the South Africans at the top side there. A few of those other teams really starting to get into it. Maybe the French. Yeah, the French are coming in with a flurry as well. They've gone to 4th. The Kiwis go to the front at the moment. The Aussies will have no dramas. The French have run from 6th into 3rd place. The Spaniards are fading and the South Africans are coming. The dip on the line. Oh, the Spaniards get there. So it's Australia and New Zealand are ultra big last leg from the French. They came from the clouds, and I think the Spaniards will be the last ones in that final, and we say goodbye to the Americans and maybe even the South Africans as well. That one's pretty close. I wouldn't count my judgment there, but that last run from the French, unbelievable. If they're close in this final, they can win it.
Oh, absolutely. That was an amazing finish over the other side. She really just took off and she really knew what she needed to do. So that was really impressive also by Australia and New Zealand as well. They really took it out and had their beaches out there in front. They gave them a really nice lead. And, yeah, you definitely saw that, as you can see from the start here, all their first runners just really trying to set their team up into that wind, of course, but wow, I just really saw the accelerator go on for every single athlete.
Yeah, they change over here, the Aussies. Mariah Jones, she's a swimmer. She's a pool swimmer, but she's very quick, that's for sure. Goes to the lead there, sets that one up. Lana Rogers, quick across the sand as well, just holding on and then bringing it home, Kidd, and that. But have a look at the top of the screen. The French woman flying home here. She's gone from, well, I think she was 6th at the changeover into 3rd, and you give her 50 more metres and she would have won that one, that is for sure. The dip at the line, have a look at this. 1 and 2, no dramas at all. 3 for France. Here we go. Spain get there. South Africa miss out, I think. So the Spanish are in and the South Africans go home, and we knew it was a bogey heat. We knew it was a tough one, and one of the big favourites, they'll go home.
Oh, I know. Sadly they will, but it's a team effort, and everyone put in everything they possibly could, and at the end of the day, that's all you can do. So it's super challenging. I mean, they will be in the B final, and we'll just see the results in a moment.
Yeah, starting to roll through at the bottom there, of course. We got all those results, 1 and 2, New Zealand and Oz. France in 3. Spain did get there in 4th place, so a great job from the Spanish team. 5 was South Africa, 6 was Argentina. The US faded in that final leg to finish in 7, and the Netherlands were your top 8 there. Great job all round in semi-final number 1 of the women's beach relay. Semi-final number 2 coming up, and well, if that one was a match race for the overall point score, this one's a match race for just the women's beach relay. Egypt and Iran, they were 1st and 2nd in 2022. They've looked the best so far of what we've seen of all these teams, and they'll go both in this second semi-final.
Yeah, and you saw in the heat just before, they were really stamping their mark, weren't they? They really made sure they put it all in, and I like that. I think you really need to get out there, and unless you've done, obviously, the ocean competitors have done race after race, they need to rest. But for the Egyptian women out here, they haven't been racing. This is their first race for the whole competition, so they want to get out there, warm up, get into
Blow
it.
the cobwebs out, yeah.
Absolutely, and when you're that fit, race after race, you get better and better and better. So I'm looking forward to seeing them. They will, well, I'm not going to touch wood on them, but they're looking very good to make the final. Same with the Iran, they're looking very strong as well.
Yeah, fantastic performance. The Italians will be set and ready to go. This semi-final, it has quarter-final there, but there's only 2 of them, so it's a semi. They have Canada, Italy. So Canada on the right-hand side, Italy there, the Czechs, Egypt, Japan, Germany, Iran, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The girls are asked to the line by the starter. The Canadians closest to us. Great Britain and Northern Ireland furthest away off in semi-final number 2 of the women's beach relay. Have a look at the far side. Great Britain absolutely flying. The Egyptians going with him, and they seem to work into these relays very, very well. Egypt will change over first. You've got to be clean here, especially at the important semi-finals. Germany doing well. Here come Iran. Iran have made the jump out of the pack, and they're chasing down the Egyptians. A great leg from the Iranian runner there. They'll go into this changeover side by side. Clean changeovers from both of them. Maybe Egypt just a little bit better. Great Britain sitting pretty in 3rd. Germany holding on to the final spot in the final, with Canada coming very, very fast. But Egypt, they're back in front at the moment. Iran, the changeover's important. A good one from them, but still out in front. Egypt in 1. Iran goes straight to the lead, straight past the Egyptians. And what about that? 2 huge legs there from the Iranians, and they will lead that semi-final. Egypt in 2, and I think that semi looked quicker than the other one. Great Britain and Northern Ireland get there, and I think maybe Canada stormed home for 4th place. So we didn't quite see that one, but Iran are happy with it. And they can maybe just get some of those changeovers a little bit smoother there. They might be untouchable because they looked much better than the first semi, and they dominated that one there. Those second and fourth legs, they were absolutely lightning.
They were, and they were happy about it. They certainly, I love to see that, the smiles on their faces. I felt like Egypt, they definitely backed it off. Their last runner, they kind of knew where they were, knew they had good distance, knew that they were in the final. So she definitely tapped it off. So I think definitely here we have a replay. We'll see Egypt, that last runner, really, really put the accelerator on.
Here we go at start. Great Britain and Northern Ireland had the best of it early. The Egyptians built into it, and you can see how far down Iran was. They were in 5th place at one point, which was a bit shocking given how well they did, but it was this leg that really brought them to the fore. She went to the front, then it was sort of side by side, not a great changeover, but that final leg, absolutely Grease Lightning out there, absolutely flying home, and they're the red hot favourites. I think they're the best two teams. I think Australia and New Zealand will battle it out for second and third. Maybe one or two other countries will jump up, but that semi-final number 2, they're the favourites.
I definitely agree with you. They look so good in every single heat this morning. They looked good then. I'm excited to also see individually how well they go as well, because they all look quickest across the sand, and it'd be really interesting if they're going to be next to each other as well in the lane. The
difficult part is you can only put 2 in each event individually, so when you got those, all 4 of those girls might end up in the individual beach relay final, so sometimes it's harder to just make your national team than it is to make the final itself when you come to a World Championships. But that's the level of competition. It's like being in the Ironman or the Ocean Man or Ocean Woman events for Australia or New Zealand. If you can get in the team, you're almost guaranteed to be in the final, and running for Egypt or Iran is almost the same.
Absolutely, definitely. It'll be we'll be able to potentially well, I was going to say we're going to potentially go to tie, but I think we've got some exciting news to announce.
Yeah, that wraps up our competition from today. Thank you for watching the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships, day 1 of the national team's beach competition for the open competitors. We'll be back at 1 o'clock on the live stream for the full finals package. You can also catch it live on SBS Plus there. Jump on, support the people that support us, and watch the world's best surf sports athletes doing their thing right here on this stretch of sand in just a few hours' time. On behalf of myself and the entire team, thank you for watching, and we'll see you this afternoon at 1 o'clock.
than you imagine. Better cool on your faction. Ready for the curtain call, lights, camera, action.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships on the golden sands of Kurrawa Beach of the beautiful Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. It is Ty Dowker here with probably life-saving royalty of Courtney Hancock. And Courtney, what about these drone shots? It's day one of the national teams open in that of the ocean. And our finals time just about to get underway.
Oh, I am so excited to be here with you, Ty. It's been a wonderful morning so far and a wonderful couple of days. And we've seen all different types of swell and weather out there. A little bit of wind coming up. You got some fantastic interviews this morning, and I just can't wait for this finals package to get started.
Yeah, it's the World Lifesaving Championships, and the other thing I love about the World Lifesaving Championships is the array and the diversity of colours of the caps right around that of our beautiful world as well. If you have a look there, just under 50 international teams competing. And I tell you what, if you're looking to do a bid for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics, there's no better place to look for events than that of Lifesaving that is worldwide. Look at these beautiful caps and colours, and we'll call them as we go along for a phenomenal afternoon of racing. It's finals afternoon. We're in the water, we're in the sand, and we've got on the beach as well, Josh Minogue doing some great crossover commentary as well. And then we have the wrapping up with that, with the Stars and Stripes, the USA of America, and they performed exceptionally well as well. So let's have a look at the events for today, and I might get you to run through from top to bottom.
Oh, have a look at this time. We've got the men's surf race, women's surf race, and we go the beach sprint for both the men's and men's board rescue. Then for the women's, we move over to the tube, rescue tube, and then we've got the men ocean and man relay. Then we go to the women's ocean woman relay, and then we finish off back on the beach with the women's beach relay and then the men's beach relay. And after that, also the ocean women and the ocean men. So it's a big day, and a lot of those athletes will be in every single event.
Yeah, and putting in perspective as well, we're gone from day one and day two of that of the pool to now that of the first of the ocean racing. And overall to the Italian national team as well, very dominant in that of the pool. Now we'll look to see the likes of potentially Australia and New Zealand really starting to come to the fore. Let's get on the beach now for an update on conditions with Josh Minogue.
Thanks, guys. Conditions have certainly changed down here on the beach over the last couple of hours. The tide's gone out, the wind's picked up. We saw a little bit of it this morning, but it's even more intense this afternoon. This surf race that's about to start, it's more of a run, swim, run than we had this morning. Long wade out, long wade back. The runners are really going to take the core in this one. Weather, still a nice 25 degrees. The water's 21 in there today, and plenty of great racing coming up, so we're about to kick things off.
Yeah, exciting times down the start line as they line up. And let's have a look back in semi-final number 1 and number 2. And let's just remember that James Kosh, who's representing Australia, took this out 2 years ago in Italy as well. But it was Joey Collins. He's up and about for Team New Zealand, the Blackfins at the moment. Kosh was second, Chris Davidson. But what about this? In semi-final number 1 there, Courtney, Sri Lanka and Egypt in 4 and 5. That is so great to see. In semi-final number 2, once again, it was New Zealand in 1. Alex Cole from the Stars and Stripes. Zach Morris, Australia. Leggett from Great Britain. And the Netherlands in the mix as well. What's going through their minds? Start line here, short, sharp racing. It is the World Lifesaving National Open Surf Race.
Well, as Josh just said before, it is a little bit of a run, swim one, and here we are off for that start. So they are going to go into a bit of a run, a little bit of a wade, dolphin diving. So it is a bit of an adventure challenge out there at the moment, but any race today, you need to have a strong start.
Now, in the open water, it is the ocean, day one as well, and the skill sets come to play, so it's not pure swimming. You can see at the moment the running goes to wade, now they're porpoising and negotiating on that at the break at the moment. It looks like a great start to the green and gold cup of Kosh, and also tucked out there as well, Zach Morris. So it's the green and gold of Australia in front, but look on the outside, tucked on right on the hip on the outside there, the Black Fins of New Zealand.
And the athletes that went right to the bottom of that sand and tucked themselves under those waves. We saw that shot before. It's very punchy, very powerful this afternoon of Kurrawa. And as we see Zach Morris out in front, he is at the moment the fastest swim star in the world at the moment.
Yeah, this is great, isn't it? You've got Zach Morris in one, and it's his training partner representing New Zealand, Joey Collins, tucked up on the outside. I love how Joe Collins goes about his business. He's just all in. It's not, I'll wait to chase these swells coming home and bring my skill sets. It is all in for Collins. Around they go now, Morris. Collins tucked in there as well. Look for the move of Kosh and also Clark from New Zealand in 3 and 4. The longer this race goes, the more will play in their hands.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And we just saw out there in the surf swimming race, we've got the 2 strings to go around. So we've got the normal 9 and then we've got the black and white, which we can't see on screen at the moment. You will see in a moment. So it's all about setting yourselves up. And we just saw at the can back there, we saw the second New Zealander take out our other Australian team member there. So it's all setting yourself up, and when we come on in, you want to be first on those runners. So Joe Collins next to Zach Morris, he's done very well to get himself side by side.
Yeah, it's a great combination fight here between the Trans-Tasmans of Australia and New Zealand of Collins and Zach. They know each other's strengths. They also know each other's weaknesses at the moment. But I love the work of Lewis Clark. He tucked in 3. He went round with Kosh, but then manhandled Kosh a little bit around that first can to now sit in that 3rd position. Now we go from the skill set of negotiating the break going out. We've gone round the cans. How critical are the waves coming in and your skill sets? One to pick up, but then to finish strong.
Oh, that's when you really want to really get into your fitness, really start. So you'll see a lot of the athletes also kicking into a 6-beat kick, should I say, sorry. So this is where you really want to start working. But also you see in 5th and 6th, we've also got France, we've also got South Africa as well, Christiana Davison, very, very good swimmer, very well renowned for that swimming. So out in front, we still have Zach Morris, Joe Collins chasing in there, and also, we, as I said before, the Frenchies and the South Africans are coming in hot.
Yeah, this is a great little battle. Expect for Alexander Cole from the Stars and Stripes of America to make their presence felt. We're approximately 20 metres away, and you see at the moment they start to find their own clean water. That tide has dropped, waves are breaking out the back. Now we're almost 4 abreast at the moment. It's still Morris from Australia in 1. The big move. The legs will come into play here. Working hard, trying to get over the top. Won't get there. Morris won't get there either. All of a sudden, the danger comes from behind.
Yeah, Zach Morris really needs to get up and get going. He milked that as hard as he can, but he might get this little one. Oh, he's done very well, and he deserves it. He led that whole way. Joe Collins is going to have to fight for that 2nd position as well, because you've also got his teammate of Clark there, and also Kosh not too far away.
Yeah, that's the opportunity of being out in front. You give yourself first opportunity, waves coming in as well. Zach Morris, he set up in that first 15 to 20 metres, dictated and controlled the race with Joey Collins around, but then executed his skill set back in the beach. It's maximum points, 20 points for Australia. Good battle for the minor place. Well, Joe Collins, I think, may sneak in in 2, then goes back to actually Kosh there potentially in 3. Clark is 4. Great battle here for the minor places. South Africa sneaking in as well.
Yeah, they did a fantastic swim there, didn't they? They weren't too far behind. They just the New Zealanders and the Australians, they just got to that wave zone just a little bit quicker than the French and also the South African there. But here we have Great Britain. They've been so strong over this whole week. He's doing very, very well.
Yeah, looks like Alexander Cole from the Stars and Stripes coming in. Tommy Leggett from Great Britain as well. But you spoke about this earlier from Josh from the beach. You spoke about the drop in tide. It's short, it's sharp, and it's definitely entertaining.
Oh, it is definitely entertaining. It is very, very hard on their legs. And remember, this isn't their first race of the day. A lot of them are up to their 3rd day of racing. They could be up to 20, 30, 40 races by now across the pool, beach, and the ocean. So they're going to be stinging, and I'm really looking forward. I think in a moment, we might actually... we can actually move on to our winner, Zach Morris, with Josh and all the news.
Thank you, Courtney. There, first race of the day, first win and first blood for Australia. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it's only the start. We've got plenty more races to go, so hopefully we can follow it up and win majority of the other events as well.
Are you feeling the pressure? Obviously, the expectations high with the Australian team. The Kiwis are very, very good, as well as the rest of the world. How tough is that for you?
Oh, I don't really get too fussed about all that stuff. I'm pretty relaxed, so I just go out there and swim, and if I come in first, I come in first.
What about the load after the last 2 days? The pool events, straight into this sort of thing. 3 days of racing now. How are the legs feeling?
Oh, I did nothing, to be honest, on the first day, and I just did 2 50-metre sprints yesterday, so I was semi-fresh, so yeah, it didn't really matter. Jimmy's had a bigger load than me, so Jimmy would be feeling it more than me.
Tell us about the rivalry between yourselves and the Black Fins.
Well, just the rivalry between me and Joe is big, but now he's Kiwi, yeah, we butt heads all the time. No, you love him.
We love it. Zach Morris, winner of the surf race here. First blood for the Australians.
Yeah, it's our finals on day one of the Ocean for those of the Open, and we can see on the screen here, on the split screen at the moment now on the main screen, he really set that race up in the first third. I talk about surf race being three parts. You start the middle section, but then really the execution under fatigue, this third part, really critical.
Yeah, Josh and I spoke about this morning with Zach Morris. He is so fast and furious that if you let him get away and turn that last can and get onto the break, he's going to be incredibly difficult to know. And I think Zach's really noticing that about his racing. He is so fast and he's really, really using it a really big asset in his racing.
And we saw the battle for second and third there as well, and how points were at a premium. So well done, Joe Collins in 2, and James Kosh, our 2022 champion, in third place. Another podium finish. For the males, we now go to that of the females. It's the Open Women's Surf Race. National teams, World Championship lining up. Once again, a super quality field. And, it's interesting because we take our pool swimmers to now put them in the environment that we have with a bit of chop as well. And they'll come with the four. Now, Lana Rogers took out semi-final number 1 from a great Japanese competitor of Sara Tazaki. She won numerous national. We know her personally as well. She's got one of the best smiles on the beach as well, Sara Tazaki. Olivia Corrin, look out for her. She was in third. Samantha Tata was in fourth. And French Rosé was there in position 5 in semi-final number 1. Now, number 2, look at this, the danger of my liking. Naomi Scott from Australia. Margot as well from France. USA of Cummings. Germany Holt, what a story of Nina Holt. Only a matter of a few weeks ago, represented Germany at the Olympics in that of Paris. Broke a record, a minimum 1, could have been 2 records after yesterday in the pool as well. Germany's up and about, but it's transferring that flat water speed to that of the surf for young Nina.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is different as we see the results of the men's on the screen right there, and the girls would have been watching and getting a few tips from their teammates, but it certainly is different swimming. The pool to the ocean, it feels different, it is different, everything about it's different, and it's very, very interesting. I know I've done a few races up against the Campbell sisters when we've done Noosa Try, and it's completely different. It's really quite funny speaking to some of the pool swimmers, just the difference, and they're used to that black line, and the ocean swimmers obviously used to a little bit of the black line, but no, the sand and the fish on the bottom.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's probably the skill sets, all the other processes that are involved, and from the start line, it's the ability to run, the ability to wade, to porpoise, and then negotiate and pick up breaks coming well, but also the ability to swim in a crowd in open water swimming. So there they are lined up. Lana Rogers, right-hand side of the screen, one of the favourites. She looks so focused and outstanding. Hands down the best competitor, water competitor last year. And shown that through the professional series. And here we go, the girls are up and about. Lana Rogers front and centre, and Naomi Scott. A few potholes to negotiate as well there, Courtney.
Talking about the fastest starter in the men's, Naomi Scott has shown time and time again she is the quickest starter in that women's surf race. She's so fast. We saw her in the beach sprint a little bit earlier this morning, which we'll see her later today in the beach sprint, but long legs, long stroke. She's definitely been one of the best swimmers so far, and she's one of the only people, I guess, at the moment who's really given Lani Pallister a really good nudge over the last few years. So she's doing very well on that northern side, and her teammate Lana Rogers just on the inside.
Wow, what a bit of this. I don't know what they had for breakfast this morning, but the Australians are up and about. They are absolutely dominating. Very similar to that of Zach Morris in the Open Male Surf Race we saw only a matter of 5 minutes ago. But Joey Collins had the opportunity to go with. At the moment, it's Naomi Scott in 1, Lana Rogers right up there as well. It's a 1-2 punch for the female ladies of Australia.
And you can see they're bouncing up and down. So it's really showing how choppy and windy it is out there. So some of the swimmers with the nicer stroke, we talked about the pool swimmers, will maybe be struggling a little bit. And the best advice I would probably give them is just chop in, be messy, be aggressive out there. Do not worry about trying to do a nice long stroke. It's really just trying to rip in and really shorten those strokes. And you'll see, as I said before on the men's race, you'll see the little kick just jump on in when they go past that second string.
Yeah, most important. I think what happens is you find they'll increase their cadence a little bit. Now remember, this swell, we're looking at 6 or 7 wave period difference from one wave to the next, the swell of the wave. So it's important to maintain that body speed as they head out towards the second string of cans. It's Australian 1 and 2 at the moment. Looks like young Molly from New Zealand tucked in with Olivia Corrin as well. So 1-2 Australia, 3-4 to that of New Zealand. Then we go back. It looks like potentially the Stars and Stripes of America also making their presence felt. But if you are close enough in the wave zone, you're good enough if you've got the skill set.
Absolutely. We just saw Olivia Corrin go around there. She didn't have the best turn around the can, and she was actually on Naomi Scott's, Lana Rogers, should I say, feet, but now she's just backed off a little bit there. So that was a little bit of a mistake there by Olivia Corrin. So she's really going to want to charge and get back on their feet there, because, as I said, once they get onto that wave zone, whoever's in front, they're going to have that best opportunity. And as I said, look at those runs, Ty, coming through.
Yeah, and it's a little bit harder. Obviously, in the water, greater resistance when you're swimming compared to the skis and the boards. But the importance of your legs, you'll see the legs really starting to come in when they sort of go from the trough of the wave up to the peak. They'll drive their legs to try and milk the wind swell like they are on a board. So it's Australian 1-2 at the moment, and you can see the move now. Naomi Scott, right-hand side, tucked into that of Lana Rogers, starting to make her presence felt. But what about the move in New Zealand, far left-hand side? Is this a tactical manoeuvre to try and pick up some swell?
Yeah, it looks like it might be Holly going off to the north there. I think she's seeing something. She might have seen a little bit of a wave that she saw in the men's, and also she might want a little bit of a shorter run coming through, but the Australians out there in front. You see, actually, USA, she's looking very, very good as well. We also have France in there too. So USA, she's looking really, really strong.
Yeah, looks like Tata from USA. Now, I love the work position 3. Now, this is all determined on what happens in the wave zone, because Olivia Corrin is close enough. She trains with the 2 Australian girls pretty much day in, day out as well. But Australia 1-2. The big decision, where are the swells and who will be on a swell building? Legs will come in now. Corrin trying to pull over the top. Corrin won't get there. It looks like Scott may get there. No. Lana Rogers, I think, will stand first. Rogers is up. Looks behind. Quick little bow peek from Rogers. Now the long legs come into play.
Yeah, the long legs are up and going. And you see Naomi Scott, she actually was just in front and she got that little wave and worked really hard, but it fizzled out. So she got herself in a really unfortunate position. We've just seen Olivia Corrin or Holly go down there. So Lana Rogers is going to take this out. Naomi Scott's going to look to get to that second. New Zealand not too far behind.
Yeah, Rogers in 1. Olivia Corrin absolutely flying home for second, just ahead of Naomi Scott. Back to another New Zealand there as well. Young Molly picking up 4th. Sara Tazaki, the best smile on the beach, coming for Japan. What a performance from the young lady from Japan.
Oh, she's incredible. Sorry, Sara. I actually called her, looked like USA coming in there, but of course, Sara, she's a phenomenal swimming coming through. And I tell you what, Ty, with Olivia Corrin coming through past Naomi Scott there, points were lost in that moment.
Yeah, obviously 20 points for win to 18 to 16 to 14, then individual points down to that of 1 as well. And this is finals day. It's been a big 2 days of racing competition. You see every position counts. You see the Czech Republic coming in just ahead of that of Canada as well. Points at a premium, but it's a 1-2 punch in the open male surf race and the open females. Advantage Australia at the moment. Obviously a few points behind New Zealand from the pool events for day 1 and 2. But let's get on the beach now with our winner, with Josh Minogue.
That's right. I'm here with Lana Rogers. She's having an absolute blast down here. Does it feel a little bit better to get in the surf after being in the pool the last 2 days?
Definitely. Luckily, I didn't have much to do in the pool. I was just there to support, and it's good to just have a good hit out. That was really good, especially do it for Australia.
What does it mean to wear that green and gold cap?
So special. It's the first time for me ever. I've been waiting to get this cap and this number for 9 years, so I'm just embracing everything and I'm absolutely loving it.
Talk to me about the tactics beforehand. Obviously, yourself and Naomi Scott, you want to work together to beat the Kiwis in there. Is there much talk about that, or you just do your own thing?
Not really. You know, we all train together at the end of the day, and I knew Naomi and I just decided we were going to get out hard and quick, work that bank. We both got long legs, so just wanted to take advantage of that, and we managed to pull that off.
Surf race win, beach relay coming up. How are you feeling about that?
See how the legs are. Fingers crossed. How about that?
Lana Rogers, surf race champ. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, great job to Lana Rogers. And normally we talk about a triple crown in ocean women racing and that of iron person racing as well. She has the opportunity to go for the 4-peat this year as well. So look for that for the Interclub next week. But obviously Lana Rogers, but they dictate the race nice and early. I love the way they're starting that first third of the race, Team Australia.
Yeah, and it is so tricky out there. I don't think we can see from the drone shot just those potholes, how awful they are. And the athletes doing really, really well. The athletes who actually got out the best, they've really found that sand and pulled it across. And here we go. We can see this is the hardest bit. Obviously, 3 athletes going into that first string and just getting all tied up.
Yeah, back to beach. I saw a good move from Olivia Corrin as well, tucked up there in third. I think pound for pound, the swimming, should be confident with that swim, knowing that if she's close enough, she's good enough as well for future races.
Oh, definitely. You've seen Lana Rogers and Naomi Scott. They've been up the front every single swim and every single Iron Woman or individual swim. So for Olivia Corrin, she's also a phenomenal swimmer as well. But to be right there and to have that wonderful sprint finish that she did, she really went right till the end there. So all the girls are looking good. And as Lana said before, it's a big day just trying to get through every single event as best they can.
And obviously it's the big stage as well, so it's Lana Rogers' first time in the national team coming away to a World Championships. Olivia Corrin's been there before, had that bit of experience, but I know she's savouring the moment, Lana Rogers. I saw her in the beach relay heats earlier today, and it's great to see, isn't it, when you got the water athletes up in beach relay.
Oh, amazing. And she said, she's waited 9 years to get into this team. So, and she's making the most of every moment. As we look on screen, so Lana Rogers get the gold medal, Olivia Corrin, Naomi Scott, Molly. Molly's been doing very, very well. We saw her in the Iron Woman earlier this morning. Sarah Tazaki, she does have the best smile. Kelsey Cummings from USA, she was right there. Nina Holt from Germany, right up there. We have Margot from France. She's fantastic. She was actually third at bronze medal at Adelaide, should I say. And then we move on to South Africa and Belgium, who have been right up there the whole time.
Isn't it magnificent to see, 7th place there, Nina Holt, I remember 3 weeks ago, racing in Paris at the Olympic stage and that of swimming. I think it was a 4x100 as well. Broke records in the pool last couple of days. And the colours of the nations around, from Italy to Great Britain, USA, to the Czech Republic, Canada, and wrapping up there in 20th position, that of Spain. That is our first two of the finals package. What a day it's been here. It is day one of the Ocean for the Opens. We are now heading to the B final of the Open Women's Beach Sprint. B final coming up, and once again, points at a premium. 8 will be in the A final, 8 will be in the B final. As they line up now, we can see each nation allowed to have 2 competitors that can step up. And Maria Jones here, what a performer in the pool she's been the last 2 days. An experienced campaigner, has been a few years out of the Australian team, has come back looking here in the B final to pick up some extra points for that of Australia. In position 2, we'll see Cotter from Germany, Canada. McDonald will be in the mix as well. Look out for Japan, position 4 here of Ishiguro. Then we go to Tar from South Africa. Didn't have a phenomenal day, the South Africans, yesterday in reference to the youth in the female beach sprint and beach sprint relay. Wiggins from Great Britain, Maddie Kidd from New Zealand, and Anna Dare from France. It is the B final. 8 will go in. Big points up for grabs for the nations.
Oh, it is. Even though it is a B final, these girls are all incredible athletes. Only just missed that A final, and points are on offer. We've got Mariah out there, so she's going to be in that lane number 1 on screen. Anna from France there, so she's getting ready to go, looking very, very, oh, that might actually be Japan, sorry. Yeah, it was Japan. we flipped over into the middle, and yeah, these girls have had a big day, back to back, so explosive athletes, so they'll be really looking to get as many points, because whoever finishes first off in this, 9th, still really, really high points.
And it's a fast track. I can tell you it is a fast track. And the sand here, the golden sands of the Gold Coast of Kurrawa Beach, are nothing but magnificent. They're now in the starters, set position. And away we go. Great little start from the Japanese in the centre as well. You can see now starting to make her presence felt from South Africa. South Africa is up and about at the moment. Jenna Tar from South Africa. The confidence from the youth of yesterday coming to fore and flying home. The France there, I'll say Anna on the outside as well. We'll leave that with the judges, but I believe South Africa, that of Jenna Tar, will take out the B final. Just ahead of that, Anna there from France, very, very tight for 3rd, but points at a premium.
Yeah, that was very, very close. I'm sure they're going to be getting on their screens there, their iPads, just having a little look and seeing whose chest came across first there. So it's it's going to be the nervous wait for the girls waiting for those results.
Let's have the replay here, and it was out of the blocks. In the first 5 to 10 metres, you can see South Africa there of Tar really set this race up, and I love the move from top end of screen. The young lady from France, Anna from France, coming home, absolutely flying. I'd probably say that could be Ishiguro from Japan. May sneak in for 3rd. We're just off the line as we speak. 1, 2, 3. Potentially that of Ishiguro from Japan in 3rd, and McDonald from that of Canada potentially in 4th. They'll replay on the iPads, doing a wonderful job, the officials. And the other thing I love about the officials, they're from all around the world. Had a great opportunity to have a chat to a German official this morning, along with Sweden, and they're enjoying this moment at the World Lifesaving Championships just as much as the athletes.
Oh, it's fantastic. As we said, all over the world. They travelled far and wide to get here, so it's here we have. So we've got they're just getting their numbers in now. So one of the officials got their hand up in the air, and the girls, it's a nervous wait, isn't it? Because you can kind of look to the side and kind of guess where you are, but sometimes you can be completely wrong. So it's going to be really, really interesting, especially those 1, 2, 3 placings. So we're looking to see Jenna Tar look like she was
It's a little bit different
clear
to a beach relay because you're waiting at, where our changeover's clean. At least this is just one direction.
Yes.
And then we have our winner, Jenna Tar from South Africa. The smile comes on the dial of Jenna Tar. Congratulations, you are the B final winner here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. day one of the Ocean for the Opens. And we'll have an interview very shortly with that of Jenna Tarr. Second was that of Team France. Congratulations. Japan of Ishiguro picking up that of third. And I love the way they race. They just respect the whole environment and the gratitude of being at the World Championships. Canada picking up fourth. Big points here. That was a really good run for Maddie Kidd from New Zealand. Obviously, we'll block some points to that of Mariah Jones from Australia as well. Great Britain coming through, great performance. Germany of Cotter picking up seventh. And our pool rescue superstar coming there from Jones from Australia as well. Let's get on the beach now with Josh Minogue with our South African winner.
I'm here with Jenna. B final, good points for the South Africans. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm stoked to get some points on the table. Anything to do to get those extra points.
And the team's been going fantastically this morning. Great job for the guys in the water and backing it up with the beach.
Yeah, I know we've got an awesome team going this year. We've got our juniors did phenomenally on the beach these last 2 days. So we're just trying to come out and make them proud.
Congratulations on the win in the B final.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, outstanding for the B final. Now we line up for the A final, and is nothing but pure class. In particular, look out for the Australian representative. This is her home beach. She knows every grain on the sand. Dad is in the crowd as well. Her sister's there as well. But I love this. I love seeing that of Iran and also Egypt. From the right-hand side, we'll have Egypt. We'll then have Australia. Then we'll have Great Britain, Ireland, Iran, New Zealand, the USA, Belgium, and France lining up. Look for the move, bottom second. There we go. Brittany Inga, second for the right-hand side, off to an absolute flyer. Irving as well from New Zealand. That's New Zealand of Irving. Look at Irving go from the Black Fins of New Zealand.
Wow, she has blown that run out of the water. She looked incredible right from the start, and there was no one that was going to catch her in that beach run.
Wow, Brianna Irving from the Black Fins of New Zealand have shot one straight over the bow to Australia. She took out semi-final number one. And Brittany Inga from Australia took out semi-final number two. And it's very hard to determine in terms of the pace of each semi-finals. But the smile says it all for the young lady from New Zealand, Brianna Rome Irving. What a moment on the big stage. We go back 2 years ago, was taken out by EJ Elizabeth Forsyth from Australia. But what a performance from the Black Fins of New Zealand.
Oh, congratulations. That was a phenomenal effort. And you can just see she's just been handed a towel. That's actually a wet towel just to cool herself down. And here's that replay. Look, she's out there in the middle and she was, I guess, catch me if you can.
Yeah, I just love, we talk about from the sockets to the pockets of the hands as well. Good lean forward coming through and good knee drive. But that is a dominant performance about world class of Brittany Inga coming in second as well. Great start, bottom of screen from Regal from Egypt as well. They're up and about. Look out for them in the female beach relay a little bit later on. Super tight for 4th, 5th and 6th. But it was her stage. It was her moment, Brianna Irving.
Yeah, she's really got some pace to use, hasn't she? She looked like she could have kept going too for maybe 200, 400 metre run then. So she's, it doesn't even look like she's puffing too much. She did that very easy and a well-deserved win. That was she definitely knows she's won that. There was no one beside her when she finished. And I'll have a look at the extra places after that. Brittany looks like she was going to be the runner-up. And yeah, I'm excited to see those beach relays.
Very, very impressive from Irving. Really stepped up to the big stage and the big moment as well. And now we've got Oscar for New Zealand coming up. He's running very, very well. It's going to be a red-hot field for the male A final coming up very shortly. But confidence is a wonderful thing. And ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. In terms of the Lifesaving World Championships 2024 National Teams Open Day 1. Brianna Irving from New Zealand, maximum points. And what a performance.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing on screen in a moment. We'll get Josh to have a little interview with Brianna. She, just really want to hear what she has to say there because that was just incredible. And it must give her a lot of confidence, not only winning, but winning by a good margin across 100 metres. It was, a real dominant performance. So she's definitely an asset for that New Zealand team.
Yeah, particularly leading up to Indy Club next week as well. But let's go down the beach. The Smiles are on the dials, down with Josh Minogue.
Yeah, Smiles lighting up the beach sprint track just like she did in that final. Unbelievable performance there, Brianna. Must feel good to get one for the Kiwis.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely stoked. I've watched the Kiwis smash the pool for the last 2 days, so I'm really glad to be on the beach and show them why I'm in the team as well.
Is there a little bit of nerves heading into that final?
Yeah, definitely a whole lot of nerves. But I managed to pull through, and nerves are always good, so.
Be a world champion, that's something special.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Massive thank you to my team, James Mortimer and Morgan Hutchings from Auckland. Couldn't do it without you guys, so.
Beach relay still to come. How does that go? You get a couple of the water competitors to come in. Do you really feel the pressure there?
I think the water competitors feel a little bit more pressure than me, but I think they'll do awesome and I'm really looking forward to it.
World champion has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I could use that.
Great job, Josh, and a huge congratulations to Brianna from New Zealand, the Black Fins as well. And one for the Kiwis. There you have it, number 1 there, Brianna from New Zealand, maximum points. Brittany Inga, strong performance from this trainer as well. We just couldn't get there. But what about this for third place? Regal from Egypt. What a moment for the nation of Egypt. France was in 4th, Great Britain in 5, USA Ogalotti in 6, Porton and that of Rostami from Iran. Great spread of countries, but it was her stage, Brianna Irving.
Oh yeah, she spoke so naturally, didn't she? Very humble, and she. I like what she said about nerves are a good thing. So she, getting the, you can kind of let them, I guess, take over the nerves. But she really said, you know what, I'm going to use this extra energy, professional, and that's why she came through the win in the end.
Yeah, and for a lot of these athletes as well, it's the first time on a national team and also on the big stage as well as the male B final coming up. From the right-hand side, Great Britain, France, the Netherlands, Argentina, Canada, Germany, and that of Spain. The white caps of Argentina up and about. It has been nothing but pure quality at the moment, but it's France off to a good start. But top of screen, the man from Spain, he's up and about.
Oh, wow, look at them go. They're really, as you said, pockets to sockets. That's definitely what's happening there at the moment. But I reckon it would have been more so the top end of the beach there. So we'll have to wait and see those results.
Marco Jimenez from that of Spain. What a performance. We're taking the 8 away from the A final. 9th best in the team's world championship right here. What a moment in the big stage. So close to making the final. Finished 5th in the semi-final. Just fell short in making that A final. But there's no better way to bounce back than taking out the B final.
Absolutely. Yeah, certainly would have been a little bit disappointed with not making that A. But he went out there. That didn't worry him. And again, winning this B means you get 9th overall, so very, very good points.
Yeah, all the speed of the start was down the bottom. A great start from the young Frenchman who got up and about Florian. But as the distance went on, away he came into his own form. And really that backhand speed from that of Jimenez from Spain really set that up. Very tight for that from Germany of Lafleur, potentially sneaking there. Canada, a Haylog maybe potentially 3rd as well. And the Dutch of Stolzer was close enough, potentially 4th. Unofficial, we'll leave that with the judges. But there's the man at the moment, the B final champion.
He's really waiting to celebrate, isn't he? Just to get the results, and then you can have that celebration. So
I love the colours, I love the caps as well. We had this discussion yesterday,
yes,
didn't we, about what was the best cap. There's so many great caps out there, and a huge congratulations to all the nations as well. Here we go, B final, overall placings, first to that of Spain.
I think Egypt's my favourite cap. It's the black.
There we go. Spain in 1. Coming a bit tight in the second. We'll pick them up in a moment. Germany, I believe, in second. Lafleur of Germany. Canada will pick up that of 3rd place for the B final. And the semi-finals we saw earlier today, it is red hot. And looking forward to the A final coming up very shortly. From the Netherlands, Rolov Stotzer. He's a big frame man. Also picking up there Florian from France out of the blocks very, very well. And our 2 boys from Argentina. But let's go down to our B final champion with Josh.
Yeah, we're down here, winner of the B final. Must feel pretty good to win that.
Thank you so much. It's grateful to stay here. The first semi-final was so hard, but well, we're enjoying the competition.
And you got the beach relay coming up later?
Yeah, finally, and run fast.
Yeah, I love it. And have you got anything to say to the fans back at home?
Que os quiero mucho a todos los de España. Un beso.
We love it. The Spaniards are having a great time down here, winner of the B final.
Magnificent, great job. And got the language back home as well, the Spanish language back home. And for those viewing right around the globe with us, a big welcome to the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships on the golden sands of Kurrawa Beach in Australia. We now line up for what is the A final, the Open Men Beach Sprint. And I'll be honest, Courtney, I don't know where to go here. It is a quality field. Right-hand side, 2 representatives from that of Egypt. What a moment on the big stage for Egypt. Look out for Connor Kanar, the young boy from that of the USA. Up and about as well. South Africa, Jason Goff as well. Away we go at the moment. Goff starting to make his presence felt in the centre. Kanar there as well. It's Goff, Kanar, New Zealand, Oscar Smith. Oh, I tell you what, They can do it in the females. They can also do it in the males. Oscar Smith, take a bow for New Zealand Blackfins.
Oh, that was a phenomenal finish, wasn't it? It was so powerful. I think he even got quicker towards the end. And I tell you what, for the minor placings, no idea. That was a blanket finish, wasn't it?
The back-end speed of Oscar Smith was unbelievable. I think if he knew he's done the work, if he was close enough, you know he's good enough to come over the top of those short, sharper starters. All the work from the start was potentially down the bottom from Team Egypt, and also Connor Kanar, the young man from the United States of Stars and Stripes. Watch Kanar third from the bottom. Out of the blocks very, very well, and the Egyptians down the bottom as well. But wait for the move. Look at this, third from the top. He's back in sixth position. All of a sudden, the back-end speed of Oscar Smith in the last 20 metres, unbelievable, and you are our world national champion.
Oh, congratulations. That back-end finish, he must have so much fitness, so much power towards the end there. And everyone else, you've seen a few bodies just flying over the top there. They really put everything into this. So we'll have to wait and see for the minor medals in that. It'll be really, really interesting. I don't think anyone has any idea, but that man on screen right now, he knows, and he has just taken that one out.
Wow, we spoke about Brianna and the efforts of Brianna taking out the open female sprint only a matter of minutes ago. Now Oscar, confidence is a wonderful, and this is what builds the confidence ball. When I talk about a little sand grain that starts building, all of a sudden turns into a snowball, and you get this big sand ball rolling down the beach of confidence. And New Zealand Blackfins, of day one of the Ocean, the finals package are up and about with 2 maximum point wins. And Oscar Smith, what a performance. I knew coming into this competition he had good form. He won the under-19 Nationals in New Zealand and also won the Opens only a matter of 4 to 5 months ago. He's still very, very raw. He's only a young man, 19 years of age. Does a fair bit of training competition over here in Australia as well. I believe at the Northcliffe Club just up the road. But what a performance in the back end of that race. Taking nothing away from Jason Goff in Australia as well. He put himself in every position halfway down the track. But it was the last third that paid the bills.
Yeah, certainly. It is the right end of the race that you need to be out in front. But yeah, young man, only 19, and he's off to a very good start. Doing the double at your country's championships is a phenomenal effort to do the 19s in the Open. So we'll definitely look forward to seeing a lot from him in this very near future. And I'm sure after we do a replay and get these positions, I'm sure we'll get an interview from Josh down there. I know he'd be very keen to see what's going on, see how he's feeling.
With Oscar, there's a bit of relief you can see in the mind
definitely,
too, because
yes.
You're stepping up as an under-19 to the Open division now, and you know it's a big stage, and you're representing your national country as well, and the great history of track runners that we've had come through from the Blackfins of New Zealand as well. And your fellow teammate, she's just taken out the female race, a couple of minutes earlier. And we see the officials who do a wonderful job. Sort of replay on the right-hand side. Let's look from third from the top end. Was a little bit slow out of the blocks and was back in fifth position. Now Maisie at the fourth position. Over halfway now, and Oscar Smith just stamps his authority. Wow, what a performance there. Super tight for second, third, and fourth.
Gosh, I don't know. Who do you think?
Wow, that is super tight. Potentially, I might say, Connor Kanar, the Stars and Stripes. And what a great story. Mum and Dad are here as well. His brother's actually the videographer for the US team as well.
That's incredible.
He's a great young boy. He's a lifeguard over in that of America as well. If he can pick up second here, it's the first time Mum and Dad have ever been to the beautiful Golden Sands of Australia and they are absolutely loving it. So have a look here now. Oscar Smith just waiting for the final positions. Here we go. Position 1, our world champion for our Open Teams National, Oscar Smith from New Zealand. Well done. Take a bow. Second place. This will be very, very interesting. Is it the Stars and Stripes of Connor Kanar? What a moment be for Mum and Dad John as well. Second, it is Connor Kanar. And he's a great young man from Stars and Stripes USA. Super tight now. Remember, this is big points for New Zealand. Oh, South Africa, what a performance. Boyson, he showed phenomenal form through the rounds of heats and quarterfinals and semi-final. Will pick up third place. South Africa up and about again in the beach arena. We then go back to fourth position. I see the excitement from Boyson, Samuel Boyson from South Africa. Let's go to the beach now with Josh, with our winner, Oscar Smith.
Oscar's just getting celebrated down here. Talk to me about that one. Fifth place at halfway. What were you thinking?
Well, Well, it wasn't good. Not much of a starter, but trusted my race, and yeah, it turned out pretty well.
Pretty well is an understatement. What's it feel like to be world champion?
It's amazing. It was great to see my teammate as well before me, and that amped me up.
And that final there, we saw the heats and semis. It was the most competitive race we've seen all day. Must feel good to get that one done.
Yeah, it was good. A lot of tough competition out there, and congratulations to all the boys.
And the Blackfins really needed a couple of points there, and you guys have delivered on the sand?
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Love it. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Cheers.
Great job, Josh, and great job to Oscar as well. And it's a 1-2 punch from the Kiwis, the New Zealand Blackfins as well. Maximum points, open female beach sprint and open male beach sprint as well, as we now go down to the water's edge. It is the B final of the open men's board rescue. I love this event. It's a team event, it's a swim, it's a board, and it's a combination of coming home together.
Oh, it is. And we saw that this morning. It is so important to make sure you're in stride, going the same strokes coming in, because just trying to pick up those little runners, they're going for a little runner into a wave, and we saw that so many times. So we are off for a start in this men's B final.
Yeah, from right to left we have Belgium, Germany, Switzerland, so great to see as well, Canada, Spain, the Netherlands, Argentina, and that of Norway as well, up and about. And it's the skill set. It's short, it's sharp, but the skill sets of running, we can see now starting to porpoise. How hard is it, Courtney, to negotiate these waves one after each other?
Well, I think the best way to describe it is when you're doing any type of sport, you need to breathe more. So your heart rate's up, you need to get the oxygen in. So can you imagine you're trying to get more air in than, when you're just sitting here or walking, and you've got to go under waves. So it's incredibly hard when you come back up, and also you've got to make sure that you take a breath where the whitewash is not going to be into your mouth, essentially, because that can obviously start coughing. It can be really, really difficult to continue swimming, but all the men out there have done really, really well. I still like the northern side. I've said that since yesterday morning. We've also got Belgium really, really going out strong, and Germany not too far behind as well, and they've made the most of that northern side.
Yeah, you see right-hand side, that's the northern side, that's Team Belgium at the moment, and tucked next to them are Germany as well. And down the southern end, that'll be Argentina and that of the Netherlands. And the other thing too is one to negotiate the short break, but you want the shortest path that you can. So each competitor's allocated a colour can, sometimes very difficult to see your own colour.
Yeah, absolutely. We just see Argentina there with the white cap on. He's actually got to go a little bit further down, so he might have gone accidentally a little bit far left, so he's going to lose a few metres there, but we just see just on top there could be Belgium is up first, Germany's second arm up, and they might have the middle, might be Netherlands maybe out there third, so they're going to be off and away to collect their patient.
Yeah, great swim leg from that of Team Belgium up on that top left-hand screen at the moment. Now, they get the opportunity to rest. They now become the patient to be rescued by that of the board putter. Now, the board putters start to make their way out as well. It's a good move. Looks potentially, I see that as Spain in position 5, making great progress in the centre.
Yeah, and as I'm just looking at all the men bunny hopping going out there, we've got a really low tide. So coming in, we just see some of the competitors. I tell you what, you go 5 metres forward, 5 metres back. So they're going to want to get out and make sure they punch through that Kurrawa shore dump there. But as we can, one of the competitors, unfortunately,
looks like Norway's lost their board, unfortunately. And look at that colours of that board. What can you say about those colours?
We definitely know that's Shannon Eckstein, don't we? So that's a special board right there. But as we see, we've still got Belgium out in front there doing very, very well, and they've really got to get on. Yeah, there we go. Up and away, leg over. We'll see they're going to go the traditional, both on their stomachs, both paddling the same strokes there.
Yeah, typifies the great rescue technique right around the beautiful globe of that of a board rescue picking up. Now, that to me, this is where it'll be won and lost. Now, we can see here that the Team Spain at the moment opting for one to lie down, 1-0. We do see difference in teams coming home, but it's whatever works best for you to get you back to shore, stick to it and put it on.
Absolutely. I think they're all as fast as each other. It just depends. You and your partner need to be in sync, and we just saw just on screen for Spain, they look like they had a good runner just behind them, so they milked it as much as they can, and they've actually come down. They've done so well. They've just rolled over.
And we saw yesterday in the youth females, Team Spain taking out, and what an emotional win it was for Team Spain as well. We can see the board putter. They were almost there. I think they've done enough to take out that of the B final, and a huge congratulations. Team looks like coming through now, Belgium potentially in that of seconds. They need to cross the line with both competitors holding the craft of the rescue equipment of the board, and down they come. We had a great interview with both these Spanish competitors this morning. and they are just so happy to be here on the world stage representing their nation.
Yeah, they did very well. They looked a little bit disappointed to miss that A final, but they certainly did so well then. And I think they learnt actually from that last semi. They actually tried to both get back on the board, but this time they actually split, had the board paddler board paddling, and then the swimmer actually body surfing. So that went really well.
Yeah, teams coming across now we can see as well, and we can see Germany now crossing about Belgium there as well. So great performance from that of Team Belgium and Germany. We can see they're getting pushed Switzerland. Well done to Team Switzerland coming in. We see they get pushed a little bit to the right-hand side of the screen. That's the northeast wind pushing towards the right-hand of the screen for the competitors then to run back to the finish line.
Yeah, you can definitely say that. It's so strong. And we see a few different techniques there. Both of the teams there seems to be, they're both bunny hopping. So there's a couple of things you can do there. And we'll definitely see in this next A final. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to sprint finish. It's whatever team is most tactical. So we'll just see.
I'll tell you what a great performance. It was the B final of the board rescue, and I think we have Team Spain on the beach.
I'm here with the Spanish boys. They did a great job in there, but you were just saying, Carlos, you were disappointed with the semi-final this morning and being in the B final?
Yeah, we have a really cool wave, and we nose diving, and with that wave, we're going to be on the A final.
How did you go turning the attitude around for the final?
Can you repeat, please?
How did you go turning around for the final and getting ready to go?
¿Cómo crees que has llegado a la piscina y cómo estás?
I'm good on the pool, but I also train beach because I'm the other person with my partner also.
Yeah. Oh, we love it. Perfect, boys. The Spanish boys are on fire down here. Then they've won the B final. They're having a blast.
They're having a blast. I think the smiles say it all as well. Look at the boys. They're up and about. Let's do a replay here. And it was a great start on the far right-hand side of Team Belgium. You see he's a tall stature, maintained his feet as well across that shore break.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be really come into play, just trying to, miss those potholes as much as you can. And then we saw Belgium did so well, getting that hand over and really putting his hand up so his board paddler can see. And they really led for most of the way, but it was Spain that came through with the goods in the end there and took that one out.
I love the ability for Spain to come home. We saw that with the youth yesterday, the females taking out one lying down, one kneeling. Now that might provide some bit of research information for clubs around the world in terms of what is the most effective and beneficial way to get back to the beach. They really picked up those swells. Will obviously pick up a win yesterday and take out the B final of today as well.
I feel like, as you can see on screen there, you've got Spain. Carlos just didn't have time to go back on his belly there. But from watching over these last 2 days with the different techniques, I feel like potentially what the technique that Spain used just before, I feel like they pick up runners very, very well because you've got the strength of the board paddler at the back. So I think it depends on the competitors, who they are, what they do. Are they more specialising in board paddling, swimming? So it's really a personal preference.
And we go back now to the start line. This is the A final of the Open Men's Board Rescue, and what a quality field we'd have. On the northern side, we top of scrim, we'll have France. Then we go to South Africa. The USA of Murphy and Cole. Japan of Uno and Azawa. Look out for these. Position 5 and 6. We have a Team Australia and New Zealand next to each other. Zach Morris and Corey Fletcher. Nothing but absolute whippets in and out of the water as well, up against Collins and CT Taylor as well. Great Britain in the mix, and Ireland close to the camera. Away we go. Looks like at the moment it would be that of Zach Morris up against that of Joe Collins.
Oh, this is going to be really, really tight, and it'll be mistake-free. All the little intricate things that are going to happen in this race is where it's really going to come down to, where it's going to be won and lost. We can see at the moment we've got Zach Morris out in front there, just making a little bit of distance on Joe Collins, but Joe won't let him go too far.
Yeah, let's go back 30 minutes ago. They went round 1-2 together in the surf race final as well, with Zach Morris just leading the way of Joe Collins. Almost a carbon copy of what we saw earlier. That is now Zach Morris there on the right-hand side, but Joe Collins is making a big move for the Black Fins.
Yeah, it's really head down, isn't it? And kick, kick, kick. So we've seen that 6-beat kick because it is only a sprint out, and the two of them, they're good mates. They might get sick of looking at each other because they also did the Ocean Man this morning, basically talking the whole way through. So it's going to be very tight. Zach, Joe, they both look like they've taken a very, very strong line out. And then also out there in third, it looks like we might have Great Britain doing very, very well.
And Team France of Kevin and Malay up there as well. But it's Australia and New Zealand and Ding Dong battling 1 and 2 at the moment. The French are coming as well. Wow, look at this. Away they go. Morris hand goes up. Fletcher on the move now. And CT Taylor.
Oh, wow. They were basically identical, weren't they? And as you said then, France are going to put their hand up for third, and we look like South Africa maybe in for fourth. So you can see the men going out there as fast as they can. They're going to slide on, and here we go. See Australia, Corey Fletcher. Oh, he's having to roll. That'll slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, big decision time. Corey Fletcher sneaks through the next one, but he had to sit and proper get through that. Big decision now is where is Corey Taylor from the Blackfins? And we saw Breen as well from Ireland, who had a great start chasing to paddle out to his swimmer. There we go, Australia in 1, Corey Fletcher, and we know the speed of Fletcher across the sand as well.
He is. He's absolutely so fast, and this is a sprint for these board paddlers out here because it's a lot quicker than what we see in the Ocean Man and also their individual board legs. So this is just a full power paddle.
Yeah, I say advantage Australia at the moment. They're bottom of screen. We might pan out and just see it's Australia about to pick up now. They're patient. This is really important. This is where it's going to be won and lost for my liking coming home. The ability to work together. Look at the board speed of that Morris and also that of Taylor. But right behind them is Taylor and also Collins.
Oh, you just saw New Zealand. They just got a really great runner just off that can, but I tell you what, Zach and Corey Fletcher, they are not slowing down. They are not waiting for anyone out there. They want to get this win. They want to win for the team. But New Zealand is certainly not giving up out there. They're just trying to get themselves in stroke, in line at the moment, and it's going to come very close.
Australia in 1, New Zealand in 2. The French top of screen as well. They're not out of this. Here goes, swell building. New Zealand trying. Australia need this. They don't get this, it'll open up. All of a sudden, New Zealand lifts. New Zealand may not get there. Australia will get there. I think that's the lead wave. Australia need to come over the top. They're not there. They didn't make it. All of a sudden, top of screen, the French, and coming through, flying through the scenes. That's South Africa. Oh, unbelievable scenes here in the open male board rescue.
Oh, this is certainly not over. As we can see over the other side, that is the French team coming through. So it's really going to come down to a sprint finish. The boys from Australia, see Corey Fletcher coming through, dragging the board. This is going to come right down to the final stage, but Australia, too good. They're going to get there.
Wow, Morris and that of Fletcher will sneak home in 1. I think that could be that of Taylor, along with Collins for New Zealand in 2. The French in 3. What a performance from the French top of screen. Almost got there, Courts. Almost got there. We can see Team New Zealand crossing, potentially in 4th and 5, but they set it up nicely in the swim leg and the board leg. Team Australia.
You just saw on that southern end where Australia and New Zealand were. They both just went into that deep water, and maybe Australia, or Fletcher and Morris, they just went back a little bit too early. They really had that wave, but they just went back just a little bit, and that's when they dropped off, and then they really opened up into the danger zone. But we do have Josh Minogue on the beach, so he's going to be there with Corey and Zach.
Relief is the word down here for these boys because that one was a lot closer than it probably should have been. Not as much luck on the way home as you would have liked, Zachy.
Yeah, nah. There's a few ways, but we're stuck in that rippy bit and just keep getting sucked back out, but that's racing. And lucky enough to get up, and I knew I had the longer legs, so I said to Corey, you grab the board, I'll just run.
Could you see the French team? Could you see the South Africans and the Kiwis coming for you?
Yeah. There was that little one that sort of popped up and they just missed it on the other side and just kind of dying out where we were. And yeah, it was tough. We got 2 pretty big boys on the board, so it's pretty hard to catch those runners and really get to the beach in these conditions.
How much of an event like this is about momentum, and obviously 3 races, 3 wins in the water, you guys are on fire?
Yeah, it's good. We had a great pool guys like the last 2 days, and now we just got to do our job on the beach, and we started off pretty well, so just carry it on.
Love your work, boys. Congratulations, Board Rescue World Champions.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, congratulations, Australia, and great execution of board rescue. And we're set up in the swim leg. We saw the dominance in the first 50 to 100 metres of Zach Morris. Big swim from Joe Collins, right-hand side as well. Really impressed. That'll do Joe one as a confidence for the upcoming Ocean Man final later on today.
Yeah, definitely. He really came through and really charged out at the end there. And he's, very, very close, the 2 of them there. Zach's obviously just pipped him at the start to get out quicker here, but Corey Fletcher's board paddle was incredible. And take note, he did actually have to roll as well. So for him to recover, got out there first, had a little bit of a break on obviously Corey Taylor there, and they just moved really well.
Look at these visuals, and big shout out to our drone team and camera work. This was great, and almost coming through South Africa. Almost pulled through the top of that one, but we can see Australia. They worked hard here, but all of a sudden found a bit of dead water, and they'll fall off the back of this wave. That's what happens when you don't have enough board momentum to get through. But opened the door for New Zealand, but top of screen Team France almost stole it.
Yeah, Australia did very well to come through there because as you saw that shot before on the drone, you saw how much the waves were so much better and stronger over that north side. So Australia and New Zealand did really well to still hold on to the end there.
Australia in 1, New Zealand in 2, was France in 3, South Africa in 4. But South Africa almost stole that final, coming through Davidson and Kota. If they had just one more stroke, I believe, would have got them on that lead wave and they would have been on their own. But that is board rescue. USA in 5th. Team Ireland, congratulations to our Savage and Breen. What a great interview we had with them this morning as well. And then Great Britain in 7th. And wrapping up also, we had there in 8th being that the Japanese team of Azawa Ununo.
Yeah, we still got a massive afternoon to come, don't we? Up next, we've got the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. We'll then move on to the Ocean Man Relay, and after that, we just keep rolling through, right through to the Beach Relays and also the Ocean Ironman and Iron Woman. So plenty of action coming in, and if you're tuning in, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful couple of days, and thank you to SBS for obviously putting this on live. It's been incredible. There's also live heats as well. If you've missed a few results, you can not only replay this and rewind it and watch it again, but you can also look at live heats and make sure you check out your favourite athletes.
We see the great spectacle here at the Gold Coast at the Kurrawa Beach of Queensland, Australia as well, and the cream comes to the fore. They are the best surf sports athletes, life-saving athletes from around our globe, and they have delivered. For the last couple of days, the Open teams have been in pool events, now lining up. Just under 50 countries around our beautiful world as we're lining up now for that at the B final at the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. Courtney, you talk us through this event in terms of the structure and nature of the swim to the rescuer to the carry.
Tough. That's the first word I'm going to start off with. It is really, really tough. So you really want to have a team that is really going to really have your fitness work together, which we've seen that the last few days. But what you need, so you need your first swimmer is going to be the patient swimmer. So they swim out by themselves. They don't have anything else. They've just got them there and they're going to go out like a board rescue. We're just going to wait off the start here. So our first swimmers, they are often racing. So they're going to go for their can. They've all got their selected can that they have. Put their arm over like board rescue, hand up. So their rescuer, which is the second swimmer, is going to come out and get them. Not only are they swimming just themselves, they also have a pair of big flippers. They also have a tube as well, which is going to kind of dangle and follow them from behind. So a really tough swim out, especially when they're going under the whitewash, under waves. It really drags them back. They're going to get out to the can, pick up their first swimmer, which is a patient, pop the tube around. That first swimmer is going to kick as hard as they can. They are not able to stroke. So they are going to be in a perfect streamlined position. That second swimmer, short straw, they're going to really pull hard and they're going to drag their patient in. When they get to the sandbank, they're then going to have two draggers and they're then going to pull that patient, that first swimmer, back in. And that's it. The race is done.
It's a rescue tube rescue. We see a great start from Belgium that were top of screen, and right next to them, Great Britain as well, and that of Spain. So left-hand side at the moment, second from the left-hand side. That's Belgium to that of Great Britain and Spain, but also the Czech Republic. And right next to them, Hong Kong are up and about. That's the red cap third from the right-hand side. What a swim from the young girl from Hong Kong.
Oh, they've been doing so well, and they've always got a smile on their face, their team. They've been looking very, very good, and I really feel they've been getting better as this carnival has been going on. So racing, feeling a bit more confident out there in the swell. But at the moment, it looks like we might actually have the team from Spain coming through. Hong Kong might actually, yes, they've got their hand up first there. So well done to Hong Kong going out there. Italy's been out there as well, so it's going to be very tight.
Yeah, we saw the strength of Italy the last 2 days in the pool. Now, big decision, Tom. When do your fins go on? Especially in the context of a bit of a wade and a porpoise. Would you put your fins on early, or would you wait till you get to the deeper water?
Well, the fins, swimming with the fins are pretty quick, but I'd certainly at the moment, because as you just see our Hong Kong competitor just going out there and get hit by one of those waves, if you've got long legs, use them, run as far as you can, pop those flippers on at the end of the bank, as we can see a few competitors actually in the split screen on my screen here. Sorry, not on the main screen, but we see our Hong Kong competitor. She goes under there. She wants to get to the bottom because you can see just getting hit and you're also going to get that tube hit. It really pushes you back a fair bit.
You see big move now from Italy. That's the blue cup we can see next to that of Hong Kong on the right-hand side. And also far left-hand side, Great Britain starting to make their presence felt as well. So big move, and they dominated the pool rescue events the last 2 days. Team Italy at the moment now showing their strength in swimming, but it's the ability for these swimmers to come home under fatigue is going to be the crucial part of this race.
Yeah, that's why I did start off with that word tough. It is one of the hard races in our surf sports competition. It really, really gets the heart rate off you. As we look over the other side, we actually see it could be Austria and Belgium. They're off to the north side there. They seem to be having a very good run out, as we see on screen right now. We still have Hong Kong out there, as also Italy as well, Czech Republic. So it's going to be very, very tight, but they've got a long way out. They're only halfway at the moment. And the swim back in is the hardest swim of all.
Okay, we've had our swimmer go out now, turns into patient. The tube rescuer now come up. They'll throw the tube around, clip the tube in, and then tow the patient back. Now remember, the patient is not allowed to use their arms. They'll go into a streamlined position. They can utilise their legs as well. Around we go in one. Belgium is up there as well. Italy, so I'll probably say Belgium second from the left-hand side. Great Britain third from the left-hand side. And in position 4, off to a very good start as well, Spain, making their presence felt right next to that of Italy.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, Italy, the way they got their tube on there was very, very quick. And as we can see, they're really charging away there at the front.
Oh, what a great battle we have here. When they let out early Hong Kong, still in the mix, still sitting third or fourth position at the moment. The red cap tucked in behind that of Italy as well. And you can see the grind there at the moment of Team Italy in front. It's like towing a bus, isn't it? All the way back to the beach with a little block of the ocean to come.
Yeah, absolutely. You put it that way, even though they're not, none of the athletes are heavy, but it's just because they're in that dead water. And as we said before, they're not allowed to actually use their hands. So all they can do is do the kicking. But Italy, we've spoken about them before, they dominated in the pool events, and they really have a squad, a team of a lot of swimmers. So I'm not surprised at all to see them out in front in this one.
And a lot of quality swimmers at that as well for Team Italy. Here we come to the shore break now. Now, some look at the opportunity to get their patient. They'll put on the back of the swimmer to try and pick up a wave. We saw Team New Zealand, the Blackfins, in the youth do a phenomenal tube rescue body surfing performance. Waves building now. Spain trying to come through. This is the wave potential for Italy. Here we go. Italy may get there, try to get there, not enough. They'll then come to the shore. You can see top left of the screen at the moment, the Curriers starting to get their position. How deep do they come in?
Oh, this is where you have to be really, really tactical. You want to get out there and you want to help your swimmers, your tower especially. They've come a long, long way. So they're all going to be on the bank, and it's where they can lift their legs up and go because, again, remember the swimmer has fins on, so they're going to be quicker. But as we see, I noticed this technique yesterday, actually. They drag the tube. So that's part of the ruling now. They drag the tube, and when they get to shallow enough, they'll actually grab their patient's body, lift them up, here we go right now, and then they'll pull them to shore.
The Curry to take out the B final, and is at the moment Italy in 1. We have Belgium making a big brave move into at the moment. The strain up the beach, you see Curry, the underarm carry or that of the hand carry at the moment. But Team Italy will take out the B final. A huge congratulations to Italy. Great battle in this for the minor places. Look at this for Belgium. They're going to get there. Will they get there? Maybe get there. Team Belgium trying hard.
Oh, they did incredibly well. And to explain how hard it is, you can see that's why all the teams, they're dropping their patient. Oh, here we go.
Hong Kong for the podium. What a performance of Team Hong Kong. They made their swimmer out first for the transition and pick up a podium finish at B. Spain picking up their 4th and Great Britain in 5th.
And all the girls are absolutely exhausted after that. They're dropping their patience. As soon as they get 1 centimetre over the line, everyone is down. As you can see the screen right now, that is all the action happening, and they have done so well.
There's one word that comes to mind. Burn, burn, burn.
Sting.
It's either arm burn, leg burn. Look at the finish. Look at the body language of the rescue tube rescue. It's one of the traditional forms of rescue technique around our globe, along with that with board rescue as well. But what a performance from all of our B finalists. Let's go down the beach now with Team Italy.
Yeah, I'm here with a couple of the Italian girls here. A great performance, ladies. Win the B final. It must feel good.
Yeah, we are so happy because we wanted to reach the final A, but we didn't. So we tried our best here in the final Bs, and it ended up really good. So we're happy about that.
And the Italians have had a fantastic 2 days in the pool. You're looking to continue that here?
Yeah, we have
I think they're having a good time down here. Congratulations, ladies. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to that of Italy, and also great job there, Josh. Look at the replay here. It was a great start. I'm really impressed with the swim here from Hong Kong.
Oh, they did so well. They really wanted this event, so they just got out there in front, and that's what you do. You get out front and you just try and hold as much as they can, and brilliant dragging at the end. The draggers did so well. They really came over the top there. But as we can see out in front, Hong Kong out there. We had Italy not too far away. Belgium. It was a very, very tight final, wasn't it?
Yeah, big swim coming home from Team Belgium as well with a second place there. We can see now the rescuers making their way. So Hong Kong out. Obviously rescue 2, rescue with the fins as well. And a lot of leg burn. So the work of the swimmers going out, then have to pick up the patient with the resistance to bring them back. But the move was made on the transition on the way home from Team Italy. What a performance. And as Josh outlined as well, the strength of the pool swimming come to the fore here for this event.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a different swimming technique. So you can have swimmers who are very good solo by themselves, and then you have swimmers who are very good at towing a tube, towing another person. So it's very, very different. But as we see these waves, you saw one of the competitors, you saw their feet up in the air, they did a flip around, and it's very, very tricky. But the Italians, I really, really like their technique they have here, pulling the string, saving their arms, because it is quite a long a long run for them to finish.
I think the key thing is adaptability to the environment. Obviously, there's a long wade we can see here. If it's a steep drop off to deeper water, you'd probably find there'll be a different technique used. For Team Italy in 1, Italy in 1, Belgium in 2, Hong Kong, a huge congratulations, pick up 3rd in the B final. To Spain, Great Britain, Argentina, Austria, tucking up there in 7th as well. As we go from the B final with the A final coming up and wrapping up in 8th position, the Czech Republic. A huge congratulations to all B final teams as we now go to the A final, and what a quality final we have lining up here in that from, we'll go from the northern end down to that. We have Team France, Team USA, Japan, Germany, South Africa. Australia took out semi-final number 1, Canada there as well, and also that of New Zealand.
Oh, so you look at the names of all the teams, you've got some fabulous swimmers in here. You've got Margot from France, she's an incredible swimmer out there. So she's got Magdalena as well. She's been over here in Australia as well doing some training. So very, very strong. The South African team looks amazing. Obviously, we've got Australian Mariah Jones, who we just saw come off the beach, now into the water. And, of course, we have New Zealand, who will be very, very strong as well.
You can see the Australians starting to stamp their authority, but you mentioned that of the French. Now, they took out semi-final number 2. Australia took out semi-final number 1. But top of screen at the moment, France are off to an absolute flyer.
Yeah, they're really setting themselves up this dominance, and I know they practice it and train it a lot. They love this event, so they're going to really be one to watch. And it's just really, we're going to see in this A final, there's going to be a few different techniques, and that's all going to come up to meters. So how you put the tube on, all those sorts of things, and it's yeah, I'm really excited what happens and unfolds. And it's turning into a longer race actually when we look at it now with that run. It's really, really making it quite endurance.
Yeah, great little battle here at the moment. We see Jones Australia left-hand side, and also we got Margot from the French team on the right-hand side as well. But 3, 4, 5 and 6 are riding this at the moment. I'll probably say slightly advantaged. Oh, New Zealand, the Black Fins will get out there first. A massive swim from Team New Zealand.
Yeah, she just snuck in there. I think that might have actually been, it could have been Madison Kidd, I'm not too sure. Or it might have been, no, it was Molly actually, sorry, who did that first swim out. She was just on our screen. She was on the left-hand side, so we just missed that black cap, but a dominant performance there and a great start.
Yeah, it looks like Zoe Crawford now putting the fins on for Team New Zealand, making her way up. Probably the biggest job in terms of being the rescue, not only swimming out, but also then bringing Molly back to the beach as well. But a great start for Team New Zealand. You can see Zoe making her presence felt, leading the rescue tube, rescue A final at the moment. The big question is, where's Team France? Where's Team Australia?
Yeah, we can see Team France just out there at the moment. We're not too sure what position they're in. They could be in second spot. So just having a little look for Australia, where they're at the moment. Might be Naomi Scott, I would think, would be potentially the tower. She's done this race a fair few times, and I think she's actually won the Australian titles in this event at one stage as well. So we'll have a little look when we get a little drone spot. But there we have France. Might be Magdalena out there doing that swim. So Margot definitely setting them up very, very well for that second position. And we just see that sun, it just shimmers on shimmers on that ocean, which makes it very difficult for the swimmers to see.
Yeah, trying to pick up, it's definitely the Black Fins of New Zealand still in 1. France and Australia probably equal-headed at the moment in 2 and 3 at the moment. And you can see the chop of the ocean as you outline there, Courtney, making things very difficult for the swimmers to pick up their cam, but also their patience. There we go. Left-hand side, New Zealand will go round in 1. Big move from not only that of Australia, but also potentially that. South Africa looks a little bit off course at the moment. We see Australia right on target for pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. They're right there. And New Zealand, they just were probably lost a little bit of time, I think, just putting that tube on. So usually what happens here is the patient usually gets that on, but they are off and away. And so it could actually be Chelsea Jones, potentially, who's actually doing that towing for the Australian team.
Okay, Australia in 1, have France in 2. I should say New Zealand in 1, France in 2. The big move right-hand side. The French are absolutely flying at the northern end.
Yeah, the French, they look good, don't they? And they're actually kind of out to this. Really going to be really interesting because where France and where New Zealand are on the line, they cannot see each other. They are too far apart at the moment. So they're just going to really have to go for gold and go for their team because they won't be able to see where the other teams are.
Also putting the context as well is Team New Zealand will need to come back to the finish line a little bit, probably giving away 10 or 15 metres, where the Team France will drift down to probably mid-line. Waves building on the short break. I think New Zealand may have enough out in front. A great execution from the lead swimmer, a great execution from the rescue as well. Team New Zealand wave building. We saw the youth, they picked up a phenomenal wave yesterday in taking out the championship as well. But we'll see Team New Zealand still battling there at the moment in front, but France making their move in second.
Yeah, well, it's really going to take, I think, for New Zealand to be beaten at the moment, someone to get a big wave out the back because New Zealand, they're going to swim this whole way through looking very, very good. And I think for second place, it might come out of Australia and France over the other side, which is a few bigger waves here. And here we see the girls, they're going to pick up their patient and they've got a good enough lead to really look like they're going to take that gold medal.
Yeah, massive rescue swim from Zoe Crawford there from Team New Zealand, picking up that of Molly as well. Now it's over to Kidd and Kwan at the moment to finish off with the drag. New Zealand look home, good battle here. Remember, points at a premium, 20 points for first, 18 for second, 16 for third, and down to 14. But well done, the Black Fins of New Zealand. They've taken out the beach sprint, they've taken out the female beach sprint. Now they've taken out the rescue tube rescue.
I really like the way they did their carry as well. And here we have France coming through now, so they're looking very, very quick across the sand. We're not too sure if they're having a sprint finish at the moment, but that looked very... Oh, there they go. They're going to take the silver medal. They'll be very happy. Here we have Australia coming in. They might be battling it out for third there.
Yeah, great performance from Team France. And we look where they finished. They finished 3/4 of the way down the finish line as well. And you can see everyone dragging back to that finish line. So a big advantage, a very smart play from Team France as well. Third place there, Team Australia. Well done to Team Australia. And looks like potentially I could probably say that's Belgium, is it, making their way up as well. Germany it is, my apologies. Germany to finish in a very, very tight 4th position. Ahead of that are the US, the Stars and Stripes of America.
And just to I guess, explain just how hard this is, you just saw Lana Rogers and Amy Scott, who are incredibly fit. They have had a massive program, but they looked absolutely exhausted after that because that's how much energy you take out from yourselves. But we're so lucky. We do actually have Josh Minot down the beach, and he's collected the winners there.
First win today in the water for the Kiwis. Must feel pretty good. I'll start with the girls in the water. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was good. Pretty windy, choppy conditions, but so awesome to get it done with the girls.
What about towing back home? That's one of the toughest things to do in surf sports, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the pins are feeling a bit sore after the 2 days of the pool, but I'm so glad that we can pull this off again with the girls and so happy.
I'm not downplaying your role, but one of the easier jobs in surf sports to drag up the beach. But what does it mean to be part of this team?
I mean, it's so good. Like, we're really good friends and we got the win in the odds relay, so it's pretty cool to be able to do it again in the ocean, just show how strong we are together.
And first win in the water for the Kiwis. Does it turn the tide a little bit?
Yeah, good momentum. So proud of these girls.
Well, good luck. Keep it going this afternoon. The Kiwi ladies, the Black Fins on fire down here.
Yeah, great job, Josh, and great job, the Black Fins. And teamwork makes the dream work. What a performance, and it's a collective performance as well, wasn't it, from the girls taking out the rescue, tube rescue, A final.
Yeah, they absolutely look so happy, and they're a really great team. They all really get together, don't they? And as we see the replay out there at the moment, they absolutely dominated. It looked like they'd practiced before. They all look really comfortable with each other. And the one thing I loved about New Zealand at the end, their drag. I hadn't seen that technique before, and it was incredible. She kind of had We might see, in the replay in a second, but she kind of had her hands wrapped around and just looked really comfortable, really fast. So I feel like with New Zealand, even if it came down to sprint finish, I think they still would have got there in the end.
Yeah, great performance. And obviously they spend a lot of time in their technique. We spoke about the work of the Italians in the pool and the technique they do in their pool rescue, but also here in the Rescue 2 rescue, a lot of technique comes into play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Here we go. This is this carry. So what they've done there, they've dragged their patient along. So they're trying to save their arms as much as they can before they're going to take the full weight. And there we go. Look at that technique. Isn't it just perfect? They really ran really, really fast and got that done and got their patient over the line. There we see another technique. France,
Beautiful patient technique.
I love it.
From Team France.
Down.
Silver medalists, and what a performance at the National Teams Open Day 1 of the Ocean Championships. Silver medalists on the big stage of the World Championships on beautiful Coral Beach of Queensland, Australia. And a big shout out to those joining us as well. It is Open Day, the Ocean Day 1. We've had 2 great pool days as well. And very testing conditions, and we see the place getters overall. New Zealand took out 1. Congratulations to Team France in 2. Australia are there in 3rd place. To Germany, South Australia, USA, Japan. And then on the next page, wrapping up in 8th position, Team Canada. Very testing conditions. 3 big events to go. The Ocean Men Ocean Relay coming up. Along with that of the Ocean, I should say a few number of events coming up. The Ocean Women Relay as well. The beach relays to follow of the female and the male. And then wrapping up with the major events of the Ocean Woman and the Ocean Man events. 2 great events. We're looking and shooting for that with the 2032 Brisbane Olympics. Why wouldn't you have it there? I can tell you. What a phenomenal way to showcase our global life-saving sport right around the world. The colours are there, the athletes are there, and the performances are on point.
They are. We look at that start list on screen at the moment. So at the moment we've got South Africa. They've been doing very, very well. Team Ireland, you had that wonderful interview this morning. That was fantastic. Obviously, Australia's in there. We've got Czech, we've got Austria, we've got Belgium, we've got Sweden. We've got everyone's going to be there. We've got Spain also. So this is going to be fantastic. And this is certainly brings the team, your country, everyone all together.
Yeah, the Ocean Man Relay. It is the men's coming up first, with the ladies coming up a little bit later on. But look at the crowd building here at Curra as well. And we talk about international flavour on the beach. So great to see on the Golden Beaches of the Gold Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Ocean Men are up and about. So you've got to pick your best for the swim, ski, board and run. I love that. So we've got 4 competitors, and we saw obviously the runners there just before. We have our second place, your buddy.
Connor Canard,
yes.
from the Stars and Stripes to the left-hand side. I'm pretty sure I'd be happy to be running in terms of swimming, and which is great to see as well. Talk about great to see. What a great job the surf rescue crew in terms of providing a safe environment. Safety never takes a holiday right around that of our beautiful globe of life-saving. You see the officials doing a wonderful job as well. They've lined up swim first, but what about the quality? We see Ireland there as well. The man with the moustache, the green, with the Irish cap there with the white as well. That's our Savage. He's had a great day performing as well. Had another great day yesterday, the day before in the pool as well. They're lining up now. It is time to shine. Swim, board, ski, and the run leg coming up, and the swimmers will come with the 4.
Absolutely, and it's actually the same order as the Ocean Man that we saw earlier today. So it's going to be swim, board, ski, and then you'll have obviously your runner in between there. So they are off and about, and they are charging very fast into the water.
Yeah, we expect to see our swimmers come to the 4. 3rd from the left-hand side, that's James Koch from Australia. Finished 3rd today in the surf race, just pipped out by Joe Collins. Wonder if Joe's swimming for New Zealand. We'll get an update in a moment where he is swimming or not, but it's James Koch had a great start for Team Australia on the right-hand side.
Yeah, you're just saying so many great names there. They're very, very strong teams. This is going to be a really, really tough one to win, but as we've got over the side there, I'm just trying to look at the cap over there. We've got 2 out to the southern side now, so looking very, very strong, but they've got a long way to go.
Yeah, we'll pan out Great Britain off to a very good start as well. South Africa, but James Koch, left-hand side, we can see at the moment. I expect to see a move from that of Lewis Clark as well from Team New Zealand, but at the moment we pick him up. It's I say Koch in 1. You can see, there Clark on the far left-hand side, trying to make his move up on the inside. And just that right-hand side will try and better indication of the club cup as they go out. Is that Team America? I think that is Team America coming to the 4 at the moment. And what a great swim. Could be Tim Burdiak, I'm not sure, having a swim there at the moment coming through, but a great performance from Team America.
Oh, yeah, they've been fantastic all day, and I feel like their confidence has really risen. You know, we saw the beach sprint obviously earlier today, and they've just been popping their heads up, haven't they, and been doing really, really well. But as we see around there, we've got Australia in front, and then we've got New Zealand, and not too far behind, might have France there as well, so just picking up the caps. But this is the messy part. You want to get around those cans as fast as you can, and as you can see, the competitors, Kosh out in front there, working very, very well. Northerly wind, northerly swell, so this is going to be the quickest part of the race.
Yeah, he's been on this stage before. He took out the 2022 surf race at the World Championships for the national teams as well, Kosh. I'll tell you what, he's a creature of habit, competes for the club just down the road at Burleigh Hedge Mowbray Park. They took out a tumbler around the Australian Championships as well, but now it's Australia in one. New Zealand tangled up a little bit, tucked in there in two, but I love the move of the USA, the Stars and Stripes. A huge swim from the Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, they're doing very well. They're not letting anyone go, are they? They're sticking right in there. And I do actually remember that interview that Kosh had after that. It was a very inspiring, very emotional interview at the Australian titles early in the year. But he's working really, really well. And remember, it's actually shorter than when they do the Ocean Man. So we only go around, sorry, not the Ocean Man, when we saw actually the individual swim. We only go around one string, so it's quicker, it's faster, and we're seeing that at the moment.
Yeah, Koshy's our 200-metre specialist as well, coming to the fore. You can see Clark from New Zealand, left-hand side. Now big move being made from Spain, France and South Africa tucked in as well. Wave starting to build. Kosh, he sits, he props, he turns around. Skill sets now come. He'll look to milk this one all the way back to the beach and extend that lead for Team Australia.
He did very well. It's all about timing when you're body surfing, especially when you've got to stand up on the bank. And Kosh really timed that really, really well, but he's got to get moving now. He's got to get right into it because he's got New Zealand and a couple of the other teams right behind him up and get those long legs and wade and hopefully miss a few potholes.
Yeah, he's a tall frame man as well. You can see the weighing now. He's not renowned for his running, Koshy, so we'll see how he goes at the moment. You can see him get the big deep breaths in at the moment as he heads round towards the board leg. New Zealand still in second. Big move. Is that potentially, I know America was up there, potentially could be that of Argentina. Argentina making a big move as well, but it's Australia in one. Coming around now for superb swim to set his team up for a nice early move. Will he go to Zach Morris or ski second? It'll be swim, ski, board. Kosh comes around. Japan, what a move from Japan, the skill set in the last third of the leg.
Oh, they're definitely not going anywhere. They're making sure they're staying up the front there, and they just absolutely love it, don't they? They'll be yelling out there, yelling at their competitors, and we see Corey Fletcher, he's out there on a very strong start. Should I say, sorry, my mistake, being ski second. So board will be last. But let's go down to Josh. He's got some insights for us.
Yeah, everyone on the field is absolutely firing up at the moment. This event has really turned this beach on fire at the moment. The Aussies obviously doing a fantastic job, but this one's a lot closer than a lot of people expected so far.
Yeah, thanks, Josh, for the inside down there live and the vibe on the beach as well. So there we have. So we got out Corey Fletcher at the moment. Now we've got the two Corys. Corey Fletcher leads for Australia. Corey Taylor, CT Taylor on the chase. We know how well Corey Taylor paddled the ski, and we know how quick Corey Fletcher is across the sand.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we'll say CT, isn't it? Because it's Corey and Corey. CT from New Zealand. He's always been, renowned for, I guess, his board paddling, but his ski paddling over the last few years has just gone up another level, and he's fantastic. But Corey Fletcher, where he's going to also try and make some metres up will be as soon as he hits the sand and that running.
I love the battle for second here. And Corey Taylor just asserted his dominance around that first kindle. It was a big move up on the inside. Now, I'm not sure if it was Team America or that of South Africa or Great Britain coming around, but now the advantage of being in front to pick up these swells on the fastest craft in the ocean.
Well, when you're out in front, like Corey Fletcher is at the moment, you've got the whole ocean to yourself. You can go left, you can go right, you can go straight. It doesn't matter where you go. You're not going to run into anyone. So this is the advantage of where Corey Fletcher is right now.
Yeah, it's Great Britain now moves up into third. That's a great paddle from Team Great Britain in third at the moment. But Corey Fletcher is in one. Team New Zealand. To me, Corey Taylor's got to run with the ocean. He's just fighting the grain at the moment, and he opens up a little window of opportunity for Great Britain on the right-hand side. But it's Team Australia will come over the top. It's about keeping this straight. How hard is it to keep this craft straight on a wave like this?
Oh, it's incredibly difficult. Remember, these athletes are also under fatigue as well, so they're not out there fresh playing around. And you see Kosh just there. He's yelling at him. He's get up. He's same club, teammates, Burleigh. So Corey Fletcher, let's see the wheels on him. He's going to be moving fast. And, Josh is right there in the action, so we'd love to hear from him.
Corey Fletcher has absolutely unleashed on this transition. He's giving everything he's got, nothing left in the tank, because if you turn around and look, the Kiwis are there, the Brits are there as well, the Spaniards are having a great paddle, and so South Africa. That gap maybe at 60 metres at the moment from Australia to New Zealand, and then 10 metres back to the Brits there, who are having an absolutely stellar paddle at the moment. A little waves coming through for the Australians. That gap's going to close, but have a look at the race for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. There is maybe 5 teams who can jump onto this podium.
Yeah, it's great battles inside the battles at the moment. And what about this for Team Australia? They hand over to the Australian board champion of Zach Morris leading, being chased down by that of Joey Collins from the Blackfins of New Zealand. But the battle, as we said, for 3rd, 4th and 5th, right in there. Great Britain currently holding on to 3rd place at the moment. South Africa, we can see there on the chase as well. It's a great team event, isn't it? That of the Ocean Man Relay.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. You can see just in those shots there before, all the teammates are yelling them on, cheering them on, and wow, Great Britain have been incredibly impressive. We'll see if they can hold on for that 3rd, but absolutely amazing. And here we go. We've got Joe Collins again chasing Zach Morris.
Yeah, Zach Morris now negotiates the swim cans, needs to go out around the board cans, and we can see tucked in behind there Joe Collins. Then we go back, looks like potentially Great Britain back there in 3rd place. But what about the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7? We'll call them in as well, because they're points on a premium for each nation at the moment. There's the Ocean Man Relay for the men at the moment, and look at this, it's Zach Morris, Team Australia in 1, New Zealand, Joe Collins in 2, Great Britain on the chase in 3.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're not too far away at the moment. I think they'd be very happy with themselves where they are right now. They've set themselves up for this back end, but Joe Collins, he's right there. He's definitely still in this race. He just needs to hook one of those runners up, work really, really hard, and he'll be able to catch up to Zach in no time.
Yeah, interesting point is that the race is never over. It's the luck, especially with the type of wind that we have in the swell. You can see cross swell and cross wind. You want to be in position as Zach Morris, but you're never out of it in terms of Joe Collins' chase. You've got swell right at the back at the moment, and we can see that battle as we spoke about back there in 4th, 5th and 6th. He needs this wave. Morris needs this wave. He'll sit up and prop and run with a swell. Now, as the Australian board champion for a reason, execution to a T.
Yeah, he did really well there. He actually paddled and moved himself over more to the south, and we saw that actually in some of the board rescues, just the stronger waves over that side. So unfortunately for New Zealand, they're going to have the silver in this one, and then how nice is that? Zach Morris getting to tap your runner to finish off. That would be a very good feeling.
Yeah, Jason Goth coming up and had a great performance in the A relay final as well. And he's being chased by Oscar Smith, who took out the A final beach sprint as well. And we just saw that as Zach Morris and also Joe Collins. Only a matter of approximately 15 to 20 minutes. They'll be lining up for the final of the Open Men Ocean Man event as well. So it's been a massive day, but they are the fittest athletes in the world. And you can wind them up and they'll go all day.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why they train so much, 3 times a day, 6 days a week, Sunday off. So that's why they're so fit. And yeah, I have to give it to all the athletes out there. They've had to actually have a shorter break more than normal. So getting straight in their training, making sure they're fit for this time in August.
Team Australia take position 1. Well done. Oscar Smith picks up that of 2nd place. And 3rd place from Great Britain. What a performance. It looks like Team France, haven't they done exceptionally well in the water and the beach as well? Coming through, so well done to that of Team France in 4th. Look at the battle. USA, Connor Kennard there with the South Africans. Look at the speed. I tell you what, speed to burn from Connor Kennard, finishing off for the Stars and Stripes, I believe in 5th position.
Well, they know that those points are on the line. Every single position equals every more points. So they're really trying to really fight for the end there. And as we see Spain just coming on through there, he can have a nice, relaxed run to the end because he knows no one's behind him. But yeah, incredible by all the athletes out there. Everyone really, really moved together. So we're going to go down to the beach with Josh Minogue.
Thanks, Court. I'm down here with Team Great Britain, their runner Sam. That's a great result. 3rd place in that Ocean Man Relay. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, great result. Better than last year. Well, not last year, 2 years ago. Yeah, great with the boys. One of our guys got injured in the pool. We've come back, swapped the team around, and we still got 3rd place. So, great result.
A fantastic performance. How's it been out here in Australia so far? Obviously ultra competitive, but are you enjoying?
It just gets better every year, and obviously we're in the home of Lifesaving. It's great. Really love it.
A fantastic performance.
Thank you.
Yeah, huge congratulations to that of Team Great Britain picking up 3rd place. And we can see this. We started with the swim leg, to the ski, to the board, to the run leg. And James Kosh really set up that win nice and early for Team Australia.
Yeah, he certainly did, didn't he? It was a nice short swim for him. He looked really good right from the start, and there he goes. He's just showing his dominance and turning that last can first and really working those runs. You have to work a little bit hard in here. Goggles are off around the neck, using those long legs, and he went straight in there and he tagging Corey Taylor. So, Corey Fletcher. I've got a lot of Corys out there, and as we see Corey Fletcher going out there, and he just did another dominant performance.
Yeah, from the swim we went to the ski, and you see just sneaks out, and that's also the advantage, the ability to get through the swell in the ocean as they go. But it was a good paddle as well by Corey Taylor from the Blackfins. You can see just tucked in behind and really impressed. To me, that the ski leg of Great Britain, you see back right-hand side, the back of screen there as well, it was a phenomenal ski paddle that kept them on the podium. Yeah,
it certainly did, and I tell you what, it was a nice feeling definitely for those board paddlers at the end there. Nice tapping their beachies. So and I'm sure some of the beach sprinters, I'm sure they're very happy they didn't have a sprint finish, but a wonderful performance by Australia, and then New Zealand coming in second there. So we'll have to try and find an update of the points, see how that's all going, but I know it'd be very, very tight.
And there was, they used to be the new kids on the block, these two, but I tell you what, they've really come with the fore in the professional racing, and their elitism as well of Zach Morris and Joe Collins. Zach Morris will now come in for the handover to that of Jason Goff, and Oscar Smith for that of Team New Zealand to pick up that of first place and that of second. There's Goffey as he comes through, nice and calm, nice composed. As a beach sprinter, that's the type of finish you want.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after the running that they've done, these men coming across here, smiles on the faces, I love it, but we've still got a massive afternoon to come. So on our program right now, we've still got the Ocean Women Relay coming up. We've still got the Beach Relay for the men's and the women's coming up as well. And then we've also got the Ocean Women and the Ocean Man to finish off the day. So very exciting stuff. Amazing to be here with you. And there you go. There it is on screen. That's what we have left.
Yeah, the events we can see coming up next with the Ocean Women Relay to that of the Women's Beach Relay, Men's Beach Relay. And if we just flip the page, we can see the phenomenal events of the Ocean Man and the Ocean Woman as well. And they're two great events we're targeting, obviously, for that for 2032 of the Brisbane Olympics. It epitomises surf life saving, it epitomises male and female athletes, but also the professionalism and the diversity across all countries around our world, and showcase that of surf sports and life saving. Look at this as a spectacle on the golden beaches of the Gold Coast, Australia. Imagine this in 2032, showcasing this to the rest of the world.
Oh, it'd be absolutely fantastic. It gives me goosebumps just even thinking about that. So it's it'd be absolutely incredible, and you know the sport deserves to be there. It's amazing to see all these athletes. They work incredibly hard, and we're just going for a replay and highlights of the day, and have a look at that. So much racing, so little time. Yeah, what a great day it was. Obviously, this is the finals package. We started with that of the male surf race, and Zach Morris just snuck ahead of Joe Collins and James Koch. They're in third place. Advantage Australia, but then it comes to the female surf race, and Lana Rogers had a phenomenal start. The Australians really shot out of the blocks nice and early, and we see Lana Rogers went around with Naomi Scott in 1 and 2. It was a big move of Olivia Corrin. She didn't get there in the final, but in the final placings, but she really come home really. We can just see her in the background there to Lana Rogers. She's a phenomenal athlete, Lana Rogers. We go back to last summer here in Australia, an absolute standout in the professional series. Then we went to the beach spin, and what a performance. Just the B final in South Africa. The great performance they've had in the last couple of days with the youth, really coming to the fore here as well, taking out the B final for South Africa. But the A final, what about this from that, the Black Fins of New Zealand? What a performance in the final. And what the females can do, Oscar Smith said, the males can do just as well for Team New Zealand. The board rescue was all about Team Australia, but they only got there just ahead of the French, who put in a phenomenal effort. They did. This was a very dramatic finish in this men's board rescue. Coming from that northern side, as you just see the waves, they just die out and pitter out a little bit, and then as we couldn't see over the other side, you just saw France coming through and South Africa coming in very, very fast. So Zach Morris just had a little bit of a look over. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful day, but it's still a massive, massive afternoon to go. And then we went on and we looked at the women's tube rescue as well. But on the line right now, we have the Ocean Women Relay, not too far away. And Ty, this one is going to be very competitive.
Yeah, another great event, isn't it? We look at the Ocean Women Relay, and also, we're looking to bid for 2032 will be the mixed Ocean Relay as well. So obviously this event has 4 competitors in the bid with the Ocean Man and the Ocean Women, looking for the mixed relay of an M shape where we have 2 males and 2 females. That will be tomorrow as a grand finale to day 2 of the national competition. It is a phenomenal event. We saw that with the youth yesterday as well. But look at the teams now lining up from 1 and our way down. South Africa, Austria, so great to see. Canada, Switzerland, Spain, Hong Kong. What about the performance of the swimmers in the rescue earlier? The Netherlands, the New Zealand, Great Britain, to Belgium, France, USA, Singapore, so great to see. And wrapping up, Team Argentina.
Oh, they've got look at this. And then you go, Sarah, she's going to be back in there for Team Japan. And the list goes on, doesn't it? So it's really interesting. I'm just having a look at New Zealand. They've got Liv Corrin. She's actually going to be the board paddler. So Molly's going to start off with the swim there. And Zoe Crawford, ski paddling as well. So just going through all the names. Margot's going to be out there. She's going to be doing the swim as well. She's been very, very competitive, and we are off for a start.
Yeah, second close to the camera from the German team. What about this? Nina Hult represented Germany at the Paris Olympics only a few weeks ago, has broken records in the pool the last couple of days. A phenomenal athlete for Team Germany and off to a very, very good start as well. The longer the swim this is, the better it suits that of Nina Hult from Germany, but look out for the skill sets of Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, definitely. It is all about the skills, as you said, that skills pay the bills at the moment, and they've got to do a lot of, as we are going under waves, just as we see, it's very powerful at the moment. It's a little bit all over the place. It's not a neat surf. It's very, very messy. So the girls are out and away, and they've got out over that break, and we've got Molly there out in front. It looks like we've got Chelsea Jones from Australia. She'll be swimming as well. Naomi Scott and Lana will be on the board and the ski.
Yeah, great start from Molly there from the Blackfins as well. I mean, we saw this a little bit earlier from the Team Australia in the surf races, but Molly really executed those skill sets of running, wading, porpoising, negotiating the shore break as well. So another great start as well. We spoke about France. Haven't they been up and about, Team France as well, in the last few days?
They have certainly been up and about. Great energy. They love being here, coming off the Olympics. They just have this really, really wonderful energy and very fit and very strong across all disciplines throughout these last couple of days. But as we see, Molly's going to take around that can. She's going to definitely be out there first, and might be a little bit of a battle. Sarah Tazaki not too far away. She's an incredible swimmer. She's going to get around in second. Very good position.
One of the best names in surf sports as well, Sarah Tazaki, one of the best smiles. What about this for Team Japan in second? I love the work from Sarah Tazaki. She's the national champion in Japan as well. Tucks in behind Molly from New Zealand. Australia back in 3. France there as well. Then we go back, looks like potentially that Germany starting to make their presence felt, and also back to South Africa.
Yeah, wow, these girls are really going to want to set their team up very, very strong, and we'll go into the ski leg and then finish off on the board as we saw in the men's not too long ago. So I'm sure the men will be having a chat to the women in their team and just making sure they give them a bit of a pump up, because remember, this isn't these ladies' first race. They've been racing a lot back to back to back, so there's a lot that's expected from them, from their team, but all doing very, very well. Great attitudes and really, really great sportsmanship.
Yeah, here we go now. We can see Team New Zealand, Molly out in front now. This is interesting because Sarah Tazaki from Team Japan decided to go a little bit to the north. That's left-hand side of screen. Looks like we have Margot from France as well. I can tell you one thing about Sarah Tazaki from Japan. She's a very, very good skill set in surf. If there's a wave on offer, she's potentially one of the best body surfers in the field as well. And then we go back to Chelsea Jones from Australia as well. Renowned more for pool swimming, but doing a wonderful job here in the ocean.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Sarah, she really comes home really strong. She's a great distance swimmer, so look out for her on the northern side. And I can see why she's going out on the northern side. We've seen the waves be a lot stronger, and looking at that board rescue, a lot of people would have seen that on the beach. It just absolutely died out, those waves there. So smart move. I'd take the northern side as well. You are fighting the waves a little bit, but it certainly will be worth it by the time they get closer to shore.
Sarah Tazaki left-hand side won't get there, but she will potentially have the next one. She has a little bit of a bow peak. Bring the legs in here. Team New Zealand. Tazaki may pull over the top. Sarah Tazaki left-hand side. Did she get there? I think she would be there. There she is. We spoke about the skill set of Sarah Tazaki from Japan, but what about this? It is Team Japan leading the Open Women Ocean Woman Relay.
Oh, that was a fantastic, fantastic Sarah. You did very, very well. We've actually got Josh. He's right there with all the action.
Thanks, Court. We spoke about Sarah at the start of the day, who would kind of cause a bit of a spoiler for the New Zealand and the Australian teams. She races here on the Gold Coast, lives here on the Gold Coast. She's one of the best in the business, and she's proving that right here, right now. It was interesting before this race started. A lot of the coaches were down there telling the girls which way to go. Don't go too far to the left. Take that straight run out. And it was the Japanese and the Kiwi coaches who got it spot on, and maybe not so much for the Australians. They took a little bit of a different line, and it hasn't really paid off.
Yeah, great insight to what's unfolding here in this phenomenal race of the Ocean Women Relay as well. New Zealand struggling a little bit getting on. It could be potentially Crawford getting on a ski. Japan, did they sneak through that one? Up and over for Team Japan. I think just sneaking. This next one needs to get over at Clearwater. This is a phenomenal start from Team Japan.
Oh, that was the perfect setup. Sarah just set her team up so well. And it's so nice to be able to get out there front and have that opportunity of all the waves out there. So Saya from Japan is out there in front, and she's been chased down by a lot of teams at the moment.
Yeah, but the other teams, we spoke about a lot of other teams, have all been hitting the shore break. So all of a sudden, Japan have extended that lead to a good 50 or 60 metre lead. Now, the courses are quite short, and we are now halfway through this event. One board leg to go, one sprint. Can they hold on? Team Japan.
If Japan can win this, I think I'm going to put it out here. I think it's going to be the best celebration we have seen on the beach. They are beautiful people. They all get around each other, but at the moment, she's got to stay in the moment and really make sure she gets in nice and safe.
Yeah, Nasakawa being chased at the moment by Team Australia coming through. And you look at the quality of Team Australia coming through. We spoke about that, of Naomi Scott, Lana Rogers, and then wrapping up with Brittany Inga as well. But Team Japan, what a start. Nasakawa there will hand over to Mitsu, and then the runner of Ishiguro. We know how well she can run as well. Team Japan comes around in one. It's probably been half the lead that she's had. It's a moment of getting round, picking up this swell, and keeping the craft straight.
Yeah, she's doing so well out there. We've got actually Great Britain are actually in second at the moment. She's been chased down by Australia, which is Naomi Scott, who's on the ski leg at the moment. So she'll then tag to Lana Rogers. So very competitive. This is going to come right down to the wire.
Oh, this is brilliant. Team Japan, you can see the difference in cadence and rating at the moment. Team Japan doing a wonderful job. We are over halfway of the Ocean Woman Relay, and it's Team Japan in one, Great Britain in two, Australia on the chase of Naomi Scott in three. We know pound for pound the strength of Naomi Scott, but she's giving away a big lead to that of Japan.
Yeah, she's got a fantastic lead. So we just see out the back, there's a bit of a wave coming through, so Japan might be a little bit unlucky, but Naomi Scott's just falling off the back there. We actually have another Great Britain still in second. We've got Japan. This is her opportunity.
Keep this straight, Team Japan, with one leg to go. Oh, upside down and turn that around. That could be Great Britain, potentially, is it? We'll try and get a pick up at the moment. No, Great Britain are still on the wave coming in. It's Japan in one. It's Great Britain in two. They'll probably stand the run leg in a moment. It is still Japan in one. Great Britain there right up, potentially coming up next to. They may have hit the lead here, Great Britain on the inside run of Japan. There they are there. Great Britain now in one, Japan in two. The big question, where is Australia?
Yeah, wow, this is going to be really, really tight. They've just come, Japan's just a little bit further, quite far south, so she's going to have to really run. You've got a couple of teams, Australia including that, so I reckon we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that will be going to go out on this last board leg.
What a battle. Naomi Scott is up and about. She now takes the lead up the swim. What about the run leg from Team Australia of Naomi Scott? Wow, what a performer. Let's go for the update. Josh Minogue on the beach.
That was all course management from Naomi Scott. The Japanese team, the British team, they went so far down the beach. Naomi Scott turned that can, ran back to the north, picked up a runner and hit that flag almost dead on. You can't buy that experience. That gap was at maybe 50 or 60 metres at the back of the break, and by the time she hit the sand, she was in front. The Japanese lady just all the way down, kept getting pushed. There was nothing she could do about it, and that's how quickly these races can change, and that's when the real champions come to the fore, and Naomi Scott is an absolute champion, and if Australia win this, it's going to come down to that moment from Naomi Scott.
Yeah, great insight. A smart race will always beat a fast race. And what about this? You know, you look at in terms of 6 athletes from 6 different nations are now vying for the overall Ocean Women Relay Championship, and it's Team Australia with Lana Rogers at the front. Oh, she's a phenomenal athlete, isn't she? And all the other countries on the chase.
She is very, very good. She's been in front many, many times, but behind her is Olivia Corrin, who is Australian and New Zealand board champion. So she is fantastic. But remember, those two are very fast across the sand. It's not actually coming down to those two. It's going to come to their beaches. So it's going to be really interesting from here. Very, very tight. I think this has been one of the most exciting races. As we can see at the moment, Olivia Corrin, she just tried to get her nose to get that inside of Lana, but Lana at the moment holding her out. So for Liv Corrin, you can see at the moment she's really want to go to tuck herself on the inside of Lana and get out in front.
New Zealand are close enough. Now remember, it comes down to a final run leg, and Brianna Irving took out the beach sprint over Brittany Inga of Australia. New Zealand, pound for pound, have a little bit. We've got to remember also here, Courtney, it's not a direct straight run. So Australia, for my liking, need to hit the beach first, because we know that of New Zealand are right there in the mix for speed across the sand, and the French are making a huge move in third place. What about this? New Zealand in one, got to get around. Livia Corrin just fumbles a bit, but it's now France hits the lead.
Oh, that is actually Elise Dorrigan. She's actually the board paddler from France, and she is doing so well. We haven't actually seen too much of her, but look at her. She's just chasing those runs, and she looks fantastic.
This is massive. It comes down to a run leg. We know Brianna from New Zealand won the beach sprint. Brittany Inga got second, but fourth was Elise from that of France. Here we go. This could be the wave. Pull over the top of this because success. Can she get there? Team France got to maintain it. Oh, Team France. What a moment for Team France. One run leg to go. Can they hold on?
Oh, wow. This is, I don't know, are you feeling nervous? I'm feeling nervous. And you've got Australia and New Zealand who are actually coming in on a better line. So,
France
is off.
Tag over. Here we go. Tag will now turn to Elise. The big chase of Brianna on the chase as well. Brittany Inga. It's France in one. New Zealand on the chase. We know pound for pound the Blackfins have enough. And Brianna, she took out the beach sprint earlier today. She stamps her authority now in the Ocean Woman relay. New Zealand Blackfins take a bow.
Oh, wow. I don't think anyone was going to beat her in that beach sprint then. She looks so determined and so focused. And, wow, congratulations. But Brianna, she just put her head down, and she almost looked like an Ocean Woman competitor there, didn't she? She was very smart when she went to Olivia, got up, went going, and no one was getting in her way.
And we spoke about, for Australia to win, Naomi Scott and the announce of her and the smarts in that of the ski leg. But what about the work of New Zealand? Sneaking up on the inside with Australia. Wave in front with France. We thought we were there. We thought they had done enough, but they were pushed down another 10, 15 metres. But what a performance, what a race. 2032, we talk about ocean women and ocean man. It's got to stand all the way to 2032 Brisbane.
Oh, that was so exciting. We had Sarah out there in front. We saw the lead change so many times. We had Japan out in front.
How good.
Oh, and then Great Britain came out in front, and then we had Australia. New Zealand took it home at the end, and that was a very, very exciting. I know that everyone on the beach would have been cheering. I know Josh Minogue, he definitely would have been down there jumping up and down, yelling. He's probably lost his voice. I'm sure we'll find him. Actually, here is we found him. We've got Josh Minogue with the winners.
One of the best finishes I've seen here at a World Championships. New Zealand get the job done. You don't often get to get in the water with these competitors. How nervous were you?
I was so nervous when they all came through on the same wave. I was really scared, but you're real good. Yeah, easy as.
And a back and forward race, not what we're used to seeing. It was really one for the nations who haven't sort of won much today. And I thought we were going to get an upset, but you pulled it out of the fire.
Yeah, no, that was a really good finish. I'm stoked with that. Had Zoe cheering me on from the water, so yeah.
Right up.
We're both in the beach relay, so that should be nice.
Well, the Blackfins get it done down here, and they're off to the beach back now. The action continues.
Oh, thank you so much, Josh, and congratulations to New Zealand. They just had an absolutely fantastic event just then, and let's have a look at the replay. I'm excited to look at the replay as we see the girls there out there charging along. We've seen those potholes, seen that waiting, and we saw Sarah. She was just tucking in there behind Molly, not too far away, and coming in. She had the smarts about it because she went off to that northern side, which we've seen time and time again. It's very, very strong over that side. And France, we've got Margot out there, very strong swimmer, and the body surfing, the skills of Sarah. She trains at Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club, which is just down the road, and she got up, and I don't think I've ever seen Sarah run this fast. She looks so determined. She loves representing Japan, her country, beautiful family. And as we see there, she's tagged her ski paddler who did a wonderful job going out there in front. It's never an easy feat. And she held that lead as far as she can, but just coming in, she just got a little bit taken over just with those runners coming through. But certainly, no, they would see one of the competitors might be from Canada potentially. And that just shows just how tough it is out there. We said many of these countries haven't been up against this type of swell before. There's Lana Rogers, champion ocean woman, out there leading the way, but she didn't have it all her own. She had, obviously, Olivia Corrin not too far away, and France, they were just fantastic coming through that beautiful. Remember, you have to go around the cans, as we saw Olivia Corrin just almost missing that there. So that would have been a DQ. So she did very well. Professionalism coming around there with a French competitor. Beautiful on a board. She did so well. And then coming back here, just amazing skills. And she hasn't got the smile on her face because she really wants to concentrate, find her beach competitor. And this is where it's completely different to what we've done at the Australian titles. And there is Brianna. She's just been absolutely on fire, in form all day. And that was absolutely fantastic. Very, very exciting. Obviously, Australia, I'm sure, would be a little bit disappointed. But definitely France and New Zealand would definitely be on a high right now.
What a performance, but more importantly, what a race. What a race. We saw Japan, like you mentioned, come out of the block, Sara Tazaki, but the pure speed. But they're up and about, and confidence is wonderful. Look at the results here. We talk about confidence. New Zealand taking out that for the women's ocean woman relay. France, what a performance. It was a good battle, wasn't it, between New Zealand, France, Australia. Great Britain there all the way as well. The USA, Japan, Italy in 7th. To that of the minor places as well. What a performance, what a race. To South Africa in 8th, Spain in 9th, Canada in 10th, Germany, and Nina Holt, what an athlete from Germany she is. Belgium, Argentina, to that of the Netherlands. How good, what a day of racing. We've still got the Ocean Man, Ocean Woman race to go. One of the highlights of the program for day 1 of the Ocean. And what a spectacle here on the beautiful Gold Coast. And a big shout out, obviously, to Ron Rankin AM, Chair and Project Director of the World Lifesaving Events for 2024. To Graham Ford AM, the President of International Lifesaving Federation. To all their teams, to all the officials, the volunteers, to the water safety, everyone involved, and to all the nations taking part on this phenomenal event as we have more events lining up. It is the Open Women's Beach Relay B Final with some serious speed to burn. And the B Final will up first, followed by the A Final. And I am so excited for the A Final. In particular, see that of Iran and that of Egypt. They dominated performance in the semi-finals, but the B Finals are up first. Exciting times on the sand.
It is so exciting. You just saw on that shot before, a lot of the competitors were walking from the beach up to the top of the sand dunes there because they are coming out of that Ocean Women's Relay and onto the beach relay. So we've got the B Final up here on the screen right now. So Netherlands Team A, Italy Team A, Germany, Japan, Argentina. We've got the Czech team there, and we've also got USA. And also, if we look on the other side, we've got South Africa. So very, very tough, very, very fast. The wind hasn't died down at all, so unfortunately, those second and what would it be, 1, 2, and 4 competitors. No, 1. So 1 and 3 will be going into the wind. 2 and 4, not easier, but just their wind behind their backs.
Yeah, I definitely want the wind behind
me.
Yes,
definitely.
I struggle running in the wind myself there, Courtney. But what a performance and spectacle it is. And update on points for that of day 3 of the national competition. New Zealand lead by 4 points as we currently stand at the moment. So let's have a look at some of the heats and semis of the beach relay earlier today. And the atmosphere down there was electric. And this was semi-final number Brittany Ingo, we can see from Team Australia. This is the heats actually, and top of screen as well. That's Team Egypt. So one thing we know with Team Egypt is they have 4 very, very strong runners. We know with a lot of countries of Australia and New Zealand, they have a mix of beach competitors and that also of water competitors as well. But Team Egypt took out this heat. Look at the dominance here over Australia. Now, let's go back 2 years. They are the current world national champions, Team Egypt. But what a dominant performance here. Team Egypt, they took out an earlier heat today and also took out their semi-final and look very, very good indeed. Argentina finished 3rd there as well. Another heat coming through. It was a great start from Spain down the bottom, along with Team France. Currently seeing 3rd in the point score, Team France. And you got your host nation holding that Olympic Games. It does wonderful things for sport, as we'll see here in 2032 at the Brisbane Olympics as well. And we saw in the year 2000 of Sydney. Team Spain started very, very strong. Team France came home very, very strong in this particular heat early this morning. Huge crowd building up top of screen and bottom of screen as well. And you see Spain holding on, France there as well. And that's what I love about our movement, the ability to do all the different types of disciplines in the water, but also to come up to the beach and execute on the sand as well. Not only today with the beach sprints and the beach relays, but let's wait till tomorrow. The UFC in sand, we have the sand pit for the beach flags. It's one of the highlights of the program. And we spoke about Egypt earlier today, but what about the efforts of Iran here?
Oh, they have been phenomenal, and they make it look so easy as well. Sorry, just moving my microphone there. They make it look so easy, a light across the sand. There we see Iran Oh, they're just brilliant, aren't they? And they have a great time too. I love the little celebration at the end, and they've come a long way to be here, so they're really making the most of every single race they're competing in.
I'll tell you with Iran as well, and I went and had a chat to 3 of the 4 competitors after their semi-final win, and 2 of them were walking around with flowers.
Yeah.
Now, they had their team support and just the respect and the appreciation and gratitude of being on this world stage, and they're here to perform. And I think it's going to be a great battle between Iran and that. Taking nothing away from Australia, you can see here New Zealand as well, but I think it's going to come down to the A final between that of Egypt and Iran, and what a moment and what a stage it is in the World Lifesaving Championships for those 2 great countries. And we saw New Zealand, obviously a mixture of beach competitors and that of water competitors as well, being pool and ocean. And just cruising through to qualify. They knew that 4 was the magic number to go through to the next round. Try not to execute or, to use too much energy. No, it's a massive day of competition today, but also tomorrow courts.
It's massive. I'm just thinking how sore some of these bodies are going to be, and they have to not only get through this beach relay, and look at that.
Semi-final, yeah, this is Brianna in the semi-final up against Brittany Inga as well. You can see the tempo really lifts as well. And the quality of these 2 young ladies are phenomenal. And then you can see now handing over Maria Jones there for Australia, just stand for her authority position to the Lana Rogers. So they went through 1 and 2. So this is semi-final number 1. And just quietly, look at France at the top of screen. They absolutely flew home. But semi-final number 2 was approximately 6 seconds quicker.
Oh, wow.
Over the relay. And that's where we come down to semi-final number 2, which we'll see in a moment, with Iran and that of Egypt. So lining up here at the moment, the speed of Iran and Egypt will come with the 4 at the moment. And it was Team Australia that took out semi-final, and here we go here. They come out of the blocks a little bit slower, Iran. You can see them blue cap, black leggings, top of screen at the moment, and Egypt as well. But their 3rd and 4th legs are nothing but explosive fire from the girls at the moment. Team Egypt come through. And they could probably even potentially get a little bit close to that changeover as well. But Iran then fought back. It was a battle between the 2, Egypt and Iran.
Yeah, in between them. One had a little practice of their changeover, just trying to sharpen up a few things. And this is where it's a really great opportunity to go through the heats and semis, practice that. They might have changed a few position around, but we'll definitely see them go up a notch. And it's the finals now, so they'll all be looking to scoop up as many points as they possibly can. And how fantastic these replays.
Yeah, doing a great job, the big boys team and all the camera crews out there. Look at the crowd now starting to build. They are filling the sprint arena at the moment. And Iran won that semi-final, but it was reverse roles 2 years ago at the World Championship with Egypt taking out the World Championship. The crowd is building, the atmosphere is building. There is no place you'd rather be than right here on the beautiful Gold Coast of Australia. It's live in Queensland. And what about this? The Expo Festival Zone taking place right next to the Surf Hub.
Oh, I love it. Look at everyone lining up to either get their breakfast, snacks, lunch. You can get everything there, and it's wonderful. And we'd love you to share all the action that's on the beach, in the festival zone, hashtag LWC24. Look at that. We've got race 1 there, all the happy faces. Got Riley Fitzy, just came back from the Olympics, silver medal, fantastic.
I actually just held his silver medal as well, and he's super heavy. First time I've been held a silver medal as well, but the spectacle here and the colour in particular, the support from right around the world and the crowd supporting as well. And this event doesn't go ahead without the great support of Gold Coast City Council, obviously, Tourism and Events Queensland, Australia's Gold Coast, the Queensland Government here on the beautiful, look at these skyscrapers of the beautiful Gold Coast, Risk Intelligence, the Currawa Surf Club for hosting a phenomenal event, not only of Masters and the Youth and Opens, but also Winter Club next week. And then to that of Ampol, Race 1 and the Event Co. doing a wonderful job. And to Ron Rankin, Graham Ford, AM and OR, and to Dave Wimpy from CEO Surf Lifesaving Queensland. Look at that as a spectacle to showcase our phenomenal sport.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? And I've just seen everyone coming through this morning when I arrived. Everyone's so happy to be here. There's definitely not many parks left, so make sure you get here early every single day because the crowd, there's so many people around. And it's a big event, and it takes a big, as you said, you just named all our sponsors and everyone behind the scenes, and it takes a big team to make this happen.
And top of screen there, we've got the live stream showing as well, and I'll tell you what, the tent has been packed. Obviously, next to our main arena here, we had the boats this morning, and a huge congratulations to all the successful teams in the Opens, as well as the males and females in the juniors, 23s and 19s, and the surf boats. But it's the B final now at the Open Female Beach Relay B final. The Czech Republic lining up. It's been a massive day for these athletes. How do you get yourself up for another final?
Oh, it's huge. And when you get up for a race, what goes up must come down. So in between the races, they really need to just have some chill out time, whether it's a little bit of alone time, just maybe put some music in, have a lay down, whatever they need to do. But I tell you what, for a lot of these athletes this afternoon, there hasn't been a lot of time to do that. So when you can find rest, take it, even if it's 5 minutes, just to have a banana, something to eat. But as soon as you're back on, whatever you need to do, pump yourself up, jump around, get the music in your ears, you've got to get yourself lifted again.
Quite interesting you say that, because we know Lana Rogers is going to line up in the A final, and then a matter of 15 minutes later, she's lining up for the Ocean Woman event, which I know she would have marked in the calendar on this big stage at this big moment, the national teams as well, as one should really like to win. So like you talk about recovery and the ability, but also to flush out that lactate and the conditions of the surf as well. It's not a jump in and swim and board and ski paddle, it's ability to wade, porpoise and work that ocean as well. So a big challenge coming up for Lana Rogers, but we know how well and how professional she is.
Absolutely, yeah. Lana's been, she's been the best Iron Woman in the world at the moment. She's absolutely fantastic, and it's been really interesting. I was looking at the names. So we've had Lana and Naomi, who are in the Ocean Woman after this, as you said, probably only about 15 minutes. They are doing the beach relay, and then also Olivia and Molly, who are in the final from New Zealand, they actually aren't doing the beach relay, so they'd be there resting their legs. So it's going to be a tough one for the Australian girls. They're going to have to get through this, not panic too much, and then get ready for that Ocean Woman final.
All right, talking about finals, we have the Open Female Beach Relay B final lining up. We've got the Netherlands, Italy, Germany, Japan, Argentina on screen at the moment, Czech Republic, the USA, and that of South Africa. I expect to see a good showing from South Africa here. They are the youth beach relays from the females, took that out a matter of 2 days ago, and they're up and about. Netherlands close to the screen at the moment. It is a 4-person beach relay, and South Australia off-door flyer.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Look at them top of the screen there. You really want to set the rest of your competitors up, so doing very well. This is the tricky part. This is where everyone gets nervous. Everyone's done clean, we're out.
Get nervous. Well, as a commentator, I close my eyes for the transitions. Don't drop the baton. But a big move now from the USA. The stars and stripes of the USA have come with the fall.
Yeah, she's just stretching out. Look very nice. Great transition over there. Everyone's done that again. It looks messy in there, but everyone's come out nice and clean. No DQs happening there, and USA are definitely, they're stretching out nice, aren't they?
Yeah, USA all the way, but Germany now making their presence felt. So here we go, one leg to go. Germany changes over USA to that of South Africa as well. It's Germany, USA, big move. South Africa, top of screen. Germany, can they hold on? South Africa fighting back, top of screen. Who's going to get this one, Courtney?
Oh, my goodness, it's so tight. And at the top there, it might have. South Africa was so close. USA, everyone was coming in. You could just see the fatigue, couldn't you, at the end there? They were doing everything they possibly could, and you can see South Africa there. We've just got to wait and see now.
Can I say huge congratulations to all teams? I've not seen a drop baton. I hope I don't put the mocker on for the A final.
We'll touch wood here.
The A final coming up. And once again, they do their work. I know going back 7 days ago, I saw Team New Zealand down at Burleigh Beach down the road practicing their beach relays as well. So, you know, they're masters of their trade, but also the ability to put the work in as well. That is the B final. Wait for results to come through, but obviously we've got 3 transitions to go through and changeovers. But South Africa, I believe, will come out on top. Just waiting. It's a nervous, isn't it? Let's do the replay here. It was a great start top of screen as well from South Africa.
Yeah, look at that. They were out and about very fast, weren't they? They really wanted to set that up, and they look really good over the other side. They've got no one on their left-hand side there, just stretching out there. And as you said, you make a brilliant point with the transition to every single country. They've obviously all practiced this many, many times because it's been perfection.
Yeah, you can see Team France led in the third leg as well, but the big move from Germany. Love the move in Germany, and their transitions and changeovers are very good. But look at the move top of screen. Gave away about probably 5 to 8 metres. But South Africa really wound up. We talked about that backhand speed of the last third, and we'll just sneak in. Unofficial, probably go South Africa in 1, the Stars and Stripes of the USA in 2, Germany in 3, but unofficial, wait for that to come through. And it's a nervous wait, isn't it?
It is. This is horrible, this
because
part.
Big points, obviously it's a B final. You know, you're counting down from your top 8. This is position 9th at the World Championships, the national teams.
And it's hard for the competitors to see what they actually can because they're focused on running. They're focused on pushing that chest forward. So really difficult. But there we go. There's the high fives. It looks like South Africa has taken the win.
Yeah, Team USA, silver. Congratulations. South Africa in 1, USA 2, Germany in 3. Great performance from the German girls. Argentina potentially there in 4 as well. It is the B final, the A final coming up, and this is one I'm really excited for. You know, I love my surf sports and I love international flavour as well. And lining up here for the A final coming up very shortly as we see the B finalists wrapping up. Here they come now to the main arena, that of the A final. And the young girl from Australia there, Brittany Inga, this is her home beach, this is her home club. And she wants to put on a brave performance. And I believe that in terms of Australia as well, we may have the 2 fastest Australian and New Zealand runners going off first. So watch the sparks fly.
Wow, the sparks are certainly going to be flying, absolutely. And I think that's really smart, setting the pace off first to set your team up, because it'll be really, I guess it'll also, using the word spark, will spark the teammates to get going and really try and be in front. But they're not going to have it easy. They've got some very, very good competition. Egypt we've seen, Iran have been really, really good. So this is going to be really tough. And there's only 3 medals that are going to be given, but points are up for grabs. And at this time, the competition, I think there's only 4 points, isn't there, between New Zealand and Australia?
Yeah, not much indeed, but I think the early speed we'll see here, the early speed will definitely come from the Blackfins of New Zealand and that of Australia, Brittany Inga. Early speed, first leg, but watch for the moves from Iran and that of Egypt in legs 3 into 4. Super critical, with all battens staying upright. This is super critical. What about this? The Blackfins in Egypt. Look at the focus and determination. They're the current world champions in terms of the national teams, Egypt. Looking to go back-to-back. Courtney, can they do it?
Oh, this is fantastic. They've been looking good all day, so I certainly think they can. They've got a good spot. Look at that. You've got Egypt, you've got Australia and New Zealand, and they are off for a start.
Great start from Irving. Confidence, a wonderful thing. Took out the sprint earlier. Look at Irving really starting to stamp her authority over Inga as well. And now look at the moment. Back in 6th position is Iran. We have Egypt in 3rd. Egypt is a massive run from Egypt. Team New Zealand, change. All good, and away they go. Look for the move now. The black on the left-hand side, black cap of Egypt. Egypt is absolutely flying.
Wow, she's absolutely charging. They have certainly put the accelerator on, more so than when we saw the semi-final before, and they have a fantastic lead.
I know Iran will come in the last leg in particular. Egypt are absolutely flying across the sand at the moment. It's 1 leg to go back-to-back national champion. Egypt, this is it. Final change. One-hand changeover from Egypt. Unbelievable scenes. Iran on the chase. Egypt in 1, Iran in 2. Egypt will go back-to-back national champions. Unofficial. What a performance from the ladies from Egypt. Take a bow.
My eyes can't even keep up with how fast they are. And here we have New Zealand and Australia coming in. That's definitely going to have to go down to a photo finish. Wow, that was close for that bronze medal.
How good. How good, unofficial. We need to wait for the final changeover approval from changeover 1, 2 and 3. But Egypt, they owned that beach relay, the female beach relay national team's world championship. Unofficial Egypt 1, Iran in 2. Photo finish for 3. From the angle I was looking, I think maybe Australia just, and I say just, not confident by any means.
Oh, yeah,
but
that's
Egypt,
be
what a
tight.
performance, and how good for the nation of Egypt.
They are amazing. I can't wait to see a big smile on all their faces, and hopefully we can get an interview with Josh, because they have just been incredible all day. They've been wonderful to watch. They've come a long way to be over here. I just saw a little smile, and here we have, there we go, there's the replay. And Brianna obviously starting off.
The move of Egypt in this, the last. That's her in 3rd at the moment. And we're looking at Yassin, Rashwan, Rigal and Ahmed. What a performance. New Zealand come out of the blocks. But the move here of number 2, I think that's Rashwan. Rashwan from Egypt really set this up. Changing over to Rigal. Iran made their presence felt as well. And the last runner of Kwan coming through. What a performance from Team Egypt, and it's Ahmed coming in last there at the run leg. Egypt in 1. They've been given the all clear of changeovers. Congratulations, our national female beach relay champions. Egypt in 1, Iran in 2, waiting on 3 on the photo finish to come through. We'll leave 3 for the judges, but that's Team Australia. We'll pick up 3rd place, New Zealand in 4. Let's go down the beach with our winning team from Egypt.
I'm here with the Egyptian ladies, back-to-back world champions. How does that feel?
It feels great. Feels very great. We work very hard for it. We like very happy for it.
Do you guys train together in Egypt, or do you just come together as part of the national team?
Yeah, we are team. We train together. We like have a national camps together. That's it.
And how special is it to come halfway around the world and become world champions again?
It's most of us our first time competing at a world champion. It's our first medal, so we are like very happy for it.
Well, congratulations, ladies, world champions. Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, that is magnificent. And Josh, if you don't mind, let's get them doing a lap around that of the track here at Karawa. What a moment. They had a training camp in Cairo there in Egypt as well, and what a moment for the Egyptians.
There is a massive crowd and everyone's having a blast, and I think there is not a person on the sand who is unhappy with the Egyptians getting that one done.
It's definitely going back-to-back in performances. You know, to win it once could be a fluke. To win it twice proves you the best, and what a performance. And Iran as well, backing up 2 years ago as well in Italy to back up again. And how's the atmosphere down there, Josh? We got here on the drone at the moment. It looks, 6, 7, 8, 10 deep as well, and no better place to be than here at Karawa.
You're exactly right. Eyes are on next in these beach relays, B final, then the A final, and there's a lot of very excited people down here. Everybody's got something that they're racing for this afternoon. The Aussies and the Kiwis, that overall point score. Everyone else trying to either get a medal, trying to push their team up that point score overall. So there's all a bit of meaning down here for every single nation, and there's a lot of very happy competitors after that last one. And there's still some big races to come. Ocean Man, Ocean Women events late in the day. They are the big ones, the diamond events, that's for sure.
And I'll tell you the big one at the moment. New Zealand lead the Blackfins by 6 points. So look out for this A relay coming up, for the B relays up and about. Great Britain, South Africa, Switzerland, America, Iran, Japan and Sweden. And what a great start, front and centre at the moment. That looks like a phenomenal effort from Team USA. Looks like they started with Connor as well. He's the rocket from that of America at the moment. He had a phenomenal run, Connor Kanar at the moment. But look at the big move down here from South Africa, second on the right-hand side. So it's the Stars and Stripes are up and about. And that looks like Brian Murphy, the 41-year-old for Brian Murphy for the USA. But the big move right next to them as well. Iran making their presence felt, and also tucked up on the inside as well. Changeover time now. Team Japan comes to the presence felt as well. Oh, what a move at the moment. So we got, looks like Switzerland. Switzerland now coming through in front. Switzerland in one will take out the B final ahead of the Stars and Stripes of America. From Switzerland, I believe that's Iran in third place, unofficial. But a huge move and a huge play from the Swiss in the third and the fourth leg. What a performance. Oh, the Stars and Stripes of America. And Connor Kanar, he picked up a podium finish, I believe, in that at the A final earlier today. But the Swiss, what a performance from the Swiss to take out that of the B final. Unofficial. We'll wait for the changeover. All clearance from our officials. Do a wonderful job. And we talk about the Gold Coast and the golden sunlight. Look at this really lighting up here. And it's hard to believe it's the last day of winter. And we look at the start. Connor Kanar, Stars and Stripes, front and centre. Exploded out of the blocks on the replay. We can see here. Just south or just duck below there. The Swiss were right there. Changeover number 1, they'll position 2. USA in 1, Swiss in 2 in the changeover. And then the US handed over to the older statesman of Murphy. That's how he's a great ambassador for Surf Lifesaving there in the USA as well. Lifesaving USA. But Switzerland in 1, and once again an all clear changeover in the battens. Not one drop bat. Of the 12 relay events we've seen throughout the whole entirety of today. What a performance, Switzerland. Our B champions. You see what it means to Team Swiss as well. What a performance. But the B finals will come back live as we now head to that of the A final. But there's a place for the B final. Switzerland in 1, USA in 2, Japan, what a performance, in 3, South Africa in 4, Great Britain 5, Sweden 6, Iran in 7. But it was all about the Swiss wrapping that up as we now go to the A final. And this is big. This, in the context of overall point score, this is massive. We've seen lining up the Netherlands, will be in position 1. Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Germany, France and Egypt. And Spain will wrap up the top 8 in our open men beach relay. Let's go back to that of our 2 semi-finals. And it was France and Egypt to that of New Zealand in semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 was Australia to Spain to Germany in semi-final number 2. All the front end speed I expect to be New Zealand early, but look out for that of Egypt. When we go back, they are the reigning champions from Italy 2022. It was Egypt, Germany, France, New Zealand, South Africa in the men's beach relay. They are lining up. 4 athletes will go in. Once again, the balance of your team. Some are pigeonholed. I know Team Egypt are looking for 4 beach competitors and 1 water competitor, where we know we have some water babies running for that of Team New Zealand, also that of Australia as well. Let's have a quick look at Team Australia. You know, you've got the likes of Jason Goff, beach specialist, but then you've got Corey Fletcher, Wills Fletcher. We know how quick he is. Jake Smith, team captain, there he is. Oh, that's Corey Fletcher there. Jake Smith, team captain, looking to put in a captain's knock. And Zach Morris. Once again, these boys need to back up. Only in a moment of 10 minutes away. Here we go, lining up now. And Team New Zealand as well. Joe Collins, Fergus Eadie. Looking forward to see the big man run after breaking a world record yesterday in the pool. And up and about. He just missed the start. Oh, I tell you what, drama aplenty here, Courtney, because Egypt have missed the start, one of the favourites for this event.
Wow, I don't know what happened there. He just lost a bit of focus, but here we go. Here's a transition. Everyone's done it very, very well. But yeah, Egypt, they're really going to want to make, and they're making the distance up now from having that very slow start.
Yes, Spain, but now the move from Egypt. They have a one-hand change over Egypt as well, but it's New Zealand in 1. Oh, Egypt way behind the line as well. Oh, they're giving away plenty. Look at the move from Egypt, second from the top of the screen. They've given away 20 metres already in this race, and Team Egypt are flying.
They are absolutely flying. You just saw Corey Fletcher look like a beach sprinter out there. But here we go, Egypt. Oh, I tell you what, it didn't matter that they had a slow start. They were out and about, and wow, look at them go.
In the context of a lot of things at the moment, it's Team Egypt our winners, but what about this Team Australia? I think have snuck in for second, but look at the excitement and the jubilation there of Team Egypt, not only taking out the female beach relay, but backing it up with the male beach relay national champions.
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful. Just wait till all the results come in and make sure all those baton changes are perfect, but for them to take the double, oh, that would just be a fantastic result, and congratulations, Egypt. Isn't that amazing?
Not only that, they missed the start by a good 5 minutes. We'll see the replay in a moment. The one-hand changeovers, changing over 5 minutes behind. Look at this, Egypt are still in the blocks. They are still in the blocks, giving away to that of Australia. What a start from Jason Goff. Obviously, they're behind the point score. This is mass, and we'll talk about team points in a moment, because this event, I think, has given Australia 8 points over New Zealand. The changeover, one-hand changeover, they're back in 4th Egypt with the big move here, the 3rd runner of Egypt. Now back in 5th on a changeover. But look at this, second from the top of screen, Egypt on the fly.
Oh, they were just incredible, wasn't it? You really just saw them put that together. And I love how they didn't worry about that start. They got into work, and look at what they did. They were probably happy to give everyone a bit of a handicap. And you can't see it on screen, but I just saw the coach from Egypt actually get the flag and running around. It was fantastic. Can't wait to hear from Josh, not too far away, but how beautiful was that? So, so proud of all of his athletes.
What a moment. What a moment. We had a couple in the beach relay final, but to go back-to-back champions, obviously they took out 2022. Let's go down the beach, not with one, but with the whole of Egypt. Down to you, Josh.
I think every Egyptian on the beach for 1,000 miles has come in here. I've got our translator in here. Obviously, the boys have done a fantastic job. The ladies did a fantastic job. How proud is Egypt?
We're so excited, mate. They're running the desert. It's so good. We're so proud of what happened. Men and women done it properly. First stage.
Well, it's absolute scenes down here. We'll go back up to you. The Egyptian party started.
I wouldn't say about coming down there, back up to us, Josh, because I tell you what, the Egyptians are up and about, and what a moment. How good was that?
Oh, they're my favourites. Is that being really biased? That was fantastic. And Josh, thank you so much for that wonderful interview. That was fantastic, getting all the team in there. That is what it is all about, and they were just beautiful shots to see.
Josh, can we get them to do a lap? Let's get them to do a lap around the running track with the flags, the whole group, because they deserve it. I know their team made up of a majority of beach sprinters and one water competitor only. There you go. The Egyptians, Team Egypt, will take out the males, but they're alive down there. What a moment.
And make sure Joshy run with them.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job down here, guys. Unbelievable performance. They're celebrating. They won both the relays at the last World Championships. They've gone a double back-to-back here on Australian soil, and they're very happy. There's tears, they're cheering. They'll celebrate for a long, long time, and the rest of those countries very happy as well. The Australians will be stoked with that one. A little buyback of points in terms of the overall point score. So it's been a big change up on that point score in the last 15 minutes, but the Egyptians, they will celebrate for a long, long time.
Yeah, I think that's approximately 6 points advantage in that one race from Australia to New Zealand. So watch this space. Obviously, Australia finished second, France third, New Zealand finished in sixth. Now, you got to remember, 20 for first place, 18 points for second. So 18 points will bank Australia, 16 for third. Then we go down to 14, 13, 12, 11. So advantage Australia in that case, probably drawing a little bit closer to the lead New Zealand. But look at this moment. Egypt, get on the bandwagon. This is what it's all about. We're going around the globe, and this is what Lifesaving's all about.
Oh, this is fantastic. And everyone watching on home, their friends and family will just be jumping for joy. And I love the emotions. They worked so hard. They travelled so far to get here. And we're just looking at the point score at the moment. New Zealand and Australia are actually tied on 210 points. France being on 152 in third at the moment.
Wow, what a performance. That's based purely on the ocean of today. So 210 points each. And we talk about the depth and the strength, don't we, in terms of New Zealand and Australia. And it's very hard to split them. And 210 points each is probably deserving at the moment where we stand.
Absolutely. That is going to be so close. And the athletes will be getting updates from the coaches. They'll definitely have their pen and paper down there, knowing what's going on. So going into our last two events of the afternoon, the Ocean Woman and the Ocean Man coming up. Wow, I tell you what, the best of the best are in this race, and it's it's definitely going to come down to that final wire. We do go back to the M-shaped course as well. So what we saw this morning, we had to change that just for safety for the women, but we will go back to doing that M-shape. So you've got double of every leg, the order being swim, board, ski. Obviously got the transition runs in between, so it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, tough one, but you know what? This is showcasing what Lifesaving is all about. It is the Ocean Women race coming up, the Ocean Women race coming up, and the Ocean Man as well coming up. And this typifies Lifesaving, what we want to showcase the rest of the world in 2032. It's a sport that's been long breeding ground for so many of our world's top Olympians, that of Lifesaving. You know, we talk about yourself as well as, we saw today Riley Fitzsimmons out there, Tom Green out there as well, the Olympians. We go back, Kai Hurst is on the beach as well there, helping out coaching. In its own right, Lifesaving sport, it's iconic, not only here in Australia, but right around the globe, making household names for Australians right around the world. And I know the ILS president, Graham Ford AM, he said, internationally, lifesaving sport continues to grow, and there's never been a better time to pursue the Olympic pathway of 2032 Brisbane. And we spoke about this earlier, the Australian Championships, about the official steps during the Australian Championships towards that event being included the Ocean Man and Woman as well, and also the relay. Ocean relay coming up, the M-shaped relay. But this is what it's about. Less than, just under 50 countries represented here. And what a day it's been. Not only the last 2 days of ocean racing, but also today with the open teams putting on a great display of life-saving skills.
Yeah, they have. They've switched over the youth and the open. So youth obviously doing the ocean first, and now they're in the pool. And then the open's doing vice versa. So they're going to finish off on the ocean. So, but it is just, you're spot on, Ty. It's the perfect time for our sport to really get up and shine, because we see all the youngsters coming through. They're fantastic, and they really go, excel in kayaking, triathlon, cross-country running, pool swimming. There's so many athletics. There's so many other sports that these surf lifesavers are very, very good at. So they can do everything. They do it all. And as I say that, we look on screen right now, the Ocean Women, 24, so a couple more. So they're going to be quite tight at the start of this first leg. But I assure you that they'll definitely spread out in this M-shaped course, because there's a lot of tricky, trickiness happening out there. So it's going to be one to watch. So make sure you're on this live stream coverage.
Yeah, we talk about, you mentioned the skills then, of the conditions that they're going to face going in and out 6 times, of board, swim, ski as well. But also fatigue. It's been a massive day, not only today, courts, but also the last 2 days. Now, I know some athletes would have done a lot of pool events, some might not have done as many, they might have done only a few sort of team relay events. But this is an event, this is the blue ribbon event of the individual racing for your national open teams as well. This is the event you want to win. And even looking on the beach there, you've got some other professional Ironmen have come down to watch this event. Not only from a national team perspective, but also preparing for Interclub next week. Look at the quality lining up that we said here in the girls' race in particular. Naomi Scott, won the Australian Championship 2 years ago. Lana Rogers won the Australian Championship this year. Back-to-back Australian Championships lining up. Then you've got Molly Shivden there as well from New Zealand. And then Holly Main, she's been here in Australian training, obviously down with the Burleigh clubs, Burleigh Hedge Mowbray Park under the Michael King and the Kingdom there, representing the USA. And then we go, semi-final, Olivia Corrin. Phenomenal swim earlier today. She'll take confidence from that swim. Talk about swim. Japan's Sara Tazaki. What about that? Imagine if Sara Tazaki, with a little bit of luck, she's good enough to take out the Ocean Women Championship, World Championship right now. What a quality field from top to toe. I'll tell you what, the cream is about to rise.
They certainly are. I wouldn't be surprised with Sara, but the man that is down there looking at the athletes, maybe can have a little bit of the body language, see who's nervous, who's feeling confident, is Josh Minogue.
Yeah, the girls down here very, very nervous, just getting last instructions from the officials here. And a couple of these girls will be loving a little bit of extra rest, especially Lana Rogers, Naomi Scott coming straight out of that beach relay. The Kiwis, they want them to go now. They want the rest to be the absolute minimum possible. And who would have thought 3 days of racing, the final 2 events today, and the point scorers all tied up at the top. That's how close it is down here. And I think you guys were spot on. There's going to be a couple of girls who'll try and play spoiler here. Holly Main from the US, Sara Tazaki from Japan. They'll be very, very good, and they'll be in this one up to their eyeballs. The girls haven't done the M-shape Ocean Woman course yet. They went just the traditional course this morning. So for the first time today, they'll go around that. And as we spoke about this morning, skills are so important. You go through the break twice as many times. You come back through the break twice as many times. Every single mistake's going to cost you 10, 20, 30 metres. And in the end, that's going to cost you overall points.
Yeah, so much to play, so much on offer as well. And just discussing the program with some of these athletes as well, leading in. You look at Lana Rogers. She's had 3 beach relays to do, along with Naomi as well, plus the drag and the rescue tube rescue as well. So, and the context of this race, there's a lot of running and waiting as well, Courtney. So I think leg fitness is going to be a key part of this race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually saw Lana Rogers sitting down on her board there, along with Sara Tazaki as well. So they would be a little bit fatigued, but they are ocean women, so they are very, very fit. But yes, as well as Naomi Scott, she's had a big program as well. And we saw Molly and Olivia Corrin actually resting for this, so they will be nice and fresh. But the women are right there ready to go. They're looking out, just setting themselves up, and I'm really excited about this one. One of my favourite on the calendar, and here they are off and racing.
Yeah, it's the National Teams Open Women World Lifesaving Championship, individual race up and about. It's an M-shaped course. We start with swim, we go to board, we go to ski, we finish with a run leg as well. And we talk about the leg fitness. And up and about at the moment, Lana Rogers off to a flyer.
Yeah, Lana really got that, that little bit of extra metres over Naomi Scott. Naomi Scott, I felt she just dived down a little bit earlier, might have hit a pothole, might be feeling a little bit fatigued after that beach event right there. But we also look like we have Ireland up there front. She's had a phenomenal start in this Ocean Woman event.
Yeah, that's Barry. That's Barry from Aisling Barry from Ireland. What a great start. Once again, she's quite tall in stature as well. We can see the move now as well. Sara Tazaki, Japan. Great confidence after the relay race, the Ocean Woman relay earlier at the moment. But it's Naomi Scott, Lana Rogers and Sara Tazaki side by side.
And I can promise you all now, this is going to be really, really competitive. The way that everyone's swimming over the top of each other, over the top of everyone's legs, and also trying to, I guess, cut people off, go for that inside. There's a lot happening out there. It's and remember, it is a sprint, so it's an M shape. As we heard from Josh before, it's very, very fast out to that first can. Sharp turn back in, so you really want to be on the inside right now. So it looks like we might have Olivia Corrin on the inside of Sara Tazaki, Lana Rogers on the inside of Naomi Scott.
And then back to Molly from New Zealand, the Black Fins as well, and the Stars and Stripes. Probably Holly Main back there in 6, having a great swim as well. Around they go at the moment. And it's Lana Rogers. Look at this, battling the 2 Australians. And it's Naomi Scott says, I tell you what, there is no love lost at the can, as Lana Rogers sneaks up on the inside of Naomi Scott.
Yeah, they're in the position they want. They've been working together all as a team this whole time, but everyone wants to win it. Everyone wants to be the Ocean Woman champion, and I feel like Olivia Corrin's got a really great spot there. She's just sitting in there. She hasn't really wasted too many of her cookies just yet, so she's settling in there. But USA looking very, very nice as well. They're sitting there in a comfy position and just a little bit of wash riding going on at the moment.
Now, it's an M-shaped course as well, and I think what's going to be critical here, Courtney, is the ability to come in the wave zone. They're not a straight line swell. We're not talking, 10, 12-second period where it's a nice, even wave. It's popping up left and right. So the ability to pick up a swell, but then to hold that wave under fatigue, because they're not powerful waves towards the shore as well. This will be critical. Olivia Corrin now really starting to make her presence felt, but watch the wave zone. To me, this could be make or break.
Yeah, we saw Sarah Tazaki. She's been body surfing extremely well, and Olivia Corrin looks really good to me. I feel like she's not rushing. Oh, here's who's going to get that wave. This is where the skills really come into play, and I feel like Molly Shiven has just come over the back there, and she's done really, really well with that. So one of the hardest skills to do is you saw Naomi Scott. She's going to get down that. Molly's going to come down. Sarah with those brilliant surf skills, and they're going to be pushed all together. But
yeah, Naomi Scott. This is exactly what I was just talking about, the context of this race, the ability. Now, all of a sudden, Naomi Scott missed that first wave, had to stand and prop, but now picked up that second wave, execution under fatigue to a T. Naomi Scott advantage. Big question, Lana Rogers, there she is. Holly Main, big swim from the USA.
There's two things that Naomi Scott gets from this. Not only does she get that extra ride so that she has distance going in front of this second swim, but she got rest. So rest in M shape is very, very valuable.
I think the other thing too, she gets clean water now. She doesn't have to worry about people around her. But down the beach, toes in the sand, Josh Minogue.
Yeah, the girls, I think they made a bit of an error on the way out. They ended up a long way to the south of that first turning can. And then when they hit the beach, they were a long way south of that run flag that they had to go around. So Naomi Scott's led them a long way further north, heading back into this second half of the swim. Holly Mains followed. Sarah Tazaki, the Kiwi girls, and Lana Rogers have all taken the same line. So I think they've learnt really quickly that there is a lot more wash pushing down the beach this afternoon than there was this morning. They won't miss this second can, but you could throw a blanket basically over first through about 15th place, and there's just a giant line. Those waves have really pushed everybody through in little groups, and everyone's still in this one, and your ability to hold the waves all the way to the beach and not end up in that sort of chest to waist depth water is going to make a massive difference in this race.
Yeah, great insight to what's happening down there on the beach at the moment. We'll be back down there as well, Josh. They come through the next transition. But Naomi Scott at the moment, she's a professional iron woman in terms of the Australian context of iron person racing. She's used to this day by day as well. She's in a very comfortable position.
Oh, Naomi is a phenomenal ocean woman. I don't think we haven't seen the best of her yet. I think she's got a very big future to come. She's obviously won the Australian titles, but she's got more to do. I know that she's naturally been a great ocean iron woman for a very, very long time, and she's really setting this race up very well. As I said before, just to get that distance out in front with these M shapes, you get out of the mess, you get to go around nice and cleanly, and it's really, really handy just having that. So as we see Naomi Scott leading the way, coming back in, she'll let herself go with that. But Sarah Tazaki is having a wonderful swim at the moment. She's been so strong this whole time. We just look behind her. We've got Lana Rogers trying to get on that inside of Sarah. Then we go back to Olivia Corrin. We've got also France, USA, and we've also got Molly back in there as well.
Yeah, it's a great race, isn't it? We're not even a third of the way through, but going back to that first part of the M shape, the ability, we had 6 coming in that wave zone, and first wave really split them up. But it was the skill set of Naomi Scott we spoke about that really now put her in this position of where she's at, and she will like this position. Nice clean water coming in, no one to sort of rough and tumble around the cans as well. Once again, come with a wave zone. Hopefully a wave will present itself to reapply that skill set again. Definitely.
I feel like Sarah, she's been definitely at the top of really those skills at the moment. Sarah's, as you see, she was just swimming back into the rest of the field, and you've got to really put your head up, make sure you don't knock any heads there. The reason they're doing that has been a stronger swell off to the northern side, so we'll see a few of those competitors, and that's the reason they're doing that. They're not actually doing that because they're confused. They've got a reason for why they're doing that, and Naomi Scott, she potentially, I reckon she would have been in the wave zone now, hopefully getting a wave and really certain her dominance.
Yeah, we'll pan out and have a look. Look at this from the first M shape coming out, and the wave that come through. We had 4, 5 or 6 come through, but it's this next wave here on the right-hand side, and we'll pick up coming back live in a moment. This is the skill set of Scotty. She sat up and propped and then come over the top. That then went out to a 10 to 15 metre lead, which is crucial to where we are now. Now coming back live, Josh Minogue down there. How's Naomi looking? Has she hit the beach yet?
Yeah, that gap has really opened up there. She got 2 waves. She'll just stand up now. She's a long, long way to the south of this transition area. There's 4, maybe 5 girls on the next wave. One of the Australians, Lana Rogers, has just dropped off. There's a black cap. Sarah Tazaki's there. Holly Main's hanging in as well. And this is scary times for the rest of the girls. Naomi Scott, she's probably the best swimmer in the field, but she's definitely the best ski paddler in the field. If she can survive this board leg with any kind of lead, it's all over for the rest of the girls. You put her on a ski at the front of an Iron Woman race and she's going to go at the moment. So it's Australia in 1, 2, Holly Main of the US in 3, Olivia Corrin, big transition to move up into 3rd, and Sarah Tazaki hanging on. Molly Shivnan, plenty of work to do, the second of the Kiwi athletes in 6th place, but she's battling on hard. The gap's closed again, so maybe Naomi Scott's used just a little bit too much in that opening swim leg.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I was about to say that just jumping on a board so early, that's a sign that there's a bit of leg fatigue there from Naomi Scott as well. She's the hunter at the moment, but I love the transition of Lana Rogers. And Lana Rogers in this position is very dangerous.
She is very dangerous, and she's known for her transitions. They're very, very good, very fast. She really pushes the limits out there when she does a transition. She almost goes fast enough just to make the other competitors hurt. As we see Naomi Scott, I think you were right there, Ty. Getting on her board so early and not doing the bunny hopping was not only slower, but it just shows potentially that fatigue from her very big day, which I can totally understand. But Lana Rogers, she's getting a sniff right now, so she's going to go on the back end of Naomi Scott.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like Naomi Scott picked up that wave. She would have grown confidence from that going out in the swim leg. And then Lana Rogers would have grown a lot of confidence in that transition, knowing she's halved the distance to that of Naomi Scott already. And I love the work of Lana Rogers. Now, you know, we talk about she's a standout professional Iron Woman last year, was the best around the globe in terms of Australian performance at the moment, in consistency as well. She's been in the position many, many times before. She'll conserve a bit of energy tucked in behind that of Scotty, wait for that of Lana Rogers to open up, chasing the swell back to the beach, and then heading out in the second part of the M shape.
And Lana loves leading. It gives her confidence. She really, really drives it forward. So Naomi Scott's doing all the hard work at the moment. Olivia Corrin on the pink board in 3rd, not too far away. Sarah Tazaki there in 4th. She's hanging on as well. But the ski leg is last, and anything can happen. We know we've got to go out twice, come back in twice. So it's still a long way from being over, and it's definitely this M shape more of an endurance. So that's why the speed's a little bit not as quick as when we'd see a really quick kind of 8 minute ocean woman. So it's a little bit slower, purely because they're going to be out there for a good 20 minutes.
Right, this is super critical in the context. We're now just going close to halfway through this race at the moment. The ability to lift that cadence, that rating, get that board speed going to really milk the ocean in terms of runners. Talk about milk the ocean. Lana Rogers has fallen off. Lana Rogers has just fallen off. Naomi Scott now has extended that lead, and Olivia Corrin has now moved up into 2nd.
If there was a more perfect time for Naomi Scott to have a moment for Lana falling off, that was it right then and there. And Lana would be a little bit frustrated herself, but she's really got to tap back on. And as I said that, Naomi Scott, look at that. That was a fantastic paddle. She really, really worked hard. And we're going to have a replay of falling off the board. So here, look, Lana Rogers on the left. Just her nose pops in and just rolls off the side. And that's just that northerly coming in. And we really want to see, here we go. So that's really stretched out again. But Josh, what are you thinking? Who looks good out there? Whose faces looks tired?
Olivia Corrin looks the best out of all these girls at the moment. Naomi Scott, heavy breathing. Lana Rogers, big mistake on the way home, and that's uncharacteristic of an athlete of her quality. But Olivia Corrin, she's got through what is, I would think, her worst leg in the swim at the front of this race. She's worked her way up into 2nd place in her major leg, and she looks comfortable. She didn't do the beach relay. She looks relaxed, and at the moment, she's obviously playing the spoiler for the Australians. There's a big battle on in 4th and 5th place between Sarah Tazaki and Holly Main. They're doing a fantastic job there, but I think if I had to bet at the moment, Olivia Corrin looking very, very strong.
Yeah, I think you get the nail on the head there. I love the ability of Olivia Corrin being fresher in the leg, especially in the context, big transition coming up in a moment, and then that out of a ski leg as well. And she will know that. She will know that she has probably a little bit more leg freshness than the other girls. Naomi Scott held up. Corrin make a move now. Sit and pop and get that board motoring. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. We see our New Zealand Blackfins of Olivia Corrin almost sneak through this one. Naomi Scott had to roll. Advantage to that of Lana Rogers, but also Olivia Corrin right there.
Oh, she's right there. And we just saw that southern side, it has less, the waves are calmer. The northern side's a little bit bigger. So unfortunately for the girls, and as we see Holly Shiv just going around there at the moment, she's got a little bit of work to do. But Olivia Corrin finds herself in a very good position again. Lana being out in front, Olivia Corrin just behind her. Naomi Scott, unfortunately, just getting a little bit hit harder than the other girls.
Now, we spoke about this in the first part of the M-shaped board, where Lana Rogers sat behind that of Naomi Scott. I like the work of Olivia Corrin here, sitting behind that of Lana Rogers. Wait for the move of Olivia Corrin once they turn that final can to chase home. She would chase the runners hard, but really get the board speed up to lift on those swells, potentially pull up next to Lana Rogers. This is an amazing race of the Ocean Woman final of the national teams here. Lana Rogers, pure class, out in front at the moment, but the black fins of Olivia Corrin tucked in behind. Rogers will go around one in front, one board length. Look for the move now of Corrin. She wants to sneak up on the right-hand side. Lana Rogers advantage, big advantage for Lana Rogers. Got the board moving quicker. Corrin on the chase.
Well, she's definitely, Lana's going to learn what happened before where she tipped off to the side. And here we go. Naomi Scott's working those runners really, really well. Olivia Corrin, she's just tipping her nose just towards the northern side, just a little bit. So she's definitely experienced. She really had a breakout season last year. So these three girls train side by side. Naomi Scott, she's so good on those runners out to the south there.
Yeah, she saw the tuck to the south and may have picked up a swell. There it is, Naomi Scott. An absolute master stroke from Naomi Scott. She looked behind and saw the run of the swell and the grain of the swell. She turned the nose more towards the south, lifted the cadence, lifted the rating, lifted the board speed and pulled over the top.
I think this was a moment that Naomi Scott really needed. As Josh said before, she had a bit of a heavy breather going on, but then she's had a little rest now, so she looks really good. Lana Rogers is still in there. She's led here. She's just tapped on with Naomi Scott, but we might get Josh back on the mic to commentate this transition.
Yeah, side by side, guys, the two Australians. Lana Rogers goes to the front. Scott's course management all day long has been absolutely flawless. She finds the right line on the way out. She finds a wave on the way home. And while maybe the other girls look a little bit rusty, it's obviously the first race of their season. She has been absolutely flawless. Rogers leads onto the ski, grab the line. Too far behind, and a huge transition for Corrin. Corrin closed the gap absolutely immediately off that board. She flew up and around. She knew now was the time. Rogers jumps on relatively cleanly. Naomi Scott goes further north, and Olivia Corrin splits the difference.
Yeah, really interesting for a number of reasons. Number one, pound for pound in ski paddling, they're very, very similar, but it's the ability to paddle under fatigue at the last leg of an Ocean Woman coming up. Lana Rogers has a bit between the teeth at the moment, has been in this position many, many times before. Will the experience come with the fall for Lana Rogers?
Yeah, I agree with you, Ty. That's what I was going to say. There's just see Sarah Tazaki picking up the ski there. Very, very good. But Lana Rogers, yes, she has been in this position so many times. She's really gritty and she really knows how to hurt herself. She's done it many, many times. She's had plenty of battles with these girls before. Naomi Scott may be looking a little bit fatigued, and as we just see that 5-10 metres in the shallows there, look how much Lana Rogers has stretched out. And I tell you what, deja vu, I've seen her do this many times. So if Olivia Corrin or Naomi Scott are going to want to catch Lana, they really need to go now.
I love the way Lana attacked that first 30 metres under fatigue on the ski. Got in, got the boat up, got the boat moving. Actually went to the south a little bit, which is quite interesting because she's actually being pushed down with a swell, but she saw a little avenue, a little opportunity to sneak around a swell and get out. She snuck over two compared to the other two girls, and all of a sudden she got a 30-metre lead, looking out in front and leading comfortably at the moment.
And you can't give someone like Lana Rogers a 30-metre lead. That is just so hard to catch. You don't even want to give her a 5-metre lead. She's just so good at the moment, and she's just in such good form. She's going to be very, very hard to beat here from now. But again, we saw what happened the board. Stranger things have happened out there. But yeah, Lana Rogers, she get around here, get in safely, and then it's really going to be a fight. You've got Olivia Corrin. She'll really want to try and split those Australians up, so she'll be fighting all the way.
Yeah, great little battle in 2 and 3 between Australia and New Zealand at the moment, but Lana Rogers out in front. I love that little bit of a bow peak. Looks to her right, size up the moment, and that's an opportunity to reassure herself. She doesn't need to put herself under too much pressure. Your process is the most important. She'll get the boat up, get the boat moving, and pick up the wind swells back to the transition of the M shape. Look at this from Lana Rogers. Oh You can see in the eyes she wants this one.
She certainly wants it, yeah. And she said that at the start of the season, you know, she really wants to take out every Iron Woman she goes in. We just see Olivia Corrin milking that wave, milking, should I say, a runner turning into a wave. And you can just see on the drone shot right now, she has really done so well on that. And she is probably, half that distance to Lana Rogers, definitely out there. But I'd love to hear from Josh Minogue what he's thinking with the girls coming in.
Just when you think one of these girls has got this race by the scruff of the neck, one of the other girls really lifts and gets back into it. A tough little wave for Lana Rogers there. Oh, she going sideways, brings it back around. So I don't think this race is close to over with half the ski leg left to go. Every time I think maybe Lana Rogers has got it, maybe Naomi Scott's got it, somebody else jumps up, makes an effort, gets themselves back into it, and I think this one's going to come right down to the wire.
I would love a sprint finish, taking nothing away from Lana Olivia. That's probably the last thing they want. But Lana Rogers is the hunted at the moment, and the hunter is right behind Olivia Corrin, just struggling to get around. That's just the movement of the water. And you can see the frustration as well there for Olivia.
Two mistakes that happened in that moment. We had Naomi Scott slewed off to the side. That could be very costly. And then we've got Olivia Corrin just getting a little bit frustrated. Her rudder got stuck and she had to do a very wide turnaround. And that's the reason that she managed to get that extra 5 metres. So at the moment, Olivia Corrin's really going to have to do something very special at the moment to catch up to Lana Rogers.
I like the work of Lana Rogers. Just sneaks to the right and just snuck around one or two waves. And what that does is it doesn't get the white water hitting in the chest or in her belly there at the moment. And that just frees you up a little bit. Olivia Corrin copped a couple in the stomach there going out. And it just stops you. And when you're under fatigue, it's really hard to get that boat up and going again.
Absolutely. You can see Sarah Tazaki, amazing ocean woman. And it's just at the end, having the ski last is incredibly hard. They're very, very heavy to lift and being very fatigued, not only after the ocean woman, but also all the events they've done today. Lana still looking good. I haven't seen her slow that pace down once.
Yeah, that's a very good point. To a sign of how they're feeling is their cadence and rating. You see at the moment, Lana Rogers, the stroke rate, you're seeing it probably 60 to 70 strokes per minute, and that's a very, very good sign of the tail end of an ocean woman event at the moment. Obviously, can't look behind. It's all about process at the moment. More importantly for Lana, it's about getting around that can and then ripping in, chasing the swells back to the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. No, she's doing so well out there. And this would be different for Lana Rogers. She's been getting ready for the Coolangatta Gold, so she's been doing the long distance. So I feel like the Ocean Woman today would have suited her. But as she's come off that can, look at that swell coming through. I tell you what, she would have been thinking ahead, the perfect time to pop onto that.
A little bit of an armchair ride there. That's exactly what you want around that final M-shaped can of the ski. Olivia Corrin left-hand side looking for a swell as well. Big decision time. Corrin really fighting the grain to come back. You see, Lana doesn't want to go too far south because she knows if Corrin pulls up, all of a sudden it's going to be a sprint finish. And you can see the challenge for a lot of these competitors back in that of the water zone, but it's out in the back at the moment. Let's look top of screen. Lana Rogers, you can see top right at the moment. I would say Olivia Corrin has a better position, but I think Lana maybe in front. She'll turn that ski around now, chase that of the swell. Keep it straight, Lana Rogers. You will be our champion.
Oh, she has done that so well. And if there was a sprint finish, we may not see that at the moment, but Lana's really got to hold this nice and straight. Both Lana, Naomi and Olivia very, very quick across the sand. I'm just wondering if Josh is able to be there nice and close and can call them on through.
Yeah, the girls have done a great job there. I thought for a second maybe Rogers had gone a long way too far down the beach, but it looks like she's been joined by Corrin and Naomi Scott. Lana Rogers has done it all, and she adds world champion to her resume.
Yeah, what a performance from Lana Rogers. And I tell you what a race it was. It's the Ocean Woman, was an M-shape. It was swimboard ski. But Lana Rogers is the first Australian team at the international level in terms of world championships. And look at that for fatigued across the line as well. Says it all. Congratulations, go Australia. Congratulations, Lana Rogers.
Yeah, congratulations, Lana. She's
Scotty, what about that?
Australia will be very happy. 1-2. Olivia Corrin put up a big fight with that. That was all these girls training together side by side every day, just along the beach, not too far away from here. Olivia will be disappointed just because she probably felt the country on her back out there, but very, very wonderful effort by all three girls. And Lana Rogers just too strong at the end. She's so used to that position. I felt like the experience really came through in the end.
Yeah, most definitely. And we spoke about decisions and making good decisions, and Naomi Scott in particular. Course management, Josh mentioned earlier today, she's been on point in all events. Sarah Tazaki coming in. What a performance from our Team Japan and Sarah Tazaki. We saw the fatigue going around that last transition of the end shape as well. But this is great for this young lady because she puts the work in, and you look at the top three that finished, they all train together, and this young lady is also biting at the bit with them day in, day out as well.
Yeah, she is, and you can see that Sarah's improved so much, and been training alongside the three girls, she'd know the pace. She'd want to go with them. We see Molly doing very, very well. She's only young, and she's really going very, very well for New Zealand out there. So, that was so tough. The Ocean men would be watching on the sideline thinking, oh my goodness, now we have to go and get that exactly the same race done now.
I mentioned that earlier today, having the best smile on the beach. And what about that from Sarah Tazaki as she crossed the line over to Scotty? And it changed per leg, didn't it? We looked at 6 coming that first M shape. Scotty picked up that wave, let out. Lana Rogers behind. Then Lana let out. Olivia was behind as well. And then Lana just made the most of the opportunities. And to Molly, well done. I tell you what, experience is a wonderful thing. And for this young lady to be on this stage as well, to perform like she has, phenomenal effort to the Blackfins and New Zealand Molly. Let's go down the beach now with our winner, Lana Rogers, with Josh Minogue.
I'm here with the champ, Lana Rogers. What a day you've had. You said you've got new respect for beach competitors after coming straight from the beach relay into that one. It must feel very special.
It does, but I'll tell you, my legs are tired. Oh my gosh. But no, it's super awesome to be on home soil, plus do it for Australia. To shout out to my teammate Naomi Scott. We got that job done, and top 4 for BMD Northcliffe. So thank you, Floody. You.
What about that race there? Obviously, a real 3-way battle. Scotty, Liv Corrin, yourself, the whole way there. A few mistakes from all the girls. It's early in the season. But how tough is it when you start to redline early and you know you've got that giant M-shape ocean woman to go?
Yeah, I don't really think about that. I think about one leg at a time. And when I fell up that board, I was like, ooh, okay, let's get back on. We're not a nipper. But, just one leg at a time, step by step. And, that was a training day for us. We all trained together at the end of the day. And, again, we're really good at switching hats. So, it was really good to do it with the crew.
Back again tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Good luck. Lana Rogers, World Ocean Woman Champion.
Oh, Lana Rogers, take a bow. What a performance. And I love how she goes about her business as well. But what a phenomenal race it was. It started with the swim leg. It was a Bella 6, wasn't it, that went round in that first M shape. And great performance from all. Olivia Corrin made her move. Made a very good move, Olivia Corrin, this first part of the swim leg as well. Come up the shoulder of Scotty. They went round 1-2, the Aussie girls, with no love lost in that first cam. But the move of Olivia Corrin as they come back to the wave zone. And 3 girls, there we go there. We saw Holly then go to the front. There's Olivia Corrin as well, and just got boxed out. But it was the strength of Scotty to maintain that body wave in that first leg, set up the swim. But Lana Rogers, the composure and the experience, there she is sitting back in 3rd position at the moment, knowing there's a long way to go, but also, knowing she's done the work and the base of endurance and experience for her to be there at the end.
Absolutely. Olivia Corrin just sat in perfectly, wash road where she could. Naomi Scott, when you're out there in front, you've got to go with it and do your best. And we just saw Lana Rogers just had that little blip just here, just the board popped over, and she said how tight her legs were. So sometimes that fatigue in your legs on a board can really just make them a little bit not as strong as normal. But here we go coming around. There's so many moments out there that we just see this was where it was all happening, was it? Lana Rogers on that south side just slipped over there. Naomi Scott, 2 rolls there, but then she made it back here. So she kept coming back, and she even kept coming back to the fact where she got runner-up and got Olivia Corrin just at the end there.
Yeah, last leg then Lana Rogers. This is the bit, the first 30 metres of this ski leg, getting in, just sneaking around 1 or 2 little bits of white water, obviously just to keep them off the lap, set it up. Olivia Corrin, you see, who made the big move, bottom of screen there, coming through as well. And challenging conditions, but let's go down the beach. One of the best smiles on the beach, all the way from Japan, Sarah Tazaki.
Yeah, very happy girl down here on the beach. Sarah Tazaki, you have had an absolutely stellar day, led that Ocean Woman relay, and now 4th place in this one. You must be very happy.
Oh, I'm stoked for today. I knew it was going to be a big day today, so I was trying to rest when I can, but try to warm up properly, warm down properly, so I'm really happy with my results.
both the Australian teams and the New Zealand teams have their eye on you because they know how well you can do and they know you're going to take points off their rivals. So does it feel a little bit stressful to be going in with that kind of reputation?
Oh, definitely. I train with the Aussie and the New Zealand girls every day, so I know how hard they train. I train, obviously, as well. But, yeah, I knew what they had. I knew what I had, so I just had to try and put it together and make it a good race.
Tell me about Team Japan. How important is it for you to represent them?
Oh, it's an honour. Yeah, my parents are Japanese, so I speak Japanese at home, but when I'm with the team, they just include me as family, so I'm really happy to be representing them.
Well, you've had a spectacular day. Congratulations. Good luck again tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Josh, before we go, can we get Sarah to say in Japanese a big shout out to all those in Japan that are watching us live through live stream YouTube and SBS?
We're looking for you to give us a massive shout out to all the Japanese fans at home in Japanese. Can you do that for us?
日本の皆さん、いつも応援をありがとうございます。かっこいいところを見せられたかなと思うんですけど、これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
Well done, Sarah Tazaki.
How good, and a great interview as well, Josh. And she's one of the greats, and but to come over, in terms of from Japan, I know her mum as well, and what a moment for Japan and Sarah Tazaki in fourth. Atlanta Rogers, it was her stage, it was her moment, but she's never had all her own way either. And to Naomi Scott in second, that was a gallant effort to finish second. Olivia Corrin, she was right there the whole way, and I actually feel for a bit for Liv, but so we get a lot of confidence out of that as well. Obviously coming to races tomorrow and also next week in the Inter Club as well. And Molly in fifth. Saskia Hockley from South Australia. We didn't mention her the whole race, but what a performance, 6 overall. Holly Main 7th, down to Elise from France we spoke about there in 10th as well. But what a performance from all the ladies right around the globe.
Yeah, Holly Main was one that also stood out for me from USA. She really hung in there as long as she could. She wasn't too far off Sarah, but it was in just that last ski leg. So well done to the girls out there. And now we move on to the men.
This is big.
Huge.
This is big. We saw the Ocean women just line up, and what a great performance. If the males can be half of what we just saw in the Ocean men lining up, look out. Because we've got Italy there, Didilio, Kuphoff there for the Netherlands, O'Neill from USA, Cotter from Ireland, Wolkoff as well from Germany, Whittaker, Robbie Whittaker, the young man up and about, had a win early this morning from Great Britain, France Mayal, Noe from France as well, Joey Collins, look out. He only races one way. He puts the switch on and he goes. We then go Fletcher from Australia, Lombard, South Africa, Ruiz from Spain, Zach Morris up and about at the moment. Training partner Joe Collins as well. Brian Murphy, the older statesman, is there and a mix as well for the USA. Netherlands, Azawi from Japan, Gansberg from Sweden, Sefton from Switzerland, Miaz from Canada. It is an absolute quality field. Who do you like?
Oh, this is where the big men come out to play. Oh, it's going to be a tricky one. It's Zach Morris's skills have been phenomenal. Joe Collins, I like what you said about it. I totally agree with you. He has one speed and he just goes for it. So I think those two are going to go neck and neck for a little while. Absolutely. Throw obviously the Corys in there. Corey Fletcher and Corey Taylor. Corey Taylor being very strong, especially with that ski last. And this morning when we saw him in the Ocean Man semi-final, we only saw him, and I didn't even know if we saw him in first gear. So it'd be really interesting.
Yeah, obviously, he's a world champion as well, coming back to CT Taylor, and I love his ski. And the thing I love about Joe Collins is about making the right decisions at the right time. It's all good to go all guns blazing, but there can be times where if you're sitting behind someone just to conserve, and that 5 or 10 seconds can make a huge difference in the context of this race.
Absolutely, you are spot on there, Ty. And the Ocean men are getting ready. They're getting ready to rumble. We're excited.
It's the national teams, open teams, Ocean Man race. It is the blue ribbon event of the individuals and national teams. And let's look at this at the moment. Let's see Zach Morris with a very good start. Look out for the move as well. We know the leg speed of Corey Fletcher as well. But remember, it's been a massive day for a lot of these athletes. It's the ability to perform under fatigue.
It has been a huge day. This is really going to tap into their pre-season training. Pre-season training for Ocean men and Ocean women. Usually do a little bit of endurance at the start, a little bit of the Cool and Gator Gold training, and then you move into that, getting those heart rates up, making sure you do that quick, short changeover. So this will really come down to all that endurance training they've been doing. So we see out in front, it looks like Joe Collins out in the middle there in the black cap doing very, very well. To his side is Zach Morris on his inside. So you can imagine that Joe would really want to come in and kind of almost cut, or it could be, it is Joe Collins. I thought it might have been Corey Taylor. Corey Taylor not too far away, but he'll want to come across because remember, it is a single can and we're going for that M shape.
Yeah, we spoke about that about Joey, the man Collins. He's got one switch and it is on. And great to see Zach Morris. Now, remember, the surf race was the other way around. Zach Morris led round. Joey had to work up to Zach as well. Really impressive LeBron from France here as well. The young Frenchman, he had a phenomenal semi-final. And he came in, I think it was second or third in his semi-final. Third to that of Zach Morris and Joe Collins. So he's not looking out of place at the moment, but it's New Zealand Blackfins 1, Joe Collins. Zach Morris in 2. Corey Fletcher will sneak up on the inside of Corey Taylor at the moment, but I think the skill set and the waves are going to be critical.
And then you've also got a fight there for in 5th. You see Brian Murphy just on the outside, South Africa on the inside of him. So Brian Murphy had to go really wide around there, but he'll make his way very well. But Joe Collins, he is just moving so well with those runners coming in. He looks good.
He looks very good. I love the cadence, the way he goes about his business as well. And at the moment, he's got the bit between the teeth. He needs to remember it is a long race. We're talking 15 to 20 minutes here, and it's about making the right decisions when the right time comes. Collins in 1, Morris tucked in behind 2. I like this move from Joey Collins. He's a confidence player, and the more this comes into confidence, and if he can extend this lead with a little bit of luck in the ocean, look out.
Yeah, he looks really good at the moment. As they move to that wave area, there's a few more waves up for grabs than what we saw this morning. Corey Fletcher's doing really well. He just wants to keep up in this swim. But Zach Morris, those skill set, I tell you what, they've been improving every time he races. He's going to try and milk that. But there's one behind. We might get a couple of the athletes. Corey Fletcher was also hanging about. Corey Taylor, they are in the whole time.
Yeah, what's happening is Joe Collins decided to come to the north because he knows he wants a minimal run back to that of the transition zone. Zach Morris ran, I should say, swum with a swell a little bit more. So at the moment, you'd probably say advantage Joe Collins because he's still got the shorter run. However, they're in the deeper water. That tide is coming round. Look at this, no waves on offer. What it does do, it allow them to conserve a little bit of energy. Swell coming through, back markers making their move. Josh Minogue, what's the update, mate, from the beach?
Why I love this sport. They did all that hard work to get out in front. They fought their way all the way to the beach. Then 3, 4, 5 on the next wave. Get an armchair ride all the way to the sand. Do you sook and sulk about it? No way. Get back to work and get going again. And that's exactly what Zach Morris and Joe Collins have done. They're off and away. This suits those two boys down to the ground. I don't think there's anyone else in the sport outside of Joe Collins and Zach Morris better suited to this style of racing in these conditions. It's tough. It's a lot of running. It's long waves. You've got to be fast, but you've got to have a bit of grit about yourself as well.
Yeah, talk about grit. What about the performance from Azawa from Japan? He just watched Sara Tazaki come round in 4th. He's just gone round 3rd in the M shape, the first M shape swim leg as well. A great moment for Japan.
Oh, he's in a fantastic position there. He would have been very inspired by Sara going around there, but this is one of the hardest things to do in the ocean. The ocean man right now. This is where fatigue sets in. They've done the beach relay, they've done the board rescue, they've had their semis this morning, but Zach Morris looking very good, looking very fit out there, and it's where you really have to settle back and your mind's going to be telling you to stop and telling you how much you're hurting, but you've got to really let the body be nice and strong out there, and this is where you've got to really grit your teeth, be really strong. Corey Taylor, you said that this morning. Oh, sorry, it was Josh this morning said he needs to do the work in the ocean, and he's doing just that at the moment. And Corey Taylor, he looks like he's getting better as this race is going on.
Yeah, this good Zach Morris now dictating from the front, then tucked in behind her CT there, along with that of Joe Collins. Then we go back a little way. I know we had South Africa. Could be Davidson tucked up there having a great swim as well. So all of a sudden it's a breakaway of 3. Now the big question is, where is Corey Fletcher? Now we know of the 3 disciplines, swim's probably not his major strength, makes a massive move in that of the craft, but you cannot give these 3 elite, ocean men too much of a lead to try and catch.
Yeah, Corey Fletcher, his plan would have been just to sit as much as he can in this swim. Unfortunately, he missed that first wave, so he's going to have to do a little bit of work. But Corey Taylor, we know how experienced he is. He is the reigning champion in this from a couple of years ago. But Zach Morris isn't going to let him have it too easy. So we have Australia out in front, New Zealand 2nd and 3rd at the moment. They look like 2 sharks, aren't they? Coming side by side. Zach Morris in the middle, out in front at the moment. So, yeah, wow, it's looking very tight. A little bit like the women's at the moment.
Yeah, I love the body language, the swim body language of that of Joe Collins. He's decided instead of coming back to the northern area, he's decided to go to the southern area where Zach Morris was. You see Zach in front at the moment. Top of screen, that's Joe Collins. Bottom of screen, sort of fighting the traffic at the moment. He's like a salmon swimming upstream, isn't he? CT Tar at the moment. But Zach Morris, 1 body length. Now, that could be the difference between picking up a wave in front and the others coming through. As we speak, Morris in front, wave in front, master stroke, master move.
That was fantastic body surfing by Zach Morris. His body surfing, I tell you what, has really, really improved. And it's body surfing, if you can master the art of body surfing, it will do a lot for you in this Ocean, man. We do have Josh Minogue on the sand. Josh, how are the men looking?
Yeah, Morris has just stood up on the sand, but Joe Collins, Corey Taylor, oh, they got a wave. It's just died out in the hole, and that was the difference between Morris's wave. It held all the way to the beach. He's an absolute superstar talent, and he was so talented a long time ago. I don't think he had to work all that hard to be successful, but in the last couple of years, the move to Northcliffe, his work ethic has been second to none, and he's really improved. He's learnt under the likes of Corey Taylor, Matt Bevilacqua, a few other competitors, and I think he just keeps getting better and better and better with every season. The defending champion, Corey Taylor, up through transition in second place. We spoke about his leg injuries today, and those runs are going to hurt him, but he's in this one up to his eyeballs, and nobody knows how to race at a World Championships better than Corey Taylor. Joe Collins hot on his heels as well. So the Aussie in 1, the Kiwis in 2 and 3. Then have a look at the next group coming through. There's at least 5, 6, 7 that are all fighting it out for 4th place, with Corey Fletcher going to the front.
Yeah, great update. And we mentioned about Corey Taylor looking good in the transition as well. I noticed Zach Morris picked up his board and had a real long look across. Now, that could be a sign of fatigue. And the fatigue, I said, phenomenal body surfing, but the leg drive he had on that wave would have used a lot of energy, considering he's just come out of beach relays as well. Now, remember, Zach Morris is the current Australian board champion as well. He's going into one of his strength of his legs, that with swim and board. We know CT Taylor, strength to come with the ski. This is going to be a great race.
Yeah. He looks like he's doing everything really, really easy at the moment as well. And we're just going to go to a little replay in a second. And here we go. Here's that split screen of the swimmers coming back in.
This is the leg work we spoke about. Now look at this. He gets in this arm. So this is the first. There's 2 parts of this wave in particular. He sizes up the opportunity. Head goes down. Then the wave dies out. This is the hardest bit here in this dead section. Watch the legs of Zach Morris. That is burn, 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 burn to maintain that wave. And he's just come out of a beach relay as well. Will that affect him towards the tail end of this race? Time will tell.
For me, seeing those skills right there means that Zach has worked really hard this off-season. He's extremely fit, and when you see an athlete making it look so easy, he is just making metres upon metres up at the moment. We see Corey Taylor just dropping back to 3rd there. We see Joe out in front there in the 2nd place behind Zach, but Zach's just looking very good at the moment. We even see he's making his way back in, really scuttling across, and he's nice and light as well. And his face, he looks really relaxed and calm, and it's I think it's going to be, I know it's going to be a really big season for Zach Morris.
I was going to say that as well. He looks very composed, doesn't he? Like in control of everything going on. And even the interview this morning, I thought he was going to fall asleep during the interview. He was that relaxed. But he's going about his business. He's been doing that, you put the work in. Hard work gives results. And Zach Morris now, you can see, and it's knowing when to go and when to say no to conserve a little bit. But Zach Morris at the moment, coming up to halfway this race at the moment, has got a big lead. I think CT Taylor took a few waves in the lap going out in the board leg that allowed for Joey Collins to come up at the moment. But Zach Morris in control.
He certainly is control at the moment, leading this way and making sure the pace is nice and high. I don't know if this is, Zach's obviously a fantastic athlete, but do you reckon that little bit of an edge? He has 2 younger brothers. I can imagine the household being very competitive, going through a lot of food, very competitive. Maybe that's that little 1%er. Wants to beat his brothers. They're younger than him. Might be that little extra push.
Right, here we are halfway the Ocean Man at the moment. It's Zach Morris in 1. Then go back to Joe Collins. And Zach will have a bit of a look now where they're coming. Then into CT Taylor as well. And the other thing he had his first podium. The professional series last year was the first time overall he's finished on the podium. He's been knocking on the door for many, many times on an overall perspective. But this is it. Big opportunity. Do they try and work together, the Black Fins, or they go side by side on their own water to try and chase that of Zach Morris?
They certainly, the boys here, Corey, and I know that Joe looks up to Corey Taylor very much. It's one of his heroes, so they'd be certainly supporting each other. Fortunately, we just saw Corey Taylor go down a pothole. But Josh Minogue, watching the boys going through there in that M shape, looking at everyone's faces, do you think the Kiwi boys, can they catch Zach Morris?
Very, very tough from this point, but we're only at the halfway mark. The big mover in that last board leg was Corey Fletcher. We can see him going in and around there, just ahead of Robbie Whittaker there, but that gap closed. A couple of waves hit those Kiwi boys and maybe even Zach Morris as well. So Corey Fletcher fighting his way back towards the podium on this one. It's going to be a very tough ask for him to get back and win this race because his teammate is a long, long way out in front. But the opportunity to get second is still there for the other Australian.
Yeah, it's a great little battle, isn't it? If you look at the overall point score from the Ocean of day one here at the moment, Australia was sitting on 248 points, 9 points ahead. And a lot of the relay where they picked up, a 5 or 6 point buffer at the moment. But Zach Morris on one, the current Australian board champion. Now we spoke about working together. And you can see here at the moment, CT, Corey Taylor doing the work in front of Joey Collins. Joe will look to conserve a bit of energy once they turn that board can. Let's have a look at the time advantage here. Morris goes around now, so we'll pick that up. Has a little bit of a look at where they're at the moment. He can see CT there on the chase and also Joe Collins at the moment. That comes up to a 10-second lead. In the context of this race with one discipline to go, that's a great lead at the moment. Make that 15-second lead still going. I would say approximately 20-second lead advantage Zach Morris.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're watching the live stream at the moment, please do not leave us. It is all happening here in the Ocean Man. And Zach Morris, as we can see on the pink board, he's just picked up a nice runner, which has turned into a wave. He's going to have to paddle and work fairly hard at the moment to try and get back down. But if he can get onto this and keep connecting it together, he has opened up a very good lead right in front of our eyes.
It's funny, isn't it? When you commentate and coach and watch athletes, you've got the ocean and what the ocean can throw to you, then you've got the athlete. And at the moment, he's working in unison with the ocean. Every bit of movement I see of Zach Morris is using the ocean to his advantage. He knows when to go, he knows when to say no, he picks up the swell. At the moment, this is almost a perfect performance from the man from Australia.
When athletes have their best races in the ocean, you can really see them, as we said before, calm, relaxed. They move with the ocean. And here we see Zach Morris. We've got Josh Minot down there. He can see the athletes up nice and personal.
Zach's going through the transition at the moment, and Zane Hamill, what about that? He's the Australian coach at the moment. Obviously, the great coach, the legend himself, and he coaches of Ali Day as well. And the guidance to say, what would he be saying as the head coach of the Australian team to that of Zach Morris going the last leg?
It's all about being out there for support, really. So Zane's really good like that with his athletes and just being there for them and, giving them that little extra push and giving them that extra confidence. I think that's what's really great about, as we see Joe Collins, he's got that fantastic ski start. We might see that in a moment if the cameras follow him in, and he's one of the fastest, or if not the fastest in the world at that. So he'll be on and about. He looks like he's not giving up. He's certainly not giving up. He's going for it.
I like the body language of Joe Collins and the way he really attacked that start of that ski leg. And that's a very good sign for Joe Collins. One, in the context of this race, but also where his fitness is at the moment. It'll be very hard to catch that as Zach Morris. But seeing Joe Collins look the way he did at the tail end of this race is very, very promising. One for himself, but also for the Team New Zealand.
There's a few little battles going on at the moment. There he is. He looks fantastic, doesn't he? He's got a little bit of a battle on Corey Fletcher, not too far away. As you can see, Corey just going there. So Whitaker and Fletcher having a little battle, but Corey Fletcher, his aim at the moment will be really trying to catch and hunt down Corey Taylor. And then we've also got, obviously, Joe Collins really trying to hunt down Zach Morris. So there's a little few battles within the battle going out there at the moment, but we just see the South African competitor doing very well. But here we go, Zach Morris. He's even got the ski paddle that matches his stuff as well. Very impressive, Zach. Also very impressive racing today as well. Looking very, very good. And yeah, he looks like he's fresh. He honestly looks like this is the first race that he has done all day.
He looks very composed, doesn't he, in control in particular. We spoke about Rob Whitaker coming through as well, European champion. I think he took out in the series over there, the British and also the French Ironman Championship, and a big shout out to his club mate that injured himself as well, Tommy. And be watching this very, very closely in the pool rescue. Joe Collins goes round. Still looks good to me at the tail end of this race. The cadence is up, the rating's up. It's the man in control at the moment. There he is, Zach Morris. Half an M shape to go to take out that of the Ocean Man for 2024 World Champs.
Yeah, Zach will get a lot of confidence off this race as well. But there we have Joe Collins looking very good. He's great on the runners as well. And as we can see at the moment, look at that distance.
He's coming back.
It's not 10 seconds anymore. It's more about
Joey
5,
Collins is coming back, and we'll go to Josh Minogue in a moment. But look at Joey Collins. He's up and about. And if there's one individual you don't want to give confidence to, that is Joe Collins. If he can pull over a little bit of luck here to pull over one or two of these waves, Zach Morris will have a little bit of a bow peak. Needs to keep it straight. All of a sudden, Joe Collins is up and about. This is big. This is big in the context. If he can keep this, we'll get an idea. He went round with a 20-second lead earlier. We'll pick up in a moment. I reckon this will be back to potentially that of 7, 8 or maybe 10 seconds.
And we've just seen actually on screen there one of the poles actually just flipping around. So they only have one pole to go around at the moment. And Zach Morris has got his rudder just caught on there. So we'll go to Josh Minogue if we can find you, Josh. What's
7
happening?
seconds. 7 seconds.
That gap has almost closed up. Joe Collins, he got onto that ski, and I've never seen him look more determined. He knew this race wasn't open, and that runner has pulled him all the way back into it. Zach Morris understands what's happening. He looked over his shoulder, he knew, and the rating went up. There's a couple of really good races here. Zach Morris, Joe Collins, Corey Taylor, Bobby Whittaker, and it looks like Corey Fletcher has absolutely been left behind. So massive scenes for the Kiwis here. If Joey Collins can catch Zach Morris and Bobby Whittaker can stay in front of Corey Fletcher, this is going to be a real big race that'll impact the overall point score.
Oh, this is massive in the context of everything going on, and I love the body language of Joe Collins down the bottom. Let's go back the last 12 months. He's been phenomenal forms. The only thing was he made a couple of bad decisions in big races that cost the overall point score. Joe Collins, to me here, Courtney, looks the better informed paddler.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's really just gotten that little sniff, hasn't he, on Zach, and he's really going for it. He's going to take the outside around Zach here for a moment, so he might lose a couple of metres, but there's still a long way to go. Sprint finishing. We've seen them do a sprint finish in one of the summer surfs before. Zach did have it over Joe, but it's a new Ocean Man. It's a new day. Let's see how they go.
When we go back to that first league, we spoke about that wave and the amount of burn in the legs. Will it come back in this last year? I love the move on the inside of Zach Morris. However, I love the cadence of Joe Collins. This is it. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. It is a national open teams. Little swell building. They'll lift on this one. Collins will get massive confidence. Morris needs to go with him. Collins is up and Collins is about.
I think Joe, in his mind right now, I think he'd love to get an extra runner over Zach, just so he doesn't have to do that sprint finish, because he is going to be on the outside. Zach Morris is a very confident sprinter, very, very fast as well, so Zach may have a little bit more speed than Joe, but certainly Joe's got the speed coming down on this ski at the moment, so we'll wait and see. Corey Taylor also not too far away.
Oh, Zach Morris has pulled over the front of this one. Joey Collins just got held up a little bit. All of a sudden, he had the inside run. I like the move of Zach Morris. I think this could be a master stroke. No, he's off. He's slewed across. He's upside down. Joe Collins will come through. Zach Morris is in licorice all sorts.
Also, the question is, where is Corey Taylor as well? This could be huge for the point scores. New Zealand and Australia, they were very close. So I think you see Corey Taylor, he has seen what's happening. He's very good at the course management, with Joe Collins coming through, and we have to see where Corey Taylor is at the moment.
Oh, so unfortunate for that of Zach. He did everything, but it's the execution under fatigue. And Joe, what about this? Joe Collins, what a moment. What a moment. Halfway out, he didn't look good. All of a sudden, a little sniff of confidence. He's up and he's about, and he's our national Ocean Man champion from the Black Fins, Joe Collins.
Oh, and he looks very happy about it. We just see one of our other competitors coming through. They've still got a couple of laps to do there on the ski, but congratulations, Joe Collins. He really fought, never gave up the whole way.
Wow, Zach did everything possible. He executed everything to that final part of the ski leg. Still an outstanding performance. You can tell the shake it ahead. CT Tuller in third. Big points here for the Black Fins. 20 points maximum, 16 for third as well. The big question is, where's Corey Fletcher? Hold your head high, Zach. He's had a big day of racing in the water and also on the beach. Whittaker, where is Whittaker? Whittaker comes in fourth, I believe. Whittaker comes in fourth. Fletcher potentially in fifth. There we go. What a performance for Robbie Whittaker from Great Britain. Great performance. The big T goes up for the teammate, Tommy Gunn, who unfortunately was injured yesterday in the pool rescue, and Corey Fletcher. But what a race. We spoke about the Ocean Woman event and the change in the lead, but what about the comeback from Joe Collins? But more importantly, what will that do for confidence tomorrow coming back in day two?
Oh, huge confidence. And he never gave up. And you said that just before, so I never give up in this sport. It's never over. So we've got Corey Fletcher coming. He looks a little bit disappointed. He just missed that first wave, and it was only a metre in that first swim that he just ended up getting a little bit behind, but still very, very good day for Corey Fletcher. And he's had a massive day ahead of him. We see some of the competitors coming through. It's so tricky out there. Remember, this is the last event of the day. They've still got one more day to go. 3 days down, one more to go. We'll try and find Josh Minogue in a moment, and we know he would have found Joe Collins. Yes, we have found Josh, and he's down there with our winner.
I did have Joe Collins for a second. He's just wandered away. He said he's never run a transition harder. JC, talk to me about that one, mate. You were in it up to your eyeballs. Zachy Morris went away from you there, and then you had to produce the ski leg of your life, didn't you?
Yeah, look, Zach's a class athlete. He's so strong in that swim board, like, dropped us all. Credit to him, man. He's been working really hard. He's been moving really fast, and just lucky that I got onto my race one ski, paddled out, and, yeah, cut through the raves, and then I kind of got an easier line out, I think, and I worked my way back into the woods. It was pretty awesome, and to then go around the cans with him, and then kind of made the split-second decision to pull off that to try and get the inside. I'm not faster than Zach. I knew I had to get some edge on the beach, and it worked out. He slewed and nosedived, and I kind of floated my way in, which is pretty awesome.
And it seemed like it meant a lot to you as well. Big celebration across the line. Racing for the Blackfins is something special.
Yeah, look, we're a great team here, and I was up at the pool all the start of the week. I did a couple of relays, but watching those guys bleed for us and put their heart on their sleeve, to then come down here, I knew in a race where I could actually hurt myself, I wanted to do the same for them, and I knew I was down bad after that board, and that's where I kind of thought what they did for us, I need to do for them. Let's absolutely rip into this.
Talk to me about how competitive it is. There was a bit of fire after that one there. You really, really want to beat the Australians, and they really want to beat you, don't they?
Yeah, look, I've been watching the replays and everything on the live scores, and just really wanted to get that one, and I'm hoping that helps our team come towards closer to the goal of winning this World Champs, and we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be ready. The girls have been on fire. The beachies, mate, they went 2 for 2 up there. It's a great team, and I love to be around it, and looking forward to keeping on with them.
JC's fired up, I'm fired up, the beach is fired up. We'll be back again tomorrow for another huge day of racing. Well done, World Ocean Man Champion.
Oh, JC, Joey Collins. I know his mum and dad's down there as well, and this means a lot to him. He's carried a bit of luggage from the end of the surf season, and of a few decisions he made. And look at this for the Ocean Man, and you're looking at Brisbane 2032. This is the event.
Oh, absolutely. No, he was phenomenal, and you could tell it really, really meant a lot to Joe Collins. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Zach Morris, here he was. He did so well. The skills were incredible the whole time. He's just so disappointing. Just had that one moment on the ski, and that's all it takes, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, he pulled up. We'll see that ski in a moment, but he has a couple of big looks. So he set up, but he looks so composed in going about his business. And then all of a sudden, when he saw Joe come, it put a bit of pressure on him. And then all of a sudden, it was about decision time under fatigue as well. So you see Zach Morris let out well, and looked very, very good and very, very comfortable after that, the swim and the ski leg. But it was Joey Collins. And what it is, he spoke about the transition after this board leg to the ski. And we mentioned that. We said the body language of Joe Collins looked very, very good. And once he gets it in his eyes, look out, because Joe Collins is a confidence player. The more confidence he gets, the better he goes. And he got a little sniff. So here we go. This is the make or break point here. Zach Morris picks the wave up, comes through the transition. Joe Collins comes around. Not sure if it had any highlights or not, but it's amazing. You know yourself, you've been around the game for many, many years, but when you see you're half that distance, we said 20-second lead. That went to 7. This bit here went to 7 seconds, and the confidence grows as an athlete.
Yeah, it certainly does. He has that paddle up in the air, knew exactly where he was going. There's CT on camera at the moment. I felt he got better as he went on, but there is a bit of a gap at the moment. I said there was 20 seconds. It's a big, big gap, and then look at this. This isn't going to that last ski. It's definitely not 20 seconds. It's probably about 1. So he really fought really hard, and we thought it was going to be a sprint finish, but it all came down to that last wave. Unfortunately, Zach Morris had a little bit of a slew.
Yeah, this is smart. This is a smart player, Zach Morris, as well, picked up the wave. But it's just the ability, we spoke about this morning, the danger of this, the Karawa shore break, the guillotine on the shore break. He was too busy thinking about trying to get back to the run arch. And then you see the man of the moment, JC, and it means more than just the Ocean Man to him, because he's back. What a moment. And then we see the overall results there as well. Team New Zealand in 1, Australia, Zach Morris. Hold your head high, Zachy boy. That was a great performance. And then we can see that of CT Taylor, New Zealand. Great Britain, Whittaker. So a couple of extra bonus points there for New Zealand, which will be very, very interesting as we come back to day 2 tomorrow as well. But the Ocean women and the Ocean man, they have delivered on the big stage here in Kawa at the end of day 1 of the National Open teams as well. We've got the highlights of the day coming up as well. When you see Brian Murphy down there in 8th for New Zealand, what a performance, 41 years of age. And he's won up to 10 individuals. But the day highlights started this morning with other surf races.
Oh, it was fantastic, wasn't it? They all really handled those potholes very, very well. And we see Kosh out there and the two New Zealanders really fighting it out there. And there we have Zach Morris winning that swim today. He was in form all day, wasn't he?
It shows the enormity of the day. You look at Lana Rogers here as well and Zach Morris, and the amount of times, not only, we talk about the days about how many times they go out around the cans, but they've also done 5 to 6 beach relays as well. Which is very taxing on the legs and the lower extremities of your body. So for the swims, Lana Rogers being sensational form as she's seen. And the highlights, and it's been a phenomenal day of racing. It was day 1 of the Ocean here at the National Open Teams. On behalf of Ty Dowker and that of Courtney Hancock here, we will be back with day 2 tomorrow, but do not go anywhere. We have board races, ski races, board rescues, Rescue 2 rescues, and wrapping up with the Open Mix Ocean M Lifesaver Relay, one of the best events to wrap up the National Open program. Until tomorrow, we'll see you then.